It is Saturday, February 19th. Welcome back here from the BR24 newsroom with our live stream of the Munich Security Conference 2022. I am Dominik Possoch, and up ahead, more statements and conversations, starting with transatlantic and European security. On stage soon, Jens Stoltenberg, Secretary General of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, right after some welcome remarks by Bavarian's Minister President Markus Söder. This is about to begin soon, so just stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairman of the Munich Security Conference, Ambassador Wolfgang Ishinger.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to the second day of a very, very unusual Munich Security Conference. My team and I are extremely proud that we've been able to organize this physical event, which so many of you have wanted to participate in. And I want to thank all those, including the Bavarian authorities, who have allowed us, under very severe restrictions in terms of numbers. I apologize especially to the many journalists who would normally be in attendance here, in physical attendance. That, of course, was not possible. So, before I start with the program, let me make one remark. Under normal circumstances, we would be distributing in the hallways, etc., the so-called Security Times, a special edition of an English language newspaper produced by a good friend of the Munich Security Conference, Detlef Prinz. I just want to say that everybody who wants to read this can download it from our conference website, and we will seek to distribute some copies some physical cover at the end of the conference to those who wish to have one. Now, after a fantastic opening day of this conference yesterday, we have a very important sequence of panels and speakers ahead of us today. I'm really excited about this. We'll talk about the Middle East, the Indo-Pacific, and certainly, as you would say in German, als der rote Faden, the crisis, as Annalena Baerbock yesterday said, the Russian crisis, the Russian crisis. But first, it is my honor, my privilege, to start this day on a very extremely positive note by presenting the Munich Security's annual award, the Ewald von Kleist Award, named after the founder of the Munich Security Conference. This award honors personalities and or organizations which have made important contributions to international stability and security. Past recipients include Helmut Schmidt, John McCain, the United Nations, Henry Kissinger, and many others. Under normal circumstances, Minister President Söder would have hosted, I think he would have loved to host a grand dinner in his residence, in the midst of which we would have had the award ceremony. That is not possible under pandemic circumstances. So like many other things, this year is different. And the moment for the award ceremony is right now here in the midst of our business meeting. I am privileged to present the 2022 Ewald von Kleist Award to a man who has been a physical pillar of stability for the transatlantic community and for the transatlantic relationship during troubling times, and he's always been a true friend and supporter of the Munich Security Conference. I'm speaking of Jens Stoltenberg, the Secretary General of NATO. Jens, my applause. Secretary Stoltenberg has served NATO with great distinction now for 8 years, and he is, I'd like to note, the second Secretary General of NATO to receive this award. I'd like to ask Javier Solana, who was the first recipient, to just get up and show that he's in the room. Mr. Secretary General, under your leadership, with your steady hand, you helped find compromise on so many issues and provided a basis for unity within the alliance. Under your leadership, NATO has not just weathered sometimes troubled waters, but it has consistently come out stronger, more united, better prepared for the immense challenge we're all facing today, this weekend actually, and for those challenges that are likely to confront us tomorrow. With your support, the Munich Security Conference has been among the small circle of partners of NATO invited and entrusted with hosting engagement formats in the margins of important NATO meetings such as NATO summits. And we're grateful to you for these opportunities. Now, I'd like to hand over the floor to Minister President Söder for his welcoming words, which will then be followed by laudatory remarks offered by the President of the Commission of the European Union, Ursula von der Leyen. Mr. Ministerpräsident, Herr Ministerpräsident, bitte schön.
Herr Stoltenberg, Mr. Stoltenberg, Ms. von der Leyen, Mr. Ishinger, ladies and gentlemen, once again a warm welcome to Bavaria. We are very happy to be able to host you time and time again every year for almost 60 years now. This is a perfect starting point, and so I have to say why that is so good, because we're a secure, a safe country. We are the federal state with the lowest crime rate, the highest resolve rate, and I hope you feel safe and secure here in the federal state of Bavaria, despite the concerning troubling times. And secondly, we're such a good place, such a good fit, because we're a federal state in a country that has always been committed to NATO and to the friendship with the United States. I myself grew up next to a hospital, the largest hospital in southern Germany. It's a hospital run by the U.S. Armed Forces, and I grew up with American ice cream, American pizza, American burgers, and some say that you can still see that in me today. So there's always been a certain sense of proximity and friendship, and that is so important even today. And this friendship was not simply a political friendship, but also a personal friendship. We have close ties to the United States. There are partnerships, marriages even over the centuries, the decades. And so the Free State of Bavaria, Bayern, is so committed to the United States and to its idea of freedom. And let me also say that we were very pleased to see that the new administration under President Biden decided that the soldiers, the troops, will remain in Bavaria. In Bavaria, we host the most important troop exercise spots in all of NATO, and so we're a perfect match here. And usually I would also say that the Security Conference covers a lot of topics. It's a kind of a speed dating event, if I may. So this is the big stage, but everything that's happening around us is so fascinating and interesting. But this time, several things fall into place. So it's just so fitting that this conference is a kind of an event where NATO is reassuring itself of itself. NATO has been disputed in recent years. Some NATO partners have said and discussed about whether NATO is still alive. Others question the value of NATO. But I think in these days, more than ever before, we feel what the actual idea behind NATO is. It's a community of values. It's just not a military pact. It's a community of values. And that was the idea of NATO right from the start. NATO's founding act, it's not just a pact like the Warsaw Pact, where NATO's got together, but no, it's a community of values. And this is what links us all to one another. And this is why NATO will remain so important. It gives us protection and strength, and it helps us be united. And so, Secretary General, it's just so fitting that you are being awarded with this award. It's a great award. Usually, I would present this to you as part of a huge dinner, but we can't do this right now. We would have been happy to serve you another type of food, but still, I'm happy to award you right now and right here. Mr. Ishinger, after some media debates, he has been doing a great job over all those years, and he did a great job of putting this conference together yet again. And so two heavyweights are leaving us, Mr. Ishinger and Mr. Stoltenberg. We are very happy that you are being awarded. You have been NATO's voice over the years. You kept us all together, and you've been a strong partner for freedom. And so congratulations on this award, and it is an honor for us to have the President of the Commission, Ms. von der Leyen, who I appreciate very much, who I've known for years. We have danced together, even. In the beginning, we had to figure out who was in the lead. That wasn't quite clear, but since we were in Bavaria, she let me lead the way. So I'm happy to have you here, and I'm happy that she's talking to us today. And so we're living in difficult times, but we can count on the messages we send. We're sending messages of courage and togetherness, not of fear. We know what we represent and stand for, and you do just that. Thank you for all your work that you've done, and congratulations on this award again. And we're proud, ladies and gentlemen, that you're all here. We want you to come back. The Security Conference is maybe the most important conference that we have for security and cooperation, and it's where NATO gets together even outside the HQ. Congratulations and all the best.
Herr Ministerpräsident Söder,
Minister President Söder, dear Marcus.
Ishinger, take my seat, please. Yes, come on here. Secretary General, dear Jens, ladies and gentlemen. Well, the very reason that the Union, the European Union, was once created is that we wanted to put an end to all European wars. And thus, the world has been watching in disbelief as we face the largest buildup of troops on European soil since the darkest days of the Cold War. Because the events of these days could reshape the entire international order. Ukraine has just celebrated its 30 years of independence. There's an entire generation of Ukrainians born and bred in a free country. They are children of democracy. But now they are confronted on a daily basis with external aggression and interference. Some of them have lost relatives or classmates in the Donbas war. They are faced again with the prospect of conscription to fight a war that they don't want, but that Moscow might choose to impose on them. This is what the Kremlin's policies mean in practice. To instill fear and call it security demands, to deny 44 million Ukrainians from deciding freely about their own future, to deny a free country's right to independence and self-determination. And the consequences of this approach matter well beyond Ukraine. The Kremlin is not only trying to undermine the entire European security architecture, the Helsinki principles that have made all European countries safer, including Russia. It is also violating the UN Charter, which states that countries, and I cite, shall refrain from the threat and use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. End of citation. We cannot let this stand. We're facing a blatant attempt to rewrite the rules of the international order. One only has to read the recent communiqué issued by Russian and Chinese leaders. They seek a new era, as they say, to replace the existing international rules. They prefer the rule of the strongest to the rule of law, intimidation instead of self-determination, coercion instead of cooperation. We still hope that peace will prevail and that diplomacy will take us there. And allow me to address how Europe can support this work. First, we should be ready to respond. Our European Union, with our transatlantic partners, we have been preparing a robust package of financial and economic sanctions, including on energy and cutting-edge technology. If the Kremlin strikes, we can impose high costs and severe consequences on Moscow's economic interests. The Kremlin's dangerous thinking, which comes straight out of a dark past, may cost Russia a prosperous future. Second is diversification. A strong European Union cannot be so reliant on an energy supplier that threatens to start a war on our continent. Gazprom, a Russian state-owned company, is deliberately trying to store and deliver as little as possible. While prices and demand are skyrocketing, this is a very strange behavior for a company. We must diversify both our suppliers and our energy sources. And the work is already underway. We have reached out to our partners and friends across the globe, and today I can say that even in case of full disruption of gas supply from Russia, we are on the safe side for this winter. And in the medium and long term, we're doubling down on renewables. Sun, wind, hydropower, green hydrogen. This will increase Europe's strategic independence for energy. My third point is supporting democracy in Ukraine. For 7 years now, the Russian leadership has tried to destabilize Ukraine. Hybrid war, cyber attacks, disinformation, you name it. Yet, the country is now stronger than 7 years ago because it has chosen the path of democracy and the friendship of other democracies. Think again about the youth of Ukraine, the post-Soviet generation. They know that their democracy is not perfect, but it is perfectible, and it is getting stronger year by year. And this is what makes us stand out from autocracies. Thriving democracies are the autocrats' greatest fear, because their propaganda fails when citizens are empowered by the reporting of independent media and the free exchange of ideas. Because free citizens speak truth to power. Because trust and confidence are more sustainable than control and coercion. And this is exactly why Europe is supporting Ukraine's path to democracy. It makes Ukraine a better place to live for its people and a better neighbor for both the European Union and Russia. And my fourth and final point is about unity. Since the start of this Kremlin-made crisis, the European Union and the transatlantic community are fully aligned and united. We're supporting Ukraine to withstand the enormous pressure from Moscow. When a Russian government tried to divide us over and over again, we have responded with one voice and one common message. And this has been possible also thanks to you, dear Jens. You always pushed us to focus on what we have in common. You have shown that the European Union and NATO stand side by side. Not only because we share members and allies, but because we share values. That is independence, respect for human rights, freedom, and democracy. The very values that are at stake in this crisis. And this is why it makes me proud and happy to announce that you are this year's Kleist Award winner. You have come a long way to reach this high office. When you were young, you were the head of the Young Socialists in Norway, an organization that at the time was certainly not known to be a strong supporter of NATO, not at all. But young Jens used his charm and his leadership to turn the young Norwegian socialists around in supporters, believe it or not. As Prime Minister of Norway, you, Jens, had to deal with Russia on a regular basis. Actually, by then, Lavrov was already being Lavrov. And yet, you managed with skill to resolve a decades-long territorial dispute in the Barents Sea. Dear Jens, you have always been a man of dialogue and a believer in the transatlantic bond. In almost 10 years at the helm of NATO, you always carried the flame of this unique alliance. Nobody worked harder than you for the transatlantic alliance. You have pushed relentlessly to strengthen our unity. And this is why no one deserves this year's Kleist Award more than you. Congratulations, dear Jens.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President. We are now going to have the award ceremony, so may I invite you, Jens, to join us here on the podium. Come on over here, please. Yeah, over there.
So, thank you so much.
This is for you and a big, big hand.
Das Dokument.
More important. Yes, the proof. If we distance a little bit.
Can we take a little distance and then take off the mask like this? Yeah. All right.
This is yours.
Thank you, Jens. So now you have the floor. Congratulations. Ja, Sie können gerne gleich hier sitzen bleiben. Ich gehe aber noch, ich setze mich da hin.
Thank you so much, Olaf, for those kind words, and thank you also so much for our very close cooperation over these years. The relationship and the cooperation between NATO and the European Union has never been closer, and that's not least because of your commitment to bringing this relationship so close together and strengthening the transatlantic bond by working together with NATO. And also many thanks to Minister President Söder for your warm welcome here in Munich, and also for informing me that you have danced with President von der Leyen. I have never had the courage, but now maybe. Many thanks to you, Wolfgang, for your outstanding leadership of the Munich Security Conference and for this prestigious award. I am really and greatly honored, and thank you so much. Ewald von Kleist championed the transatlantic alliance. He saw the value of Europe and North America standing together to keep us all safe. His message is as important today. These are dangerous days for Europe. Russia has relentlessly massed troops in and around Ukraine, in the biggest military build-up since the Cold War. We do not know what will happen, but the risk for conflict is real. NATO allies continue their strong diplomatic efforts to find a political solution. However, despite Moscow's claims, we have seen no sign of withdrawal or de-escalation so far. On the contrary, Russia's military buildup continues. We continue to monitor very closely. We call on Russia to do what it says and withdraw its forces from the borders of Ukraine. This will be an important first step towards a peaceful solution. It is not too late for Russia to change course, to step back from the brink, stop preparing for war, and start working for a peaceful solution. NATO remains ready to engage in a substantive dialogue with Moscow, to take meaningful reciprocal steps that can improve security for all countries in Europe and for Russia too. We have made written proposals to Moscow to reduce risks and increase transparency of military activities, address space and cyber threats, and engage on arms control, including on nuclear weapons and missiles. This is a substantial agenda where we believe it is possible to find common ground. So I have invited Russia and all NATO allies to a series of meetings of the NATO-Russia Council. And I reiterated my invitation in the letter that I sent to Minister Lavrov on Thursday. The current crisis is about more than Ukraine. There is much at stake. Relations between NATO and Russia, European and transatlantic security, and ultimately the question of how we wish to organize relations between states. Moscow is attempting to roll back history and recreate its spheres of influence. It wants to limit NATO's right to collective defense and demands that we should remove all our forces and infrastructure from the countries that joined NATO after the fall of the Berlin Wall. But let me be clear. There is no first-class NATO members in the west of the alliance and second-class NATO members to the east. We are all NATO allies, and we stand as one. And we will always do what is necessary to protect and defend each other. Moscow also wants to deny sovereign countries the right to choose their own path and their own security arrangements. For Ukraine, but also for other countries, such as Finland and Sweden. And for the first time, we now see Beijing joining Moscow in calling on NATO to stop admitting new members. It is an attempt to control the fate of free nations, to rewrite the international rulebook, and impose their own authoritarian models of governance. The current crisis demonstrates the importance of the transatlantic relationship for European security. 2 world wars and the Cold War has taught us that there is no real security in Europe without a strong transatlantic bond. Standing together in NATO, Europe and America will continue to keep the peace and protect our democratic way of life, as we have done for more than 70 years. NATO is a defensive alliance. We are not threatening Russia or anyone else. But we will take all necessary measures to protect and defend all allies. This is why, in response to Russia's pattern of aggressive actions, we have been strengthening our deterrence and defense across the alliance to avoid any miscalculation or misunderstanding about our ironclad commitment to defend each other. So if Kremlin's aim is to have less NATO on its borders, it will only get more NATO. And if it wants to divide NATO, it will only get an even more united alliance. Over the last years, our security environment has fundamentally changed for the worse. Peace cannot be taken for granted. Freedom and democracy are contested, and strategic competition is on the rise. This is a new normal, and we must be prepared and do everything we can to keep the bond between America and Europe as strong as ever. After the experience of horrors of war, Ewald von Kleist knew that Europe and America together was the guarantee of lasting peace. It still is today. By standing together, we can and will keep our people safe, protect our core values and principles, and uphold the rules-based international order. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jens, Mr. Secretary General. Thank both of you, Madam President. Maybe this is better without, and you, Mr. Secretary General, for your presentations. We've had a long-standing tradition at the Munich Security Conference that at the main event on Saturday morning, the first question always goes to François Heisbourg of France. Now, François has informed me, I think late last night, that he is actually tested positive. He was already in Munich, so he's now somewhere in quarantine, I guess, but he has sent me overnight the question he had intended to ask by raising his arm as the first one. So this is my privilege now to present his question as the first one. So François, I'm sure you're listening. The question is actually asked of the President of the EU Commission, but I think it's also a question that you would want to respond to. And I quote, "Are the European Union and its member states ready to jointly and severally, together and separately, express their support of a possible candidacy of any of the European Union's members to join the Atlantic Alliance?" For those who are not so familiar with this, this is a question about, for example, Finland, a question, for example, of Sweden, for once. So, Madam President.
So first of all,
it should work. Just
you should, yeah. I think it's a very good sign, dear Jens, that Ambassador Ishinger asked this question to the European Union President of the Commission. So it's not for me to judge about internal issues of NATO, but of course I'm very willing to answer this because indeed. I've been watching my time as the 5 years as defense minister, being of course in the alliance of NATO, how very close the cooperation, for example, with Sweden and Finland already is of NATO. First and foremost, it is the decision of the people of Sweden and Finland, what they want to do and which kind of alliance or partnerships they prefer. But then, of course, I've witnessed that there is a long-standing excellent cooperation between NATO and those members of the European Union, many missions they are participating in, joint capabilities we're developing. So you are always, of course, emphasizing, rightly so, that there is an open door policy in NATO. And therefore, now, after having spoken for the members of the European Union, I throw the ball to you, Jens, to speak about NATO itself.
Thank you so much, Ursula. And I think the fact that we can answer this question together just demonstrates how closely the relationship is between the European Union and NATO, and also between Ursula and me. As you said, Ursula, the thing is that it is enshrined in NATO's founding treaty, the Washington Treaty, in Article 10, that we have an open door, that European countries can join NATO. But this is, and the enlargement of NATO over the last decades has been a great success. It has helped to spread democracy, freedom throughout Europe, and actually also paved the way for further EU enlargement, demonstrating how closely we work together. In that sense, NATO's open door has been a success, and NATO's door remains open. The important message is that it is for individual countries in Europe to decide whether they aspire for membership, they want to belong to NATO, or they do not want to belong to NATO. That's for them to decide. Therefore, we respect those allies, those countries that aspire for membership. We sit down and we look into how can we help them with reforms so they meet the NATO standards and can join at some stage. But we also respect if they decide not to apply. So, for instance, when Finland and Sweden have decided that they are not applying for membership, of course, we respect also that decision. I will not speculate about the likelihood of Finland and Sweden changing their mind. I think that's very much for it is for Finland and Sweden to decide. That's the main point. And as a Norwegian, I will be very careful giving advice to Swedes and Finns. So we trust the Swedes and the Finns. They decide. As long as they decide to stay outside, we are very happy to have very close cooperation with both countries.
Great. Thank you very much to both of you. Now, those of you who wish to ask a question, there are two ways of doing that. First, the Heisboer way, by just waving and making yourself known to me, or by using the electronic manner. I have a tablet here which would show me questions that are being typed electronically. So use the opportunity. Who wishes to raise the first question? I think this is Natalie Tocci, if I'm not mistaken. Natalie. Microphone is coming.
Question to President von der Leyen. as your second key word, you mentioned diversification. And it was a word that had disappeared from the European lexicon for a while. Energy security, diversification had really not been talked about for quite some time. How do you square the circle, if there is a circle to be squared, between the return of energy security to the debate through diversification and your landmark, your trademark for this Commission, which of course is the European Green Deal?
Yes, thank you very much. I, of course, focus, as your question indicated on our dependency, first of all, on Russian gas. Just to give you figures, round about 24% overall in the energy mix of the European Union is gas. We import 90% of this gas, and 40% of this import is Russian gas. So quite a high dependency. It's very different from member state to member state. For example, as France is relying on nuclear energy, they are not at all dependent on Russian gas. Other member states, for example, Italy or Germany, have a more intense dependency on Russian gas. What we've seen over the last 6 months is that Gazprom has delivered always at the lowest level. They have to deliver by contract. They have contracts that say pay or deliver. So often they've chosen the payment instead of to deliver gas. And the storage of Gazprom in our storages is a 10 years low this year. And this at a time, as I said, where we have skyrocketing prices and demand. It's a strange behavior of a company who normally would maximize their profits by delivering more and storing better for winter to come. Therefore, we have decided to do everything possible to get rid of this dependency. And we've reached out to our friends who are suppliers of LNG gas, first and foremost the United States, that really helped a lot, also the reach out globally, but also to other suppliers of LNG. Actually, it helps us that we've done our homework since 2014, the annexation Crimea, because we've built LNG terminals, and more important, we have now a network of pipelines and electricity interconnectors throughout Europe, so that wherever you have the gas, you can display it all over the European Union. Partially also a reverse flow, for example, to Ukraine, to support Ukraine with their energy demands. And now to the second part of your question. For the moment being, we would be able to replace the Russian gas with LNG deliveries that we get from our friends all over the world, and we are supported actually also by buyers like Japan or South Korea, who are willing to swap contract with us so that the ships with the LNG gas are derouted to the European Union. Now, LNG gas remains fossil fuel without any question. The advantage is that the infrastructure that we use with the LNG or any kind of gas is over time suitable and fit for purpose for green hydrogen. And therefore now our work goes, and we had yesterday the EU-Africa summit, goes into looking towards the global south. They have in abundance sun and wind and hydropower. They need the infrastructure, but there to have over time the development of a solid green hydrogen infrastructure using the pipelines we do have already in place, and thus giving a complete different business case to the global south, our African friends, for example. Of course, green hydrogen for the European Union too. And I can only say these renewable energies, they are clean and therefore good for the planet, but they are also homegrown and therefore good for our independence.
Thank you, Madam President. I see a couple of more questions. Before I go to you, let me use my privilege of being the moderator here to turn to Jens Stoltenberg again. Jens, you'll be leaving NATO toward the end of this year, as I understand. And I want to remind you that as the future head of the Norwegian Central Bank, like all the other recipients of the Kleist Award, you will have a standing invitation to the Munich Security Conference. It's one of the reasons why Javier is always here each year, and I hope you'll be with us again. Here's my question. 8 years ago, in 2014, NATO decided to define as a collective goal this famous 2% goal. Let's assume the worst case, namely that we're going to have some degree of military confrontation in coming days, weeks, months. As you prepare your own departure from NATO in coming months, would you think that the 2% objective goal, which was a goal for 2024, 10-year goal, is going to be good enough? Or is NATO going to have to say, under these circumstances, we're actually going to have to, take it up another notch? Question.
Well, I think what happens now just underlines how important it was back in 2014 to make the decision to go to 2%. And then I think we should deliver on that first, and then we can discuss the next steps after that. Because what has happened, is that before 2014, defense budgets were going down across Europe and Canada in almost all allied countries. Year by year, because after the end of the Cold War, European countries thought that they could spend less on the defense. And I was part of that myself. I was Prime Minister and Minister of Finance in Norway, and for many years we cut defense spending. But then, after the illegal annexation of Crimea and what happened in Europe in 2014, things changed. And the good thing is that all allies actually realized that we need to do something different. And the most important different thing we had to do was to invest more. And since 2014, all allies in Europe and Canada have increased defense spending every year. And they have in total added 270 billion extra for defense. And of course, this is not only about money, but it's about capabilities, because with this money you can buy drones and planes and battle tanks and readiness and exercises and a lot of important stuff. The main reason to do this is not to provoke a war, but it's to prevent the war. And exactly what is happening now demonstrates that our strength and the fact that we can deploy more troops at high readiness to the eastern part of the alliance is a way to send a very clear message to Moscow that we are there to protect and defend all allies. An attack on one will be regarded as an attack on all. And that's exactly the best way to prevent any armed attack on any NATO ally. Well, it just demonstrates that what the decision makers in 2014 decided, they were wise and forward-looking. And former Secretary General Anders Fogh Rasmussen is somewhere here in the audience, and he was responsible then. And many others have been part of that big transformation of NATO.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, I think the first raised hand I saw was Dr. Chipman of IISS. John?
Yes, to Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, in the last 7 or 8 years, as the IISS has transparently recognized in our famous volume, The Military Balance, the Russians have massively modernized their conventional armed forces, introduced lots of technologies and a much more professional army. But in that time as well, they have been modernizing their nuclear weapons, adding more capabilities, changed their doctrine, and only in the next few days we might see the formal change of the Belarus constitution that would permit the stationing of nuclear weapons in Belarus. Against that background, what would you judge to be the first 2 or 3 priorities of the NATO Nuclear Planning Group, and what place would nuclear strategy have in NATO's new strategic concept? And a caveat for the President of the European Commission, the IISS, which is now happy to have a Europe office in Berlin, is working on the subject of green defense. And I wonder, as the President of a geopolitical commission, what collaboration we would be able to have with the European Commission to ensure that militaries continue to green their operations while maintaining their effectiveness. Thank you.
Well, I think you're absolutely right. That what we have seen over the last years is that Russia has invested heavily in modernizing their nuclear capabilities. They have changed their nuclear doctrines, and they have actually lowered the threshold for use of nuclear weapons in armed conflict. This is something, of course, we are taking very seriously. And therefore, I think it's important that we maintain our NATO nuclear deterrent, that we make sure that we keep it safe and secure and effective. Also, I think it also demonstrates that what we are in favor of is balanced, reciprocal, verifiable arms control also when it comes to nuclear weapons. But we are not in favor of unilateral nuclear disarmament from the NATO side. NATO's goal is a world without nuclear weapons, but a world where we get rid of our nuclear weapons and China, Russia, North Korea, Iran, and so on, they keep their weapons. That's not a safer world. That's a more dangerous world. So, yes, we believe in a world without nuclear weapons, but the only way to get there is through verifiable, balanced arms control, and that's exactly what NATO is working for.
Madam.
Yes, thank you. So, John, I think whatever, if you look at the defense sector, whatever is rolling, flying, or swimming needs energy. Energy is the core of any kind of European Green Deal or global Green Deal to fight climate change. And therefore, I was, the other answer already reflecting over changing our posture of energy supply. And whatever goes for fighter jets, as well as any kind of airplanes, goes for cars or armored vehicles, you name it, that you have to change the approach of the energy you use, not the dirty, carbon-heavy, fossil fuel energies, but the renewables, clean ones. And, for example, the prospect of hydrogen is a highly interesting one to work with. And therefore, there is quite a lot of music in it. It is a fascinating business case, because for us it's important. We know we have to fight climate change, otherwise we're all doomed. And therefore, if we invest in the innovation, if we invest in clean energy, if we invest in a different way to produce and to consume, we will be the innovators who export then these technologies. It's a big topic of innovation. And therefore, it is for us not only something which is so important for the climate itself, but it's a very clear business case. It's our new growth strategy.
All right. I've seen a few raised hands. The one I know who raised his hand is Stefan Cornelius of Süddeutsche Zeitung. So, Stefan, please.
Thank you. It's a question to the President of the Commission, Frau von der Leyen. Why, since you're displaying unity between the EU and NATO on the stage, why did the EU not call for an earlier meeting on the heads of states? There was now a special summit in the lines of the African Union meeting just a few hours ago. But this crisis is boiling for, I don't know, 2 months at least. And we haven't seen heads of states unifying and at least finding some coherent strategy on sort of the reaction of the day after.
So how are we working? Since many, many weeks, 6 to 8 weeks now, we are preparing for this looming crisis, which is unfortunately, since then, always going in the wrong direction with a massive buildup of troops that has not stopped. And of course, there is a very strong alignment between the European Union, the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, on a regular basis. We have by now in the last weeks, once or twice a week, a VTC, or yesterday evening, for example, a telephone call together, the countries, Joe Biden, Justin Trudeau, Boris Johnson, some of our leaders like Olaf Scholz, Emmanuel Macron, Mario Draghi. You were, of course, yesterday also. You are on a regular basis in these sessions. This is to align on a regular basis on all the necessary steps we have to take. What are these steps? The Commission has developed a robust and comprehensive package together with the United States, UK and Canada of financial sanctions that in case that Russia strikes, we will limit the access to the financial markets for the Russian economy, and export controls that will stop the possibility for Russia to modernize and diversify its economy. And we have a lot of high-tech goods where we have a global dominance and that are absolutely necessary for Russia and cannot be replaced easily. We also prepare in this group, for example, what is the state of cyber attack robustness and resilience we have within our system, but also supporting Ukraine. We are preparing for potential refugees coming. We are preparing on all sorts of fields. I've been referring to the energy field. So there is a constant alignment, let's say, behind the scene. The European Council will be called within hours if it is necessary to take a political decision in case that Russia is striking or is beginning a war in Ukraine. But all the preparatory work, so the alignment between all these 27 member states, the European Union and the other friends and allies, goes on since weeks and weeks and weeks, and that's where the core of the work is. That's where the bulk of the results is coming from now.
Thank you very much. We have less than 5 minutes to go. I have one question on my tablet here, which is addressed to Secretary General of NATO. Comes from Clemens Vergin, who is a journalist with Die Welt, German newspaper. This goes to Mr. Stoltenberg. I'm quoting, "How can the West counter in the realm of informational measures what seems to be Russian false flag operations in Donbass?"
To expose what they do, and that's exactly what we have done, because we have been very open, transparent on the information we have received, intelligence and other types of information, both about the Russian military buildup, and it is, as Ursula said, this actually started several months ago, this fall, and we already then warned both that we saw a buildup taking place, but also of the plans of further building up. And what we predicted back then has actually happened. Second, we have also been very transparent on the attempts by Russia to create a pretext, to create a situation that they will use as an excuse for attacking Ukraine. And we have seen some attempts, we have seen some very dangerous situations, and also what we see taking place now just adds to that picture of concern that they are trying to create a pretext for an invasion. But the reason why we have been so transparent, the United States, other allies and NATO, is that we believe that when we expose these plans, we make it harder for them to do what they are planning to do. So the reason to expose is to prevent that from happen that they are planning to do. We are extremely concerned because we see that they continue to build up, they continue to prepare, and we have never in Europe seen, since the end of the Cold War, such a large concentration of combat-ready troops, and of course that sends a very, very ominous or dangerous signal to all of us. Let me add one more thing, Wolfgang, and that is that, you know, what they do in Russia now is partly to mass the troops, but they have also put forward claims, demands, not only to Ukraine, but also to NATO. They have demanded that we should leave our enshrined commitment to open door, and they have demanded that we should remove all NATO troops and forces from almost half of the member states. And then they have said that if we don't meet those demands, they have repeatedly said there will be what they call military technical consequences. So the danger is now the combination of this massive military buildup with the very threatening rhetoric, putting forward demands they know we cannot meet and say if we don't meet them, there will be military consequences. So this is a step change. This is a new normal, that you have a Russia which is openly contesting core values for European security and then demonstrating their will to use force or the threat of force to get their will. And that's the reason why it is so extremely important that we are united, Europe and North America, worked closely with the European Union, but also that we actually have demonstrated our commitment with increased military presence in the eastern part of the alliance.
Thank you, Jens. I think we have a minute left. I saw a question from the very back of the room. If you can turn this into a very quick question, and if we can get a very quick response, then we're still good.
Robin Niblett from...
this is Robin Niblett. I didn't recognize your face.
So
Robin.
Right at the back, where Britain is at the moment sometimes. In any case, Robin, I wanted to ask a question that maybe mirrors what Francois Isbourg asked at the beginning, which was interesting. He asked a question to Ursula von der Leyen whether she would support NATO enlargement. I suppose I'd flip the question and say, is this not a time to be talking about accelerating Ukrainian membership of the EU? And as we have the two leaders of these two institutions side by side, one of the biggest threats, obviously, to Russia's interest in Ukraine will be a much closer relationship with the European Union. So, Secretary General of NATO, would you support an acceleration of the process of negotiation for enlargement to Ukraine to the European Union?
Well, it's not for me to decide. I have actually tried to convince Norwegians to join EU, and I didn't succeed. So I think I should be very careful giving advice to others. But the principle still applies. That, of course, it is for individual countries in Europe to decide whether they want to belong to NATO or they want to belong to EU, and then there is for the members of NATO to decide whether they can join our alliance, and then for the members of EU to decide whether they can join EU. That's the principle, and that is what is contested now. Because they're absolutely possible to have different views on whether NATO or the EU should have this or that new member. But this is not the issue. The issue is whether that is a decision to be made by those individual countries and the members of the organizations, or whether Russia has a veto to decide what neighbors can do or not do. That's to re-establish spheres of influence. We don't believe in that. We don't believe in going back in history. We believe in free, independent nations making their own free democratic choices.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General. It's reassuring to me, and I'm sure to many in the room, to see how well NATO and the European Union work hand in hand. Let me propose that we offer a round of applause to our two speakers. And of course, most importantly, to congratulate Jens Stoltenberg again on receiving the award. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't leave the room, because within literally seconds or a minute at maximum, we're going to have Chancellor Schulz coming in and continuing the program. So stay put if you could. Thank you very much.
You are watching BR24 live on the Munich Security Conference. And before we continue, let me just quickly at least sum up what Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, said, because in her speech she struck quite some strong accords. She said the European Union was created to end all wars, and now, considering the escalation in the Russia-Ukraine crisis, all of this is at stake, but there's still hope for peace. But it also has to be abundantly clear that the European Union must be ready to respond in case of a Russian invasion. Von der Leyen also spoke about diversification of the energy sources. The EU cannot be so dependent on Russia, and, quote, they have decided to do everything they can to get rid of this dependency, unquote. So, and now we continue with the first so-called spotlight, and in the middle of it sits the Federal Chancellor of Germany, Olaf Scholz. And as you can see, he's not sitting in the middle of it, so this remains a figure of speech, but we're sure this will continue momentarily. Just stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as the program will continue now.
Bitte nochmal die 11, nochmal die 11. Bitte bestätigen.
Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly ask you to take your seats now. We can't continue the program otherwise. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage the chairman of the Munich Security Conference, Ambassador Wolfgang Ishinger.
Could I please ask everyone to sit down, and those who wish to have a conversation to leave the room? We need to continue with the program, please. I need to impose some discipline here, I guess. Ladies and gentlemen, please leave the room if you want to have conversations. Stay here if you want to listen to the program. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let me continue the program. Lieber Herr Schmidt, können Sie sich bitte hinsetzen? Herr Schmidt, können Sie sich bitte hinsetzen? Wir wollen das Programm.
Mr. Schmidt, please find your seat. We'd like to continue with the program.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, after this session on the European Union and on NATO, and with the award ceremony honoring Jens Stoltenberg, we will now turn back to look at how Germany is doing and how Germany is confronting the challenges we're all facing, and the way Berlin is planning to approach these challenges. This is why it is my enormous privilege to present to you and to welcome Chancellor Olaf Scholz for his first presentation at the Munich Security Conference as the newly elected Chancellor. I may alert you to the fact that he will speak in German, so if you need headphones, please use the equipment, and I would like to invite Chancellor Scholz to take the floor.
Heads of state and government, dear colleagues, guests from Germany and abroad, Ambassador Ishinger, Ambassador Heusgen, ladies and gentlemen. Before I share with you some reflections on the state of the world and how we can manage the turning geopolitical tide which the MSC has this year placed on its agenda, I would first like to mention another turning tide. Not out there in the world, but here at the Bayerischer Hof. For 15 years, you, Wolfgang Ishinger, have not been just the host and head of the Munich Security Conference, but its driving force, a pioneer and a source of inspiration and motivation. Our conference today and tomorrow will be your last in this role. And so I would like to thank you for what you have done for international relations, and in particular the transatlantic friendship over the past years. Thank you very much indeed, Ambassador. I would also like to take this opportunity to give a warm welcome to your successor. If there is anyone who can follow in such mighty footsteps, then it is you, Christopher Heusgen, with your comprehensive international experience. And I'm delighted that we will remain in close contact with one another after you take up your new role. And I wish you all the best. Ladies and gentlemen, the Munich Security Conference has quite the sense of timing, as we all know only too well. And yet, I would be pleased if we could meet in slightly less turbulent times. Europe once again faces the threat of a war, and the risk has by no means been averted. As it dominates public debate, even global challenges such as the pandemic and the fight against climate change are fading into the background, and yet they urgently require a response. It is in this same spirit, Mr. Ishinger, that I understood your words yesterday when you called on democratic societies to unlearn their helplessness. I want to begin, not least given the critical security situation, by making one thing clear. Of course, there is the chorus of voices alternately proclaiming the demise of liberal democracies or of the West, or the international order that it has shaped. And I do not at all want to deny that the free democratic model of society has competition. But we can say with confidence that this model has held firm against this competition. The reasons for that have not changed today. Democracies are more adaptable and resilient in the long term because freedom of opinion and diversity of opinion, free elections, the recognition of political opposition, the protection of minorities ensure equitable societies. States in which the rule of law prevails generate confidence and stability. And countries are stronger when they respect human dignity instead of trampling on it. There is nothing divisive about confidently asserting this, because a life in freedom, justice and dignity is precisely not an exclusively Western aspiration, but a deeply human, universal one. This concept of universal values is also at the root of the international order that emerged from the cataclysms of the 20th century. It has ensured a balance of interests and growing prosperity, and not just in North America and Europe, but precisely in those parts of the world that now, in light of their increasing economic and political weight, want to have a greater say and a greater hand in shaping the future, and indeed must do so. We should welcome this drive to join in shaping events, as it is a mark of success, because independent and strong partners do not weaken our position. In fact, they offer the possibility of solving problems that even the biggest and strongest cannot handle alone. However, this international order is entirely dependent on a willingness to cooperate, even when discussion with the other party is challenging, with clear convictions, pragmatism, a healthy self-confidence, and yes, certainly, an awareness of one's own strength. It is sustained by one core promise, that everyone, even the strong, will play by the rules. And that brings me to what we have seen in the east of our continent in recent months. To put it plainly, there is nothing that justifies the deployment of well over 100,000 Russian soldiers surrounding Ukraine. Russia is holding up the issue of Ukraine's potential accession to NATO as a casus belli. That is a paradox, because there is no decision depending on the issue whatsoever. We Europeans and the transatlantic community have warned Russia that military aggression against Ukraine would be a severe error, and we want this not to happen. Russia has now disclosed its response to the proposals made by the US, and I say that, yes, we're ready to negotiate. And in doing so, we will, of course, make a clear distinction between untenable demands and legitimate security interests. We must have the confidence to differentiate between the two, given everything that is at stake. The fundamental principles of the OSCE are non-negotiable for us. Russia has agreed to them, and they include the right to freely choose one's alliances. At the same time, there are questions of security that are important for both sides. First and foremost, transparency around weapons systems and exercises, risk mitigation mechanisms, and new approaches to arms control. At my meeting with President Putin on Tuesday, I made it clear that any further violation of the territorial integrity of Ukraine will have a high price for Russia in political, economic, and geostrategic terms. And I added at the same time that diplomacy will not fail because of us. As much diplomacy as possible without being naive. That is what we strive for. And we are utilizing all channels of communication to this end. The NATO-Russia Council, which has met again for the first time in years. The OSCE, where conflict prevention can be discussed with all Europeans, Russians and Americans. Poland, as the current chair, has made suggestions in this regard. There is the bilateral channel between Russia and the United States, and we're utilizing the Normandy format. It remains crucial for the resolution of the Ukraine conflict. During my visits to Kyiv and Moscow, both sides emphasized their readiness to implement the Minsk agreements. And I'm very grateful above all to President Zelensky for his commitment to now make progress with the necessary laws and to discuss these in the trilateral contact group. Of course, I'm not under any illusions. We cannot expect to see progress overnight. However, we can only stop this crisis in its tracks if we negotiate. For what is at stake, after all, is nothing less than peace in Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, all of this has to be accompanied by a repositioning of Europe and the transatlantic alliance in a changed world. The strategy processes within the European Union and NATO therefore hold a special significance. And I would like to mention 4 more fundamental considerations here today. Firstly, we will develop a broader understanding of security. The MSC, Mr. Ishinger, has always been a pioneer in this respect. It has come to address the risks arising from climate change, global health crises, or the abuse of cyberspace and new technologies as a matter of course. But for this broad understanding to emerge, it is essential for the European Union and NATO to complement and reinforce one another, to prepare themselves to face new risks. Ultimately, a cyber attack remains a cyber attack, regardless of whether it is directed from St. Petersburg, Tehran, or Pyeongchang. I think we agree, however, that taking new threats like these into account is something different than laying claim to a globally active NATO. Indeed, the developments of recent months in particular show us how vital it remains to concentrate on the issue of defending the alliance in the North Atlantic area. And we need to muster the capabilities required for this. And yes, that includes Germany too. Airplanes that fly, ships that can set out to sea, soldiers who are optimally equipped for the dangerous task. These are things that a country of our size, a country that bears a special responsibility within Europe, must be able to manage. And I believe that we owe this to our allies in NATO too. To them I address myself and say that Germany stands by the guarantee of Article 5 unconditionally, and we're also showing practical solidarity at the moment, for example, with a greater Bundeswehr presence in the Baltic and with NATO air policing in the alliance's southeast. That brings me to my second point. The repositioning of our alliances is not taking place in a vacuum. There is an interplay with other players and their ambitions. The starting point for this is a clear-headed analysis of the world around us. Almost 8 billion people currently live on our planet, and this number is rising. Just a fraction of the total, 450 million and 330 million respectively, live in the European Union or the United States. We can see similar trends when we look at our shares in the global economy in recent decades. The slices of the pie are shrinking. And for me, this means that the world of the 21st century is neither unipolar nor bipolar. It will have various centers of power. And this development is not in itself a bad thing. If prosperity increases as a result, or to stay with the metaphor, if the pie as a whole becomes bigger, over 1 billion fewer people live in extreme poverty today than 30 years ago, and this achievement is an achievement of the entire international community, one that we must fight for, particularly now amid the pandemic. And the emergence of a middle class in countries such as China, Indonesia and India also benefits workers here. In Asia in particular, it is in any case not a rise that we should speak of, but if anything, a revival. Being a major power from the perspective of Beijing or Delhi is not a historical anomaly, but rather a return to the status quo ante. And there's nothing wrong with that, quite the opposite. What is problematic is when this growth in significance is translated into a demand for legions or spheres of influence, when universal rules that someone previously upheld are swept aside overnight. No country should be the backyard of another. The aspirations to power of China in particular must be seen in a nuanced light, and our stance on them will be just as nuanced. We will seek cooperation where this is in our mutual interest, in the fight against climate change and poverty, or as challenging as it might be, on the issue of arms control. We will strengthen our own capabilities, and we will give a firm response where the preservation of the multilateral order is threatened or human rights are trampled underfoot. But in all three areas, the same holds true. The more closely Europe and North America coordinate, the more successful we will be. And that brings me to my third remark. We need clarity on the level of the European Union's ambition when it comes to its own security and beyond. The key word here is European sovereignty. I've just described the shifts in geopolitical power that we are facing these days. With regard to the United States, it is clear that it will remain a center of gravity even in a multipolar world. And there can be no doubt about that, and my talks in Washington last week strengthened this conviction. But for Europe, things look different. We Europeans can only preserve our ability to act effectively and to make autonomous decisions if we pool our will and our capabilities within the European Union. And incidentally, when I talk of the European Union, I also mean the countries of the Western Balkans. It is not enough to cite the prospect of enlargement for this region as a strategic goal. We must actively advance it. I'm pleased that so many colleagues from the region are here today, because this task is a shared one. The European Union is our framework for action, our opportunity to remain a power among powers. And that is what we mean when we talk of European sovereignty. On the path to achieving this, we need three things. Firstly, the willingness to act as a power among powers. Secondly, joint strategic goals. And thirdly, the capabilities to meet these goals. We are working on all these factors, and they also make clear the level of ambition that the EU's new strategic compass must reach. It includes European efforts to fight terrorism, from civilian stabilization to equipment and to military training. It includes fresh momentum for more effective arms control, which creates transparency and confidence here in Europe. Talks with Russia, should they take place, can mark the beginning of these efforts. And finally, it also includes active European diplomacy, such as we are practicing in our dealings with Iran, for example. apropos Iran. We've come far in the negotiations in Vienna over the last 10 months. All of the elements for conclusion to the negotiations are on the table. However, if Iran continues to enrich fuel while also suspending IAEA monitoring, that is unacceptable. For us, a nuclear-armed Iran is unacceptable. Not least because the security of Israel is non-negotiable. And so we have repeatedly indicated that the point will soon be reached where we will have to decide whether a return to the JCPOA is still at all reasonable. We have an opportunity now to reach an agreement that makes it possible for the sanctions to be lifted, and at the same time, if we do not succeed in this very soon, the negotiations risk failing. Iran's leadership has the choice. Now is the moment of truth. I believe the nuclear talks led by the EU are a good example of what Europe can achieve together with its partners. And that brings me to my fourth and final point, something that I hope for and request of you. Let us stick together as friends and allies. Sticking together for our friends and partners, that also means accepting the European Union as a single entity, recognizing it as an international player and supporting further EU integration. We have quite enough to do with our opponents trying to divide us. And so I'm deeply grateful to you, Kamala Harris, to our many friends in the U.S. Congress and the American administration for upholding the promise day after day that President Biden made here in Munich last year to support the goal of a Europe whole and free and at peace. This whole, free, peaceful, and, I would add, sovereign European Union is not targeted against anyone, and it is absolutely not a risk to transatlantic cohesion. On the contrary, ultimately, only an effective and capable Europe will remain an attractive partner for the United States, as a strong European pillar in the transatlantic alliance, as a loud and clear voice for democracy, freedom and justice, and as America's closest friend and partner. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I look forward to your questions and to our discussion. Thank you very much for giving me your attention.
Handmikrofon ist hier. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have this discussion in principle in German, but those of you who wish to ask a question in English, please feel free to do so. So we'll do it in a flexible manner.
Chancellor, may I begin with a personal preliminary remark? Your predecessor, and that was roughly 16 years ago, said, I will come to the Munich Security Conference every other year, and I speak on behalf of the next chairperson and invite you to surpass this by coming every year. That's the first preliminary remark. Second, you pointed out some questions and issues, and I'd like to use this opportunity for a little bit of marketing, self-marketing. In the Munich Security Report, which we published a couple of days ago, we tried to take up some of the things that you mentioned.
You can download it from the Munich Security Conference website. So it's available in print also, but we cannot distribute copies in the hall for pandemic reasons. Please bear with us.
So, after these preliminary remarks, Chancellor, my first question is, you just mentioned it, but A few days ago, you spent hours talking to President Putin himself. Maybe you can share your personal impression with this renowned audience. Do you believe that there still is some diplomatic scope, diplomatic leeway for de-escalation, some leeway to bring the positions of the West and us and Russia together?
We must not be naive. That is of the utmost importance. So we have to see what can be seen. We cannot ignore it. The massing of troops along the Ukrainian border is an obvious event, along the border with Ukraine and also along the border with Belarus, and also the naval forces that are being gathered. All the military capacities and capabilities that are required for military intervention in Ukraine are there. That is an undeniable fact. And at the same time, it will always be our task and continue to be our task to use any openings, however minor they may be, in order to open the road towards negotiations. So despite the differences that may be noticeable here with regard to interpreting the documents available to us. And I made that clear in my discussion with Putin, and also with regard to the response he sent to NATO. I read that they are in favor of negotiating on arms control issues and on issues such as transparency. So discussing differences is something that leads to negotiations. Everyone who's here will not be in a position to forecast what is going to happen. Those who were to dare to do so would be giving into hubris. So it's a discussion that we need to engage in. We have to use the opportunities that are there, the openings that open up. And the dual strategy that we have chosen is exactly the right approach. We said and say on the one hand, we have prepared ourselves much better than we used to be in many similar situations. We can immediately take decisions on necessary sanctions should there be a military aggression. And at the same time, we say we want to engage, we want to negotiate, but on the basis of our principles. Perhaps one further comment in that regard. Putin has been very active as a historian of late, published documents that many of you may have read. And they played a major part in my discussion with him. But to me personally, this is something that I find very important indeed. Peace in Europe can only be preserved if the borders are being accepted as they are, if no one aims to change them. When we go back in the history books, we will always find a reason for wars that may last hundreds of years, but they will devastate our continent. It has to be clear that we accept the borders as they are today, that we accept the sovereignty of those countries that are there, and that is the only principle that can guarantee security in Europe.
I would like to point out again that you can all ask questions. There are two ways of doing this. Either you howl out, you holler, or you use the electronic possibility using the tablet to send questions to me, which I will introduce if we have enough time.
Don't hesitate to raise your arm. You can ask questions here. Or use the electronic method to raise questions. I'll ask one more, and then we go to the audience. Herr Bundeskanzler, gestern schon in der
Chancellor, in the opening session yesterday that the American Secretary of State Tony Blinken and our Foreign Minister Ms. Baerbock participated in, the issue of weapon deliveries to Ukraine became an issue, and we discussed this. And I wanted to ask you, Germany, being an important industrial nation, also is an exporter of military equipment. And none of us hope this, but should there be a military confrontation, what would you say looking back? Would you say we should have done more over the course of the past years to contribute to Ukraine's defensive posture, or would you stick to the principle we won't?
For a very long time already, we have been applying very tight arms export restrictions. As I said, they're very tight indeed. And abiding by those regulations, it's never been possible for Germany to deliver such weapons to countries like Ukraine. This may not come as a surprise to many people because this applies to a similar situation in other parts of the world. We have supported Ukraine in other ways. We are the biggest financial supporters for Ukraine. For many, many years, we have supporting them ever since 2014, and we intend to continue to be the country that makes the biggest contribution towards the financial and economic stabilization of Ukraine. And I think everyone is aware of that, at least when you talk to them behind closed doors. And it would be nice if it would find its reflection somewhere in the discussion outside those closed doors. We committed to that obligation of ours, and we stand by that sense of support for Ukraine. I raised the issue of us increasing our support for the presence of troops in the Baltic states and also the air policing mission.
Thank you very much. I think the first question
to address is a former recipient of the Kleist Award, former Senator Joe Lieberman. We are so glad you could come, Senator, dear Joe. You have the floor.
Thank you, dear Wolfgang. Thank you for your years of leadership of this conference in the Transatlantic Alliance. It's an honor to be back. Chancellor, let me first thank you for your remarks this morning. It's self-evident that in America and elsewhere we are beginning to get to know you. And I thought your remarks today were very reassuring and very encouraging. They were strong, they were clear, and they were principled. They were based on the principles of democracy and human rights, as you stated so eloquently, that are at the heart of the Transatlantic Alliance of NATO and of the European community. And I thought you dissected the Russian position very effectively, particularly from the point that Putin claims that he has massed these troops around Ukraine to stop Ukraine from becoming part of NATO when that's not even on the table. And I would add that Putin's position is even more inconsistent and illogical because, of course, NATO is a defensive alliance. It doesn't threaten the Russians at all. But it leads me to this question. I fear in some way we all have not invited this crisis around Ukraine, but enabled it by hesitating to move forward on the general promise we've made, as the Secretary General said earlier, of the openness of NATO and the European Union to nations based on their own self-determination, and that we have done this probably out of some deference to Russia. And I think that has enabled Putin to take this aggressive stand he has taken. So I wanted to ask you whether one of the lessons we should learn from this crisis, when it is over, hopefully peacefully, is to begin to accelerate what clearly seems to be the desire of the people of Ukraine to side with, join Europe and the Transatlantic Alliance, which is to say to accelerate their membership first in the European Union and then eventually in NATO. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm sure that we did not invite Putin for the things he is doing. And to be very clear, NATO is not aggressive. There is no reason for being afraid. The European Union is not aggressive. There is no reason for being afraid. He argues different, but in the end, from our point of view, this is absolutely clear. And when I'm saying this to him, he always is arguing with the former conflict in former Yugoslavia, saying their NATO was aggressive and was harming people that having done nothing. I answered to him that this was a genocide we tried to avoid with what we did, and he should not misunderstand that the people on the Western Balkan are absolutely willing to become member of the European Union, so this is not how they see it in the end. And so there is a real difference, and then he's coming to argue that in Donbass there is something like genocide, which is really ridiculous, to be very clear on that. But this is his story, and it's always important that we look more intensely into what others say. And I already quoted the article Putin wrote half a year ago. If we would take him literally, this would not let us being very optimistic about the future. But I refuse to do that. I think it's just discussing about history, and I am answering, as I did in the first talk we had here, that we cannot change borders, that we have to accept the integrity and sovereignty of states that are there in Europe. And coming back to your question, this is the real problem, that there is not the NATO membership of Ukraine on the agenda. It will not happen the next time, and even not in the near time. Putin knows that. But he is arguing that because of a potential risk that this may happen, he is in this situation, and that he has any right to act as he is doing. I think he is completely wrong, and we have to insist on that, and this is why it is one of our political leadership tasks that we speak open about this fact. And on the other hand, we have to assure that for democratic alliances, as the NATO, as European Union, as, if you may, the United States, they never can say there is not a principal openness. So yes, when you took new states to become the part of the United States of America, this is a time long ago. I think possibly Puerto Rico might come, but it is not too many other states that will do so. And something like this will happen to other alliances as well, that though they are principally open, there is the moment when you understand that there will be not too many movements in the future. But coming back to what is the situation we are in, this is not where we are. We are facing a conflict in Europe about a question that is not on the agenda, and this is unacceptable, and this is what we are having to argue, and this is what we have to make clear when we go to what we want, talks between different parties to go away from that situation.
Thank you very much, Chancellor.
I'm going to go to my tablet. There's one question which I find, we have many questions, but I have to be selective. I apologize. There's one question from Noah Barkin, who is a think tank person, and his question is the following, I quote, "How concerned are you about closer cooperation between Russia and China? And how might Chinese support for Russian aggression in Ukraine affect and change Germany's relationship, Germany's ties to or with China?"
So we should understand that the world has changed after with the 90s. To make it clear, there are only capitalist countries on the globe, but North Korea. And if you see it like this, the difference between the states is about autocracy, about the way how we rule our countries, about democracy, but not about the way of how we do capitalism. Yes, there are different ways, even within, but in Europe and in North America. But it is in the end not that we are in a situation similar to that happened since after the Bolshevist revolution that brought the Soviet Union. And so it is our task to understand that there are also conflicts between former communist states like Russia and China, and that they will not just vanish because they are agreeing on the way of leading a country. And so let's be clear that this is all a bit misunderstanding the real situation. And this is why I referred to the situation of the world we are living in, and especially the world that we will face in 2050 or so. Then 10 billion people living on the globe. Scientists tell us that they will not increase over 10 billion, that the population will not go over 10 billion, but this is something. And then still we will be 450 and 303 million people in the United States and Europe, or the other way. And understanding this, it is absolutely clear that we are going into a world that is multipolar. But the principles that are bringing us together as democracies, they are more important than. And so I'm not that much afraid. And I think that we will be able to develop a strategy which is clear on questions that are important for us, like democracy, rule of law, and all this. And on the other hand, making it not happen that there is a domination and spheres of interest for countries like Russia or China. And you can be sure all the other upcoming or already great nations of Asia will not accept it. Not Korea, not Japan, not Vietnam, not Indonesia, not Malaysia, not India. We should be clear on that, and we should be a partner on developing a world that creates peace, understanding that.
Thank you very much. We've actually run out of time, but I will take one more if you promise to make it really brief. And I can't even see you through your mask, so you need to identify yourself, please, back there in the room. Now, here it is.
Thank you. Ken Roth from Human Rights Watch.
Human Rights Watch.
Mr. Chancellor, the prior German government was criticized for allowing business interests to stand in the way of a consistently strong human rights policy. This came up during the German presidency of the European Union when Chancellor Merkel signed off on an investment deal with China with very weak provisions against the forced labor of Uyghur Muslims. It came up with the European Union budget where she settled for kicking the can down the road on rule of law conditionality for Hungary and Poland. And it comes up with gas purchases from Russia. So my question to you is, what steps will you take to ensure that German business interests do not stand in the way of a stronger German governmental commitment to promoting human rights?
Germany is committed to human rights, to make this clear. And we already worked very hard on legislations. Some of them we already have. And we try to convince others to be helpful in this field on the global level and in debates we have internationally. So we have now a very strict supply chain legislation in Germany. And the European Union will have a similar legislation very soon. And I hope other countries will follow, so that we give responsibility to corporates, to companies, that they are responsible what is happening in their supply chain. We have to do it in a very pragmatic way, but this is one of the answers we are giving to this question. It's a very progressive and a very effective answer. This is the same when we are discussing about trade agreements, saying that, for instance, referring to the International Labour Organization's basic principles is one of the things we ask for. So this is also an answer to your question, how to deal with that. And being clear on human rights, on minority rights, on the rule of law, and in the end, democracy. And this is why I referred in my speech so intensely to the question that democracies are strong, and this is what the people are having and want to have from their heart. It is not just for us in Europe or for us in the United States. It's something for us in the world, which people like to have. If we understand this, we can be clear on principles. We have to find ways how we make them more important in international relations, and I'd explained two of them to you. And my view is that this does not mean that we are preferring decoupling. This is a mistake. It would be a big mistake for all our people now in the world, because globalization in the end created wealth and in all our countries. And many companies all over the world are successful, though they are very small, but they produce for the world market. And if they would just produce things or develop IP or export services just for a small market of their nation or of the European Union or of the United States, they would be never that successful as they are. So having globalization is something that gives us all together a better chance for better income. And I already said that it is a great advantage that there are now middle classes all over the world, in Africa, in the South of America, in Asia, and we should be happy to have this being more important for the future. But this does not mean that we are not looking for human rights and for the rule of law, and we have to create policies how we can do it, and in international trade relations there are options, and I explained two of them to you.
Herr Bundeskanzler, ganz herzlichen Dank.
Chancellor, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we have run out of time. Thank you very much. Also, on behalf of my successor, I'd like to repeat the invitation. Please come back next year. We need you.
If you can, stay in the room. The program will continue with Vice President Harris in less than 10 minutes. And once the doors are closed, you're not going to get back in. Let's offer a round of applause to the Chancellor. Herzlichen Dank, Herr Bundeskanzler.
Olaf Scholz, Federal Chancellor of Germany. And what did Olaf Scholz say? Well, he said that the threat of a war in Europe is far from being over. And also he made one thing very clear: democracy rocks. Not a verbatim quote, obviously. Coming up next, Kamala Harris, Vice President of the United States. You are watching BR24 live on the Munich Security Conference, and we'll be right back after this. And we'll continue with the so-called spotlight, and this is a world premiere. For the first time in history, a female vice president is representing the United States of America. So we'll jump right into the thick of it, the US on the international stage.
It was in 2009, the first conference that I had the privilege of organizing and chairing, when for the first time in our history, the Vice President of the United States came and spoke. That happened to be Mr. Joe Biden, then newly elected Vice President. It is a wonderful end of my tenure for me personally, at the last conference that I have this honor of chairing it, to welcome once again the Vice President of the United States. And this time, it is, of course, Kamala Harris, whom I would now like to invite on stage. And let me just add one additional word before we welcome her. It is such a great surprise for me and my team, and I think for all Germans, to see that we have this senior representation by the US administration, but we also have such a terrific congressional delegation, led by the Speaker, led by Senators Graham and Whitehouse. And we have the future US Ambassador in Germany with us, Ambassador Goodman. Welcome to you also. So now, yeah. Madam Vice President, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Ambassador Ishinger. And to all of the very extraordinary leaders who are here today, I thank you for the kind introduction and your years of dedicated leadership. And thank you also to Chancellor Schulz for your kind words. So it is an honor to join all of these distinguished leaders from around the world this morning. I am certain we all recognize this year's gathering is unlike those of the recent past. Not since the end of the Cold War has this forum convened under such dire circumstances. Today, as we are all well aware, the foundation of European security is under direct threat in Ukraine. Let us remember, from the wreckage of 2 world wars, a consensus emerged in Europe and the United States. A consensus in favor of order, not chaos. Security, not conflict. So by forging relationships and bonds, forging organizations and institutions, laws and treaties, we together established a set of rules, norms that have governed ever since. And Europe has enjoyed unprecedented peace, security, and prosperity through a commitment to a set of defining principles. The United States is equally committed to these principles. That people have a right to choose their own form of government. That nations have a right to choose their own alliances. That there are inalienable rights which governments must protect. That the rule of law should be cherished. That sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states must be respected. And that national borders should not be changed by force. We are here in Munich together to reaffirm our commitment to these principles. These principles have brought us peace and security. The backbone of this, of course, is NATO, the greatest military alliance the world has ever seen. As a defensive alliance, we have deterred acts of aggression against NATO territory for the past 75 years. And today, let me be clear, America's commitment to Article 5 is ironclad. This commitment is sacrosanct to me, to President Biden, and to our entire nation. In fact, I am joined here in Munich by a bipartisan delegation from the United States Senate and the United States House of Representatives. They are Democrats and Republicans. They have a wide range of political views, but they stand together in recognition of the value and the importance of our NATO alliance. Now, even in the most difficult times for our transatlantic community, and even when our system has been tried and tested, we, the United States and Europe, have come together and demonstrated our strength and our unity, just as we do today. As we stand in this decisive moment with all eyes on Ukraine. As we have said all along, there is a playbook of Russian aggression. And this playbook is too familiar to us all. Russia will plead ignorance and innocence. It will create false pretext for invasion. And it will amass troops and firepower in plain sight. We now receive reports of what appears to be provocations. And we see Russia spreading disinformation, lies, and propaganda. Nonetheless, in a deliberate and coordinated effort, we together are, one, exposing the truth, and two, speaking with a unified voice. As President Joe Biden has made clear, the United States, our NATO allies, and our partners have been and remain open to serious diplomacy. We have put concrete proposals on the table. We have encouraged and engaged Russia through NATO, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, the United Nations, and bilateral dialogues. We have engaged in good faith. Russia continues to claim it is ready for talks, while at the same time it narrows the avenues for diplomacy. Their actions simply do not match their words. And let me be clear, I can say with absolute certainty, if Russia further invades Ukraine, the United States, together with our allies and partners, will impose significant and unprecedented economic cost. We have worked intensively with many of you in this room to ensure we are prepared to move forward with consequences. We have prepared together economic measures that will be swift, severe, and united. We will impose far-reaching financial sanctions and export controls. We will target Russia's financial institutions and key industries. And we will target those who are complicit and those who aid and abet this unprovoked invasion. Make no mistake, the imposition of these sweeping and coordinated measures will inflict great damage on those who must be held accountable. And we will not stop with economic measures. We will further reinforce our NATO allies on the eastern flank. In fact, together, we have already taken steps to strengthen our deterrence and collective defense. We have deployed an additional 6,000 American service members to Romania, Poland, and Germany. We have put another 8,500 service members in the United States on a heightened sense of readiness. As President Biden has said, our forces will not be deployed to fight inside Ukraine, but they will defend every inch of NATO territory. Since Russia launched its proxy war against Ukraine nearly 8 years ago, the people of Ukraine have suffered immensely. Nearly 14,000 people killed, more than 1 million displaced, and nearly 3 million in need of aid. The United States has provided significant support to Ukraine: security assistance, humanitarian assistance, and economic assistance. And we will continue to support the people of Ukraine. I believe it is important for us, all of us, as leaders, to never forget the cost of this type of aggression on human lives and livelihoods. So, the United States, our allies, and our partners, together we have achieved remarkable unity. It is evident in our shared acknowledgement of the threats, our united response, and our determination to uphold international rules and norms. In the face of Russian aggression, I have been reassured and heartened by the widespread agreement across the transatlantic community that these rules and norms will be defended. And we should not lose sight of how rare it is in history to have a prolonged period of relative peace and stability. So let the past few months be a reminder to us all. Defending the rules and norms, upholding our principles, this is the vital work of each generation. In recent years, some have questioned whether the West is up to the task. Some have wondered whether this system can endure. Some have done so even on this very stage. Indeed, the theme of this conference 2 years ago questioned the staying power of the West, whether or not the transatlantic community was losing its cohesion, its influence, its appeal. So I will answer the skeptics and those seeking to test us. Today, the United States, our allies, and our partners are closer together. Today, we are clear in our purpose. And today, we are even more confident in our vision. Our strength must not be underestimated, because after all, it lies in our unity. And as we have always shown, it takes a lot more strength to build something up than it takes to tear something down. Thank you all.
Madam Vice President, thank you so much for this great speech, which I think will be commented about and read about quite a bit in coming hours and days and weeks. Before we start our conversation, let me repeat what I said before you came into the hall. It was in 2009, President Biden who established, having just been elected Vice President at that time, a young tradition, namely that the United States would be represented in Munich by the Vice President. And he came several times, and I was delighted to see that even the Trump administration followed that example. And we're now so happy to have you to continue this tradition. And I would be delighted if you convey to the President that even if he is now no longer the Vice President, he has always a standing invitation here.
Yes, Ambassador, I will, and I will tell you it is the President's enthusiasm about the importance of this conference that led to my enthusiasm to be with you this afternoon, so thank you very much.
Now, on a slightly more serious note, a year ago, when the President appeared on our screen, actually in this room, I was standing right here in this room, when he appeared on screen, and he said, and I quote, "America is back. The transatlantic alliance is back." Now, that was a message that was extremely well received here, even if not all of us knew that we would be threatened in the way that we feel threatened right now, as you just explained. But as we look forward, there are lots of people here in Germany, in Europe, who are asking themselves, okay, America is back, that's great, but is it for good? Is this for good? Many in Europe are fearful of a time where maybe some kind of a second Trump could be looming in the future. So here's my question. What can or should we Europeans do to keep the United States engaged in Europe long term? Not just today as we sit here, and even beyond the current administration. I think that is such an important question, because we have learned over these last weeks and months that without the United States considering herself a European power, we're actually quite powerless.
I think the evidence of the point that I will make is present in this room. You will see there is probably one of the largest delegations from the United States Congress present today, Republicans and Democrats, who, as I said earlier, often don't agree on much, but agree on this. I think that the heart of your question really does demand the importance of the perseverance and enduring nature of institutions and alliances. And I would say that on that point we are strong. There is an unwavering commitment to NATO and to the alliance, as evidenced again by the conversations and the unity that has resulted over the last several months, where nations have come together, where the United States, we would like to believe, has been among leaders in playing a leadership role to bring together the allies around common principles and norms, doing it in a way that has been at its essence about the value and the strength of diplomacy, which is about direct engagement. We have counted, and the Secretary of State is here, Tony Blinken, we have counted in excess of at least 200 conversations just in the last couple of months, be it between the President and others, the Secretary of State, myself, and so on. So I would say to you that the relationship is strong, and that the importance of the relationship is something that we take very seriously, which is why in this historic moment, in this defining moment, potentially, the strength of the institution and the alliance reveals itself, even if there's been a question about that before.
Thank you so much. Now, Another key theme of our special edition with President Biden a year ago was this question, and I'd be interested in your response today. The question was, can democracies prove that they can still deliver better solutions to the world's major challenges than autocracies? There are skeptics who would probably not have a hard time finding evidence to the contrary over the past period. What do we need, what do democracies need in order to do better and to convince our peoples that we can do it?
Ambassador, I think this is one of the most challenging issues of our time, which is the relative strength, the question about the relative strength, efficiency, and effectiveness of democracies versus autocracies. I'm going to always bet on democracies. I think all of us here share that in common. And it is a reflection of, again, the principles that we have that include the importance of being a government that reflects the needs and desires of the people through a process that has integrity, that rejects corruption, and embraces the concepts of equality and freedom. When we look at the challenge that we face now in the United States, and you are right, President Joe Biden talks a lot about this, and we take pride in the fact that the strength of a democracy, one measure of that strength will be, does it deliver on the needs of the people? So, for example, in the United States, again, with thanks and with great attribution to the congressional delegates that are here, we passed a bipartisan infrastructure law that was one of the first in generations that will deliver on the needs of the people. So I would say that the strength of democracies and the way that democracies will prevail, one measure of that will be, does it actually deliver for the people? But that being said, there is a duality that is always present, I believe, which is that democracy is both, it both has the characteristics of strength and fragility, meaning that it is incumbent on each of us to understand the strength of democracy to deliver for the people, but also the fragility of democracies, which is that if we are not vigilant, if we don't fight for the principles, then they can fail. And so that, again, brings us to the reason that we are here today, to continuously reaffirm and rededicate ourselves as a community to the strength of democracies and the need for us to not only individually but collectively uphold its principles, its values, and its purpose.
Thank you very much. Now, I think I have no choice but to return to our overriding theme this weekend, which has been, when Secretary Stoltenberg spoke earlier and Chancellor Schulz spoke just before you, of course, the central theme was, and you talked about it just a few minutes ago, was Ukraine. So the Biden administration, the president himself, you've all stated that you expect that there will be some kind of military action by Russia going forward. Now, I have no question about your determination to do what you announced to do. But I think this audience would be interested in how you and the Biden administration judges our readiness. Do you think we Europeans are sufficiently prepared for such a kind of a worst-case scenario, which would, in my view at least, which would tend to sort of, terminate the search for a durable and peaceful European security architecture? And we've been working on that for more than a generation, for 2 generations. So the question is, if you could reflect a bit about how you think about this and what conceivably Americans and Europeans working together, what we could do in the future even better in terms of speaking with Russia, not only about Russia. One of the things I really regret is that the Russian government decided not to come here, I would have appreciated an opportunity to challenge them on the stage, as has been the case for many years here in Munich. So, but I think you understand my question.
Well, as I said in my speech, I am reassured and heartened by the work that we have collectively done over the last several months. And it is work. Not everyone started out in the same place in terms of a variety of issues that are on the table. How do we define aggression? What should be the consequences? Which consequences are appropriate? Which are we willing to pursue? Which aren't we willing to pursue? So we didn't all start out in the same place, but through diplomacy, and again, this speaks to the strength of diplomacy, we came together and are now speaking with a unified voice. And that voice was a function of not only dialogue, but debate, some concessions, but also a practical realization of the moment that we're in, which is that we are looking at a sovereign nation that may very well be on the verge of being invaded yet again. And perhaps this is a moment, as life does present us, with those moments that challenge us to ask, what is our reason for being? And I think we all know the history of NATO and its reason for being. The spirit behind this term we use, the transatlantic community. The word community meaning a collection, not a collection of individuals who see themselves as a collection than as one. And that's where we are now. I don't disagree with you that it would be nice if we were presented with other circumstances, be it at this conference or in the world, but that's not where we are. We remain open to diplomacy. We have said it continuously, and our deeds, our words, and our actions have reflected that priority. We believe that when you define the strength of any nation, certainly I'll speak for the United States, we believe it is an expression of our strength to seek, as a first priority, a diplomatic resolution to any conflict. And I believe we've been clear about that. But yet we are presented with this moment today. And so the question is, if that diplomacy leads to a dead end, we hope it does not. I said that again in my speech today. The President said it last night. We are still open to a diplomatic resolution. But if it does not, we are also clear-eyed that there must be consequences. And so we have clearly articulated the consequences we have in store. And they will be severe and swift. And they were derived through a process, again, of diplomatic discussions and engagement, wherein there has been some consensus around what would be appropriate, given perhaps some predictable scenarios. I think this moment speaks to, yes, a moment we would like to avoid, if it was avoidable, but it also speaks to our resolve to speak with one voice, in a unified voice. History has challenged us over the years in that regard, but I think history will show that at this moment, we are standing strong.
Madam Vice President, I can only thank you on behalf of our participants, of this audience, and of those who are listening from the outside, for traveling, for coming over here in these difficult circumstances with pandemic conditions. You know, under more normal circumstances, there would be like 600 people in this hall. It would be totally overcrowded. So thank you for doing this. Thank you for doing this for us here in Europe. It's an enormously reassuring message. And I want to invite all of you to offer to the Vice President of the United States a warm round of applause, if you could, please.
So that was Kamala Harris on the international stage at the Munich Security Conference 2022. You are watching BR24 live, and joining us live once again is Thorsten Teichmann, our US correspondent. Thorsten, so great to have you back again. This has been a very clear and strong speech Kamala Harris just gave, right?
Yeah, the US side in the conflict with Russia stays on the script and repeats its talk and saying that they are open for diplomacy, but in case diplomacy fails, they also have severe consequences for Russia in case Russia again uses its military to incurse into the Ukraine. So in this case, the clear messaging is there. She repeated it. She again reiterated that to work together with the Europeans is of very high importance here in Washington, D.C. I think it was very interesting to see Ishinger asking her what the Europeans can do better, and also whether the USA stays for good as a partner for the Europeans. That's a very difficult question to answer. We have elections here in this year for Congress, and then looming already the next presidential elections, a lot of talk about Trump running again. So the question was fair there. She said that Democrats and Republicans came to this conference to Munich, and that should be a sign that institutions and conferences persevere. But I think the question still is there, is the engagement that the US shows currently in the current crisis, is it for good and will it stay?
Thorsten, Kamala Harris had several high-profile trips as the US has partnered with key allies in an attempt to deter Russia from invading Ukraine. How important is her being here today?
I think she's there on behalf of the president, and it was a very important speech for her. You have to see that she has a wide portfolio, mainly here in the US, about social justice. She has a portfolio about dealing with the border issues. A lot of people still migrating from Middle America and South America to the United States, and the solution is not found for the very dire situation at the border to Mexico. And she has this really wide portfolio here, which is dealing with domestic issues. So on the international front, she's sent to Europe to have this message of the Americans that first, it is in the American interest to work together with the European allies, and second, to have a strong message against Russia in the current Russia crisis around the border of Ukraine. And I think that she's there just shows the high stake that we're talking about. I mean, we always can talk about what is the interest here of the different partners or the different contraries in this crisis, but I think it shows that the work that Europeans and Americans want to do together is underlined by her visit to Munich.
The US and Europe reunited, and it feels so good. That actually could be the headline of this conference so far, or what do you think, Thorsten?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, they're showing that they're working together on all kinds of levels. But then again, Europeans and Americans are also facing the same challenges. I mean, Kamala Harris was speaking about a rule-based system in Europe. And then we heard yesterday Mr. Guterres saying that we have a moral bankruptcy of the financial sector, that we have inequality in this world, that we have poverty in this world. All those problems we're facing together, the US and Europe. And maybe this should be addressed as well, not just the primary security concern that we have currently right now with Ukraine and Russia, but also the underlying issues. And rule-based is fine, but rule-based should work on every level, not just the political and security level, but also on other levels. And maybe there our societies in Europe and the US can share a lot about what is working and what isn't so good working.
The US is very invested into this situation, one could say, because the US and Europe are standing strongly together. But one could also ask, is it because the US is under the impression Europe couldn't handle it all by itself?
I think the impression of the current Biden administration, and I think the Secretary of State Blinken yesterday said it, is that no country can handle the current challenges by itself, not even the US. I think this was his words. So I think the challenges globally are so huge that the perception that one country can be on itself, a perception that we got from the former administration, who were thinking that if you have a power sharing, then you're losing power. So you have to be on yourself. You have to be strong yourself. I think this perception or this idea is not the idea of the Biden administration. It's not so much that Europe can't handle itself. It is more that all the countries in the world have to work together to come to a solution. I think that's very clear from here.
Thorsten, after the election in the United States, especially here in Germany, you didn't hear much from the Vice President Kamala Harris. How is she viewed in the States?
Yeah, that's very difficult to come to a clear conclusion here, because she is also in this kind of culture war. So we have one side of the country in the United States that make her days hell, and the other side really are fond of her and support her. And so it's very unclear to say where she stands in terms of people in the United States. I think there is some disillusion about how much she can move. I think there was big expectations, being her the first black woman, being her the first woman with South Asian descent, and so the family is from South Asian descent. So I think the expectations were very, very high, and there might be some people who are saying, oh, we expect much more, that she's much more influential here. But again, there's also quite a culture clash here. When we look at the news, programs like CNN, MSNBC would support her. Programs like Fox News do their money with bashing her. So I don't come to a clear picture where we stand right now in the perception of the Vice President in the United States.
Thank you so much, Thorsten. For now, we have to move on because the stage is set for Wang Yi, China's State Chancellor and Minister of Foreign Affairs, here at BR24 Live with the Munich Security Conference.
Say the same thing about our big neighbor to the east, about Russia. When Minister Wang last addressed this room in 2020, being here physically, it was under the difficult circumstances of the COVID-19 pandemic, which had just started to dominate the international discourse. Unfortunately, I'm sure I'm not the only one who regrets today that we are not yet totally out of the woods regarding the pandemic, and the circumstances do not permit Minister Wang to join us in person. I think there is also, of course, the Olympic Games still ongoing with, I'm sure, lots of international visitors that he wanted and he needs to say hello to. Instead, he's joining us today virtually and will also be willing to respond to a few questions within the tight schedule that we have. Now, if you guys are not fluent in Mandarin, use your headsets. And I would now want to say thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Thank you very much, State Councillor, for spending time with us today. And you have maybe not the floor, but the screen, please.
Well, thank you, Chairman Ishinger, my old friend. It is very nice to see you once again. I'm delighted to attend the Munich Security Conference once again and to meet with old and new friends on the cloud. In the past few years, the most frequently discussed topic at the MSC was uncertainty, and this year it has been replaced by a sense of helplessness. All this reflects the deep confusion among nations about the current state of the world, as well as their widely shared concern about its future. Secretary-General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, cautioned expressly many times that the world is at risk of division, and major countries are expected to shoulder their responsibilities and live up to international obligations. As China sees it, this warning is no alarmism. Indeed, our world faces once again the danger of division and confrontation. Certain big power is reviving the Cold War mentality and stoking confrontation between blocs. It willfully wields unilateral sanctions and undermines international rule of law. It puts together various circles and stirs up antagonism. It gets zealous about decoupling and building walls and acts against the trend of globalization. It boasts of its strength and power and glorifies hegemony and bullying. This should not be allowed to continue because it runs counter to the advancement of history. So what shall we do? The answer lies in greater solidarity and cooperation under the banner of multilateralism. As President Xi Jinping highlighted at the World Economic Forum earlier this year, amidst the raging torrents of a global crisis, countries are not riding separately in some 190 small boats, but are rather all in a giant ship on which our shared destiny hinges. Only when countries row the oars together and cheer up each other, rather than undercut and come after one another, can we overcome the current challenges and sail into a bright future. In this process, the role and action of major countries are critically important. Let me share with you 3 points. First, to make the world a better place, major countries must lead by example. President Xi Jinping has stressed time and again that major countries should act like major countries. We expect all major countries to take the lead in supporting multilateralism, living up to their international commitments, acting on the purposes of the UN Charter, and contributing to world peace and development. China has all along been taking real actions to honor its international responsibilities and obligations. Facing the persistent global pandemic, China has acted on President Xi Jinping's announcement to make vaccines public goods and was among the earliest to provide vaccines to countries in need. It has so far provided over 2.1 billion doses of vaccines to more than 120 countries and international organizations. At this moment, we are focusing on providing new, large-scale vaccine assistance to Africa. Facing the sluggish global economic recovery, China has put actions behind the vision of common development. It has worked to advance high-quality Belt and Road cooperation for green, open, and clean development under the principle of high-standard, people-centered, and sustainable progress. Facing the impact of COVID-19 on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, China has put forward the Global Development Initiative and called on all countries to take actions together and lend fresh impetus to the realization of the agenda. Facing the complex governance challenge, China has taken an active part in developing global governance systems on climate, environment, health, and in the digital sector, and worked to make globalization more open and beneficial to all. It has been a staunch stalwart of the international system with the United Nations at the center and the international order based on international law. Facing the volatile global landscape, China upholds the new vision of common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security and has worked for political settlement of regional hotspot issues, playing a constructive role in maintaining international peace and security. Facts have proved that China's development has increased certainty in the world and expanded the force for peace. China, with higher quality development and better capability to deliver, will provide stronger impetus for global recovery beyond COVID and greater contribution to international peace and stability. Second, to make the world a better place, countries must work in sync. We need to work together for a new type of international relations based on mutual respect, equity, justice, and win-win cooperation. State-to-state relations should not be simplistically defined by competition only, and no country should be obsessed with turning back the wheel of history and repeat past mistakes of forging rivaling alliances. We need to work together to champion and act on true multilateralism. The authority of the United Nations must be guaranteed, and the purposes and principles of the UN Charter must be upheld. No country, not even a superpower, should replace international norms with its own will, still less put itself above international norms. We need to work together to promote balanced and robust recovery of the world economy. What is urgently needed is further openness and integration, not isolation and decoupling, and to remove trade barriers, bring down exclusive yards with high walls, promote open, green, and common development, and foster and maintain an open world economy. We need to work together to safeguard global peace and tranquility. Security of a country should not come at the expense of that of another country, and security of a region cannot be realized by beefing up military blocs. The idea of exclusive security and absolute security must be rejected. We all must guard against and oppose any attempt for new Cold War and strive for a world of enduring peace. Third, to make the world a better place, China and Europe must play its part. China and Europe are two major forces and great civilizations. We can and we must provide more stability and positive energy for the world. The two sides need to stay committed to the China-EU comprehensive strategic partnership and should not be swayed by any turn of event. China will continue to support European integration, support an EU with greater unity and prosperity, and support European strategic autonomy. At the same time, we hope that Europe could move forward from the partner, competitor, rival characterization of its relations with China, focus on the mainstream of dialogue and cooperation, stick to the keynote of mutual benefit, and view the China-Europe relationship from a strategic and long-term perspective to ensure the overall direction of a healthy relationship. The two sides need to respect each other's core interests and adhere to the basic international norm of non-interference in international affairs. Given the differences in our history, cultural background, and development stage, it is natural that we do not always see eye to eye with each other. China is ready to, on the basis of mutual respect and equality, enhance dialogue with the European side and seek common ground in spite of the differences and find a mutually acceptable path forward. The two sides need to expand mutually beneficial cooperation across the board. China and Europe are linked by highly complementary development edges and a cooperation foundation built over the years. We should look beyond the pandemic to unlock further potential and room for cooperation and give substance to our partnerships for green and digital cooperation so as to bring about greater possibilities and sustained momentum for China-Europe relations. Dear friends, the Olympic Winter Games Beijing 2022 is drawing to a successful conclusion. I wish to take this opportunity to express my hearty appreciation to all those who have warmly supported and participated in the Games. The success of Beijing 2022 is an accomplishment for China, and even more so for the world. The Games, which attracts the eyes of the world, not only brings warmth and hope to people of all countries who are caught in the chilly winter of the pandemic, but also injects the much-needed strength of peace and unity into this volatile world. Together for a shared future. This is the official motto of the Olympic Winter Games Beijing 2022. As we have seen in the field of play, even the strongest contenders can compete peacefully and cheer for one another because their goal is not to beat others, but to surpass themselves. The same spirit should also ring true when it comes to relations between states. In this spirit, China is ready to work with all countries as passengers in the same boat and with unity as the sail and cooperation as the oar, sail through the pandemic and toward a brighter future. So these are my opening remarks. Thank you. And now I'm ready for communication and exchanges with Chairman Ishinger and all of you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. And we already have a couple of questions. If I may, I will start with a question that I had thought about, but I also already have more or less the same question from Josh Rogin of the Washington Post. This is on my tablet. So allow me to read the question. 2 weeks ago, President Xi and President Putin attracted a lot of attention with the joint statement they made. And in this joint statement, I quote, "The two sides oppose further enlargement of NATO," unquote. Now, Mr. State Councillor, of course, NATO can only enlarge if a country wishes to join. Now, considering that national sovereignty is, as you just explained, one of China's key principles, why should a sovereign country not be free to join an alliance if it so chooses? And to use the words that Josh Rogin used, which go in the same direction, President Xi says China's foreign policy is based on non-intervention and sovereignty. So why would China not speak up clearly against Putin making threats against Ukraine, a UN member state also? So here we go.
Well, Chairman Ishinger, I expect that the first question from you would be about Ukraine. First of all, let me reiterate that the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of any country should be respected and safeguarded, because this is a basic norm of international relations. It is consistent with the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, and it's the consistent position of the Chinese government. Ukraine is no exception. In the document that the Chinese government has released in the past, there is repeated commitment to safeguarding sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of all countries. If anyone wants to question this position of China, it is ill-intended hyping up and sensationalization, and it is a distortion of China's position. When it comes to NATO, China's position again has been consistent. We always believe that the Cold War has been long gone. NATO was a product of the Cold War era, and now we need to look at the current situation, and there needs to be adaptation to NATO. If there is a persistent easternward expansion, will that really guarantee peace in Europe? Will that truly lead to lasting peace and stability in Europe? I believe that this is a question that our friends in Europe need to have serious consideration about. At the moment, regarding the situation surrounding Ukraine, there is a lot of discussion. China is a permanent member of the UN Security Council. We always make our decisions on our position based on the merits of the issue, and we always play our due constructive role. When it comes to this issue, we believe that now we need to go back to the initial solution of the Minsk agreement, because that agreement was reached by all parties related to this issue, which is a binding agreement. It has been endorsed and recognized by the UN Security Council. It is the only way out for the Ukrainian issue. As far as I understand, the Russian side supports the new Minsk agreement, and for Europe, it also supports this agreement. Recently, U.S. Secretary General, the Secretary of State of the United States, Tony Blinken, called me, and he told me that the United States also supports this agreement. If that is the case, why can't all parties sit down together to have in-depth discussion and to come up with the roadmap and timetable for the implementation of this agreement? I believe that this is what all parties need to focus on. Instead of hyping up tensions, stoking panic, or even sensationalize or trumpeting the risk of war. At this moment, all countries need to shoulder their responsibilities and work for peace.
Thank you very much, State Councillor. I want to remind the audience
about the prospect of this issue. I have a view that I want to share with all of you. Ukraine should be a bridge linking the West and the East and should not be a front line for major power competition. When it comes to this issue, all parties have the right to raise their concerns. While the reasonable concerns of Russia should also be respected and heeded. So we hope that a solution can be found through dialogue and consultation that will really guarantee security and stability in Europe, and a framework leading toward the solution can be found by all parties. Thank you.
Thank you very much, State Councillor. I just want to make clear that our technology does not allow me to take oral questions from the audience. So if you want to ask a question, use the chat room function, and then I can read it, and it works. Then it works. So I'm waiting to get more questions. While in the interim, Mr. State Councillor, let me add the following question, which I've been asked, but which I share personally, because I happen to be a licensed ski instructor. So it's one of my hobbies to follow the Olympics, and I've tried to do that over the last week or so quite intensely. Due to the popularity of the Olympics, a lot of attention has been paid to China internationally, and many around the globe have now learned about the fate of the Uyghurs and allegations about labor and re-education camps for this minority in China. So a question that has been suggested to me is this: when will, or I should maybe say, will UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Michelle Bachelet, have unrestricted access to this region in order to try to verify such allegations? Thank you.
First of all, let me say very clearly that in Xinjiang there has never been the so-called systematic forced labor or the so-called re-education camp. These are all lies that have been fabricated and spread as disinformation. I hope you can believe that the Chinese government and you can trust what the Chinese government say and what we have been releasing. So what is this matter is truly about? Well, Xinjiang is a place where it has been intensely hit by violent terrorist forces and radical ideologies. In the past few years, Xinjiang was severely threatened by these threats, and some terrorist forces infiltrated into the Xinjiang region. So in order to protect the security and safety of the local people, the local government needed to take actions to strike down on those forces. It has responded to the call of the United Nations, and it has drawn on the experiences and actions and practices of France and other countries, and it has used education to de-radicalize so that the breeding ground for extremism can be removed. This approach has paid off, and it has been supported and welcomed by people of all ethnicities in Xinjiang. For the past few years, there has been no single terrorist attack in Xinjiang. All people in Xinjiang, including the Uyghur people, can live in peace and can live happily. And Xinjiang has been thriving in its economic and social development. Isn't that a good thing? Isn't that a contribution made by China and by the Xinjiang region to the international fight against terrorism? Isn't that a useful exploration of preventive efforts against terrorism? I believe that this should be fully recognized not only by the Chinese people, but also by the international community. As to the lies and misinformation, Xinjiang has opened its door, opened its arms to people in other parts of the world so that they can find out the fact. Let me share with you that before the pandemic, Xinjiang region hosted over 2,000 people, including government officials, religious figures, and journalists from over 100 countries and international organizations. And they saw for themselves a Xinjiang that enjoyed peace, prosperity, and stability, where people of all ethnicities could enjoy the full freedom of religious belief. That is the true Xinjiang. Well, because the pandemic is still ongoing, so there are still restrictions about traveling. But once the situation improves, we welcome all interested people from other parts of the world to go to Xinjiang, and Xinjiang will be happy to have communications and exchanges with foreign friends. But one thing I want to make clear, that what Xinjiang does not welcome is investigation based on presumption of guilt. And the people in Xinjiang reject all kinds of biases, prejudices, and uncalled for accusations on relevant policy of China. As for Ms. Bachelet's visit to China, Mr. Ambassador, Mr. Chairman, China long ago expressed its welcome to Ms. Bachelet and made clear that we welcome her visit, and she can also visit Xinjiang during the visit. There has never been a problem of that. That is just a normal exchange between China and international organizations. Well, right now we are communicating with Ms. Bachelet and his staff. We hope that we can come up with a thoughtful arrangement for her visit. Of course, we respect Ms. Bachelet's own wish, and we believe that when she is in China, she will respect China's sovereignty and rules and regulations. That is how exchanges take place in the world. We believe that when she comes to China, she will be able to see a developing China, and in Xinjiang, she will see a region that enjoys peace and stability, where people live in happiness and harmony. Fact is fact. In front of facts, all the lies, disinformation, and misinformation won't stand a chance and will be busted. This is my answer to the question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Minister Wang. Unfortunately, our time is run out. I'm sure there will be a number of more questions. Thank you for taking time to discuss these issues with us. It is my sincere hope that next year, post-pandemic, let's hope so, you could be here with us again physically and have bilateral meetings in addition, which I'm sure would be extremely interesting and useful to all of us. So let me thank you, and I look forward on behalf of my team and my successor to stay in touch with you, and thank you for your willingness to be open to all the questions that deal with our relationship with China. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, Chairman Ishinger, let me also thank you once again. I have been told that you are about to retire as chairman of the Munich Security Conference. Let me express my appreciation to you on behalf of the Chinese side, and thank you for your contribution to upholding peace and security of Europe, as well as to the enhanced mutual understanding between Europe and other parts of the world. I also salute your objective, just and inclusive position in your work, and I trust that you will continue to make greater contribution. I look forward to attending the conference physically next year. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned, so to speak. We're going.
China on the international stage, and live with us now is former China correspondent Astrid Freieisen. Astrid, thanks for being with us. What do you make of this statement by Wang Yi? We have difficulties hearing you, Astrid. I'm sure we're fixing that technical issue. Please stay tuned. We will be right back. Apologies for the technical difficulties. We will continue our talk with our former China correspondent Astrid Freieisen after the next panel, because on stage already is Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Boris Johnson.
What is at stake here? If Ukraine is invaded and if Ukraine is overwhelmed, we will witness the destruction of a democratic state, a country that has been free for a generation, with a proud history of elections. And every time that Western ministers have visited Kiev, we've assured the people of Ukraine and their leaders that we stand foursquare behind their sovereignty and independence. How hollow, how meaningless, how insulting those words would seem if, at the very moment when their sovereignty and independence is imperiled, we simply look away. If Ukraine is invaded, the shock will echo around the world. And those echoes will be heard in East Asia, they will be heard in Taiwan. When I spoke to the Prime Ministers of Japan and Australia this week, they left me in no doubt that the economic and political shocks will be felt on the far side of the world. So let me be clear about the risk. The risk now is that people would draw the conclusion that aggression pays and that might is right. So we should not underestimate the gravity of this moment and what is at stake. As I speak to you today, we do not fully know what President Putin intends, but the omens are grim, and that is why we must stand strong together. The UK has worked with the European Union and the United States to put together the toughest and strongest package of sanctions. And I spoke recently to President Ursula von der Leyen to discuss the measures prepared by the EU in closest coordination with our own. And if Russia invades its neighbour, we will sanction Russian individuals and companies of strategic importance to the Russian state. And we will make it impossible for them to raise finance on the London capital markets. And we will open up the matryoshka dolls of Russian-owned companies and Russian-owned entities to find the ultimate beneficiaries within. And if President Putin believes that by these actions he can drive NATO back or intimidate NATO, he will find that the opposite is the case. Already the UK and our allies are strengthening the defences of the eastern flank of NATO. We're increasing the British contribution to exercise cold response by sending our newest aircraft carrier, HMS Prince of Wales, and 3 Commando Brigade. We're doubling our presence in Estonia to nearly 2,000 troops. We've increased our presence in Poland to 600 troops by sending 350 Marines from 4-5 Commando. We've increased our presence in the skies over southeastern Europe with another 6 Typhoons based in Cyprus. We're sending warships to the eastern Mediterranean and the Black Sea. And I've placed another 1,000 troops on standby to respond to any humanitarian emergency, which we all fear is increasingly likely. And while the most alarming and the most visible threat is the massing of Russian land forces on Ukraine's borders, look at the naval build-up in the Black Sea, which threatens to blockade Ukraine. Look at the massive cyber attacks and the incoming tide of disinformation. This crisis extends into every domain, which is why the UK is providing NATO with more land, sea, and air forces. And it is because we feared a crisis like this that we were already engaged in the biggest increase in defence investment for a generation, spread across conventional capabilities and the new technologies that are ever more important to our collective defence. And I'm proud to say that since Russia invaded Ukraine for the first time and annexed Crimea in 2014, we have been helping Ukraine, training 22,000 troops, and in recent months, in response to the threat, we have been among the nations to send defensive weaponry in the form of 2,000 anti-tank missiles. And I'm glad that we've been joined in this by the United States, by Poland, and by our Baltic allies. and that many other nations and the EU have, like the UK, helped to strengthen Ukraine's economy. Britain will always stand up for freedom and democracy around the world. And when I say that our commitment to European security is immovable and unconditional, our deeds show that we mean our words. We are making the biggest contribution of NATO to NATO of any European ally because we understand the importance of collective security. And just as our European friends stood by us after the Russian state used chemical weapons in Salisbury, used a chemical weapon in Salisbury, so Britain will stand by you. But we must accept that these measures by the UK and our allies, draconian sanctions, rinsing out dirty money, the intensification of NATO's defences, fortifying our Ukrainian friends, they may not be enough to deter Russian aggression. And it is therefore vital that we learn the lessons of 2014. Whatever happens in the next few days and weeks, we cannot allow European countries to be blackmailed by Russia. We cannot allow the threat of Russian aggression to change the security architecture of Europe. We cannot permit a new Yalta, a new division of our continent into spheres of influence. And we must now wean ourselves off dependence on Putin's oil and gas. And I understand the costs and the complexities of this effort and the fact that it is easier said than done. So I'm grateful to Chancellor Scholz's assurances about Nord Stream 2. But the lessons of the last few years and of Gazprom's obvious manipulation of European gas supply cannot be ignored. We must ensure that by making full use of alternative supplies and technology, we make Russia's threats redundant. And that will be the work of the months and years to come, as well as the necessary and overdue steps that we in the UK must take to protect our own financial system. And we now need to prepare ourselves for the Russian playbook of deception that governs every operation of this kind. There will be a cascade of false claims about Ukraine intended to spread confusion almost for its own sake. And even now there are plans being laid for staged events, spinning a web of falsehoods designed to present any Russian attack as a response to provocation. We've already witnessed a fake military withdrawal combined with staged incidents that could provide a pretext for military action. We knew this was coming. We've seen it before, and no one should be fooled. And we have to steel ourselves for the possibility of a protracted crisis, with Russia maintaining the pressure and searching for weaknesses over an extended period. And we must, together, refuse to be worn down. What Europe needs is strategic endurance, and we should focus our energies on preserving our unity and on deepening transatlantic cooperation. But for that to work, we must also be prepared to devote the necessary resources to carry a greater share of the burden of preserving our continent's security, and to demonstrate that we are in it for the long haul. For now, we should continue to do everything we can to pursue the path of peace and dialogue. There is a way forward if President Putin is minded to take it. There is a discussion to be had about the threats that he claims to see, because in reality, as we all know, those threats are an illusion. They are the product of the Kremlin's chronic but misguided view of NATO as a supposedly encircling and intimidating alliance. That is not NATO's function. NATO is a peaceful and a defensive alliance. And we are willing to work with President Putin to demonstrate that point and to give him the assurances that he may need. We could point out that until he invaded Ukraine for the first time in 2014, NATO did not permanently station any troops anywhere east of Germany. And it was as recently as 2017 that the US, the UK, and other NATO allies established the enhanced forward presence to protect Poland and the Baltic states. And even then, The total deployment of fewer than 5,000 troops posed no conceivable threat to Russia. And it is only in the last few weeks, in response to the current crisis, that we have dispatched reinforcements, though still in numbers that constitute no possible threat. Until 2014, European allies were cutting their defence budgets and shrinking their armed forces, perhaps faster than was safe or wise. And to the extent that this has changed, it is because of the actions of President Putin and the tension that he has created. If NATO forces are now closer to Russia's border, it is in response to his decisions and the justified concerns they have provoked among our allies. And there are many things said about what may or may not have been said in the closed-door meetings of 3 decades ago as the Berlin Wall fell and Germany was reunited. But there is no doubt that we all agreed legal obligations to protect the security of every country in Europe. And what happened in those amazing years was the dissolution of the Iron Curtain and the fulfillment of the vision of a Europe whole and free. It was one of the most incredible moments of my lifetime, as nations at the heart of our continent regained their liberty and their sovereign right to control their own destiny and seek their own alliances. We will not abandon the hope and impulse of that era, made possible by the courage of millions of ordinary Europeans. And that's why NATO opened its doors to 14 states after 1999, and we cannot allow our open door to be slammed shut. But if dialogue fails, and if Russia chooses to use violence against an innocent and peaceful population in Ukraine, and to disregard the norms of civilized behavior between states, and to disregard the Charter of the United Nations, then we at this conference should be in no doubt that it is in our collective interest that Russia should ultimately fail and be seen to fail. I believe that in preparing to invade Ukraine, a proud country whose armed forces now exceed 200,000 personnel, considerably more expert in combat today than in 2014, President Putin and his circle are gravely miscalculating. I fear that a lightning war would be followed by a long and hideous period of reprisals and revenge and insurgency. And Russian parents would mourn the loss of young Russian soldiers who, in their way, are every bit as innocent as the Ukrainians now bracing themselves for attack. And if Ukraine is overrun by brute force, I fail to see how a country encompassing nearly 250,000 square miles, the biggest nation in Europe apart from Russia itself, could then be held down and subjugated forever. After a generation of freedom, we're now staring at a generation of bloodshed and misery. I believe that Russia would have absolutely nothing to gain from this catastrophic venture and everything to lose. And while there is still time, I urge the Kremlin to de-escalate, to disengage its forces from the frontier and to renew our dialogue. Every nation at this conference shares a vision of a secure and prosperous Europe of sovereign states, deciding their own destiny and living without fear or threat. And that extends, that vision, of course, extends to Russia, a nation whose cultural patrimony we revere and whose sacrifice in the struggle against fascism was immeasurable. Russia has as much right as any other country to live in peace and security. And we should never cease to emphasize that Russia has nothing to fear from our vision, which threatens and marginalizes no one. And as we come together in unity and resolve, we must also show wisdom and moderation, because it's precisely by that unity that we show today that we have the best chance, even now, at this 11th hour, of averting disaster and ensuring that good sense can still prevail. And it is that message of unity that we must send from this conference today. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. What a powerful statement at the end of this morning session here today. Thank you very much. We have only a couple of minutes left, but I'm actually grateful to you, speaking personally, for reminding us that this continent, which many of us have been dreaming of as a continent of peace, of eternal peace, has actually not been a continent of fully established peace, and whatever peace we've had is now under immediate and terrible threat. I think of the Balkans in the 1990s. I think of Georgia in the 2000s. I think of the war that's been going on now since 2014, the conflict in and around Ukraine. Now, here's my question. Given these challenges, of course, we work on the military aspects of deterrence, etc., very well in NATO. But should we not also strive to establish, or maybe I should say re-establish, a more efficient method regarding the closest possible cooperation between your government and the EU on, let's say, especially, of course, on the non-military aspects? There is such a need, as I think, of coordination, cooperation on all sorts of foreign policy aspects. What is your vision regarding the EU-UK relationship in the area of foreign policy?
Well, thanks very much, Wolfgang, and Ambassador Ishinger, I should say. But I want the closest possible cooperation across all aspects of policy, economic, political, diplomatic, military. And if you look at what we're doing in foreign policy coordination, I think it's fair to say that sometimes the UK has been out in front. I think maybe with sanctions on Belarus, we were a little bit ahead of our EU friends. But everything we do is always coordinated with Brussels. And when it comes to preparing the sanctions package against Russia, which has to be as tough as possible if it's going to make any difference to the calculations of Vladimir Putin, we've been working very closely with Ursula von der Leyen. I'll give you a couple more examples on Lithuania and the issue that they have currently with China. There, the UK stands four square with Lithuania and working with our EU friends. I'll just give you, another example of the way in which we continue to work very intensively together. A bit of tiny sort of shard of a fragment of good news is that it may be that the JCPOA has more life in it than we thought perhaps a few months ago. That's encouraging. This is an example of where the UK and the EU share completely the same objectives, work together hand in glove. So I think that there's ample continuity in our foreign policy coordination, basically because our values are the same. Our values and our objectives are the same. And it's about freedom, it's about democracy, it's about human rights, it's about liberty. And that's what's at stake today in Ukraine.
Thank you very much. Final question. An hour ago or so, we had Vice President Harris speaking here, and I raised with her the concern, which I know exists in the minds of many here on the European side, that when Joe Biden says America is back, the question is this for good? In other words, my question to you is, as British Prime Minister, what, if anything, can we do as Europeans, and you are, of course, also a European, to make this...
My ancestors come from Munich.
To make this transatlantic relationship sustainably close, to keep the United States engaged well beyond the current administration, where we have no doubt about their commitment. Yeah. But how do we make it, you know, crystal clear and more permanent again after the experience of the Trump administration?
Well, thank you, Wolfgang. Look, I think actually this experience, terrible though it is, may serve to do even more to unify the transatlantic alliance. And when you think about what Putin wants in this whole diplomatic merry-go-round that we've been seeing, he wants engagement with the United States of America. And what the crisis in Ukraine has done is escalate and demonstrate the fundamental importance of that United States security guarantee to NATO and the crucial role of the United States in guaranteeing peace in Europe. So paradoxically, I think it's helped to bring the US center stage. I think it's also helped to bring NATO center stage, in the sense that we're all now working together to fortify the eastern frontiers of NATO in the way that I described earlier on. And France is helping in Romania. Other countries are supporting NATO engagement across the whole of the eastern perimeter of NATO. And you're seeing an intensification of NATO activity and greater emphasis placed on the importance of NATO in the whole conversation. And that is good, in my view, for transatlantic security. And for me, that underlines the crucial role that NATO plays, the fundamental guarantor of Europe's security, irrespective of all other conversations about European security architecture, to which I, of course, defer and which we can have. But NATO is fundamental and at the core. The final point I would make is that I think that the crisis is bringing us together as we consider what's happening around the world. And so when we think about what's happening in the Indo-Pacific region and the threats to stability, to our values in that region, I think that what's happening in Ukraine now and the collective response that we're seeing to what's happening in Ukraine should now be developed. And we should think of ways in which we can participate together to promote those things we believe in, not just in the European theatre, but around the world. And I hope very much that, and you can see American engagement and American involvement in those questions, and it's absolutely vital that we continue to see it. So we can't say what's going to happen in the course of the next few days. We can't be certain, but I just want to repeat one thing. I believe it absolutely vital for our collective security that the venture, if there is a violent act of aggression by President Putin, that it should not be a success, that it should fail, and that I believe with enough collective resolve we can ensure that it does fail. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Let me remind you that after lunch we will have the opportunity to listen to what President Zelensky has to say about the current threatening situation. Prime Minister, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's give a hand to the Prime Minister.
So, Boris Johnson, the United Kingdom on the international stage, and maybe to pick up one sentence he delivered at the end of his speech, there must be this one message of unity and that peace can prevail. So, but now we'd like to talk about what we heard earlier. Live with us now is our former China correspondent Astrid Freieisen. Astrid, I hope now it works. So, what do you make of the statement by Wang Yi we heard earlier?
In a sense, what we just heard by Boris Johnson repeated what Wang Yi also stressed. He quoted what his president said about the world as being a giant boat, where everybody has to start to row in the same direction, which means that China wants also a peace-loving world. That's what he stressed. And he wants also some other nations, especially from Europe, to take more responsibility. And that's also something that was what we have heard earlier also from Chinese politicians. But now in this international situation, of course, it's quite interesting because China recently has joined forces with Russia much more than we have seen in the recent years. For example, they have had some military exercises lately and have stepped up military support for Russia. And of course, now hearing that China wants to extend a message of unity is something positive. That's quite interesting to hear.
Yeah, some analysts even say that China is watching the outcome of this Russia-Ukraine crisis very closely because it may serve as a blueprint on how to handle questions of territorial integrity regarding Taiwan, for example.
Oh yeah, that's something very, very worrying because just imagine what happens if Ukraine is invaded by Russia and at the same time China decides to invade Taiwan. So what does the West do then in this case? That's a question very, very worrying and is also being discussed quite extensively by political scientists, especially in the United States, because of course this scenario would be the horror scenario for the United States, where should the America act first, and who should America support more? Should America act more in Asia or more in Europe? These are all questions that just appear to be quite unsolved. And of course, for us in Europe, this scenario is a horror, because it would mean that all economic value chains that we have seen deterred in the pandemic will start to collapse again. So what will that mean for our economic supplies? I just don't want to imagine this, because it cannot be something that we want to see.
So in Europe, in Germany and also in the United States, there is a fear of China taking over. Is that because for a lot of people, China is still some sort of an unknown player on the global market, or is that in any way justified?
Well, of course, it's both, I would say. In the West, we tend to look more Western still. In spite of all the knowledge we gained about China and the East, we still tend to look westwards. We tend to look what are the United States doing, in spite of the fact that China has been our main economic partner, trade partner now in Germany for more than 6 years now. And the trade is piling up. And still we don't want to see and we don't want to analyze deep enough what's happening in the East, what's happening with China. But of course, at the same time, the threat of a China that's acting as a giant without looking at partners, that's I think is a real threat, because we have seen China moving into a much more autocratic direction than some years ago. And that's quite a dangerous situation, I think. So I think more dialogue should be happening quite soon, and it should be much more intensive than it was before.
Thank you so much for being with us today, Astrid. Coming up next is a conversation with the new German Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development, Svenja Schulze. You are watching BR24 live on the Munich Security Conference. We've got mountains of content. If none of it's of interest to you, you'd be the first. So stay tuned. And we're back. I hope you enjoyed my lunch break. You are watching BR24 live, covering the Munich Security Conference, now with the new German Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development, Svenja Schulz.
Reagan once said that I never drink coffee at lunch. I find it keeps me awake for the afternoon. I certainly hope that you all had your coffees at lunch and are wide awake, because we have a number of very important and interesting issues in store for you this afternoon. There is no development without security, and no security without development. What was true back in 2005, that is when Kofi Annan coined this important sentence, is still true today, and it may be even more relevant in 2022 at a time when we really see unprecedented setbacks to development, mainly due to COVID, due to the pandemic. Well, do we focus enough on development, and do we focus enough on tackling the root causes of crises, on kind of playing the long game rather than just putting band-aids on issues? These are some of the questions that we wanted to discuss with our guest this afternoon. I am thrilled and very honored to have Svenja Schulz with me here on stage. As you all know, Svenja Schulz is Germany's new Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development, and we're very happy to have her with us this afternoon. Minister, it's great to have you here.
Thank you very much.
Before we get this started, let me just make a few technical remarks and housekeeping rules. We will try to make this as interactive as possible. I'm very happy to see many of you here on site and even more people following us online. So I do encourage you to pose questions, both you here in the room and also our listeners and viewers online. And I will kind of try to juggle what's going on here and in the virtual realm as well. So, Minister, let's get us started. I wanted to know from you, against the backdrop of what we've been discussing here in Munich so far, what is it that keeps you awake at night in terms of Germany's most pressing challenges in development policy?
Yeah, one thing that keeps me awake at night is the COVID-19 pandemic. Why? Because I hope that we learn from that. We see we have a worldwide pandemic because of pushing back nature. Risk of zoonosis is increasing, and we see what such a crisis made with the world. We have backslashes in every goal of the SDGs. There are backslashes in the education of girls, or education of boys. There is a backslash in fighting against violence against women. There, and in every topic you see backslashes. So learning from this pandemic, having more prevention and not only reaction, I hope that that is something that we can drive forward. But that's seeing says Berkeley here. That's what I really hope that we learn from that, because we need more money for vaccination. Everyone knows that no one is safe in the world if we have no vaccine, that not everybody get this vaccination. Do we have enough money for Act A and for Gavi? No. Do we not have? And I can say that because Germany is really paying its fair share, but not all over the world is realized that that is really a threat we have, that is so urgent that we have this vaccination, that we build up more that we build up more possibilities to produce vaccines, that we do that also on the African continent. That is obvious, it is written in big letters to the wall, but we not react as I hope. And that is something that really, I wake up in the night and hope that humankind learns from that, what we are doing.
It's interesting you're mentioning the issue of vaccination. The EU-Africa summit has just concluded, and the issue of, an equitable sort of distribution of vaccine was a big issue there, and a lot of grievances on the part of the African countries. There was even talk of a vaccine apartheid. How did you look at what was going on in Brussels? Are you satisfied with the results of the summit?
I'm very happy that we have this summit, because it has to be postponed because of the pandemic, and that they are together, that we have this meeting, the EU leaders and the African leaders. That is really good, and I think the results are good. It is very clear that we need to produce vaccines also on the African country, on the African in Africa, and the EU is now convinced that we should help, and Germany helps. We do that through this global pathway. We will help to build up the production of vaccines in Ghana, in Senegal, in South Africa, and that is the first step, that we help to build trust through producing vaccines also on the African continent. And that is one of the results of this African-European meeting. So I think it is important that we have had this meeting, that it has results. That is really a good sign.
Let's stay on the African continent for a moment, Minister. We heard President Macron say that France is going to sort of draw down its military presence in Mali. We're talking about the two missions, Barkhane and Takuba, and in all likelihood, this will have some form of repercussion for Germany as well, obviously. So I wonder, from your point of view, is that kind of a European, like Afghanistan moment, and what does it mean from a development policy perspective? I mean, if Germany also decides to withdraw, or at least partially withdraw, what about our substantive civilian engagement in Mali and in the Sahel, for that matter?
I think it is obvious that we need to help Mali still. There is a humanitarian, it is obvious that they need humanitarian help. And yes, we discussed about the military help. I think sometimes in the discussion it is forgotten that there are two missions. There is an UN mission that helps, and there is a European mission. And the European mission, that was one the government asked for, and the new government do not ask for that help. So I think we need to discuss that. What is the European answer? We do that, but helping someone who don't want to don't want the help, that is hard to argue. But the other mission, the international mission, the UN mission, that is a mission that is very important for the security situation there, and for the development cooperation. We need these security also. We need people to be protected to make this work possible that we do there. And it is not similar to Afghanistan. It is another situation, but we need to take care that we learn from what we do in Afghanistan, and that we still are able to work there. The German contribution there is not related to the government. We do that with NGOs there. That's far away from the government, and that's working. That goes on still, and I think that is really helpful for the people there. And we need such engagement still.
That is certainly true, and I think the concern that people have is that once we draw down our military forces, those destabilizing factors will become stronger, and then eventually, we will have to respond to that as well. But let me push you a bit further here, Minister, and also at the same time do a bit of advertising for the Munich Security Report, the current edition, and I'm quoting from the report, the EU officially acknowledges that investments into development and security are needed to achieve stability in the Sahel region. Yet, since 2015, its focus has shifted from long-term goals like boosting economic development and building stable state structures to short-term activities relating to migration, management, and counterterrorism. So I wonder, Minister, do we set our priorities right when it comes to the Sahel?
The question is, who's we? For Germany, it's very clear.
We, the federal government.
For Germany, it's very clear, and I'm very happy that we have that in our agreement from the government, that the development policy is a long-term strategy. It's not about months, it is about years, it's about building structures. And I think that the G7 is absolutely right. They point out that we need more infrastructure, that we pay less attention for building infrastructure. And we need the infrastructure, for example, for vaccination. It is not enough to have the vaccines we have now. It is not enough to produce vaccines in the countries. We also need the infrastructure. We need the health systems. We need streets to bring the vaccines all over the country. So giving more attention to build up infrastructure, I think that is the future of the development policy. So yes, I think the report is true. We need to act more strategic, more long-term oriented, or not only to the crisis we have acute, but we need both reacting to that, what we are seeing, and the long-term building up infrastructure, helping the people in the Sahel. But we have a lot of more regions where we have problems.
Right, and let's come to another of those regions. I wanted us to talk a little bit also about Afghanistan, and this week, really the Taliban de facto government has been in office for 6 months. As we all know, Afghanistan is facing a major humanitarian crisis. I've just come across this figure that 97%, I mean, that's hardly imaginable, 97% of Afghans will soon be living under the international poverty line. And like many Western countries, Germany has also suspended its development aid after the return of the Taliban. Humanitarian aid still flows, but it's not enough to kind of compensate for this massive economic collapse in Afghanistan. So I wonder, from your point of view, Minister, what's the way forward, and is there a way maybe of kind of working around the Taliban government and at the same time helping sort of resuscitate the Afghan economy?
Yeah, it is absolutely clear. We are facing a humanitarian emergency in Afghanistan. That is everybody knows now, and it's also, to say it very open, we reject the Taliban regime. Everybody's doing that, but we must not abandon the people living there, and they need our help. And we do that through our with the NGOs with the NGOs we have them, with the local NGOs. They are able to do so, but we need to stabilize them. They need also the international help, and I think the best way is to do that in a multilateral approach. Not every country by their own, but in multilateral organizations. WHO, a lot of other organizations on the international UN level are able to work with NGOs on the local level and able to help, and that we need to do, because it is a humanitarian crisis, and we do not work with the government, but we need to work with the people there, and that is what Germany is advocating for.
Thank you, Minister. I have a first question from our viewers online on Afghanistan, in fact, and our viewer asks, Afghanistan has been dubbed the graveyard of empires. From your point of view, Minister, is it also the graveyard of state-building activities?
No, I don't think so. If you ask people who are living in Afghanistan for a long time and who organized the help in Afghanistan, they say yes, that there is progress in the society, that there is a development. It is not as we expect it to be, but there are steps forwards. There was a better living for women in Afghanistan. The question is what the Taliban are destroying again, but there were steps forward, and to be quite frank, we need to look what mistakes do international development policy make in Afghanistan, and there were mistakes. It was not everything was on the right way. That we have to analyze to learn from that for the next development policy we do. And in Germany we do that in a very hard way. We have two organizations. We have the government that do that by themselves, and we have also the parliament that looks into every detail to analyze what we could do better in the future.
And we have our comprehensive approach. So again, from a development policy point of view, is that still a useful concept, the comprehensive approach? Or do we have to kind of tweak it a little against the backdrop of what we've learned, experienced in Afghanistan?
It's a little bit hard after 10 weeks in charge to say, okay, everything before was bad. I'm a little bit...
including the budget, right?
I think we need to look forward, and what we need to do, I think, is more multilateral approach. We are a lot of countries who will help, and the willingness I see, but organizing it more multilateral, I think that is the way forward, because we can do more if we work together. And just an example, we do a just transition energy partnership with South Africa, and we do that not by our own only. We do that with the US, with France, with some partners, and so we have a lot of more money to help South Africa, and we do twice, phasing out. We do two things: phasing out coal on the one side, and then helping the workers there and build up new jobs. So we have a just transition, not only phasing out coal, but also giving a perspective for the people living in that region, and that could be a blueprint. Working together on the side of the donors, working together on a level of respect and solidarity, have an exchange of experience. We also phase out coal in Germany. It's also not easy in our regions. We know how hard that is for regions. Having this exchange and do that in a manner that is really helpful for the regions, for the government there, and do two things that are very good: just transition and phasing out coal.
And that's a good moment to bring in another viewer here online. Here's the question for you, Minister. Crises also always bring opportunities. Do you see an opportunity for Germany to set new standards for global development policy as a role model?
I don't think that Germany has to set new standards for the world. That's not our role. I want us to work together and develop standards together. It is not Germany who says the world how it goes. We have to work together and bring the knowledge together, bring the money together, and work together. And that's our approach. It's more about solidarity and respect, and not about Germany saying the world how the way is going.
That makes a lot of sense. And let me take this opportunity also to once again encourage all of you to join the conversation. If you have a question, please do raise your hands. I see a number of raised hands already. And I think the gentleman here in the first row was first. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Minister. I just have two questions. I know that you sleep not well.
Sorry, sir. Can we have the rule that we everyone just one man, one question, one woman, one man, one question?
Yeah.
Okay.
So my question is, you can't sleep on pandemic. How you can sleep if you see how the energy costs are exploding and people have no money even to heat and to work on this? Yeah. This is one question, and
that is the one question, right? Thank you, sir.
And based on energy, maybe why we don't do anything to make light tower projects in Ukraine to build something up that this country get back to sovereignty and not only having fears.
Energy is strictly speaking not the minister's portfolio, but Minister, do you want to give it a try?
The energy cost, yeah. I think the best way to reduce energy costs is to change to renewable energies. Then we are not as dependent as we are now on gas, on oil, and on that's getting more expensive. And that is better for the environment, it is better for climate change, and it's better for the question of costs. If you see, I don't see the report, but I think we will get a report from IPCC at the end of the month. And all what I hear from scientists is that we are far away from the way to 1.5 degree global warming. We are far away from 2-point global warming. We are on a way on increasing CO2 emissions. And if we go that way, the costs will be unexpectable because we have to change everything. Cities are located at the coast. They have to move away from that. We need then money over money for adaptation. And do we really want to go that way? Do we really want to invest in destroying our environment? I think that can't be the right way. We need now, that is also what I said before, it is written in really big letters on the wall that we are destroying the way, there is destroying with our policy, with our way of living, our planet, and we have no planet B where we can go then. So yes, energy costs are a problem. That is a problem that we can solve about bringing forward new renewable energies.
I have taken note of the lady's question in the first row over here, so you're next.
Thank you. Minister, I have a question regarding Afghanistan again. You said we should not abandon the people of Afghanistan. What about the people who are still fleeing or want to flee the country because they are fearing for their life? What about their situation? There are thousands there who are desperately wanting to leave the country.
Yes, Germany is helping the people who need to flee. We're helping them to go to Germany. We have 12,000 people rescued. We have them in Germany, and we're still on the way to help the ones who are under pressure, the female activists, all the ones where we know that they have problems. We still do that, but we can't do that very loud and with in the TVs all over the world. We need to do that in a very diplomatic and quiet way, because if we don't do so, the way will be stopped. So we're doing that every day. It's really hard work, but we can't talk about very much.
And that, of course, involves also talking to the Taliban, at least for these humanitarian purposes, right?
Yes, if the Taliban regime stop it, it will be stopped. So we don't negotiate with them, but they need to yeah, they need to allow us that we work as we do.
Minister, if I could, I do see your question, sir. But one thing that I wanted to bring into our conversation is sort of the bigger picture in terms of the changing geopolitical landscape. I think for a long time, development cooperation has kind of been the chasse gardée, if you will, of the Western countries, right? And now, for a while now, we see that other actors enter the scene, China, the Gulf states, Turkey, and others. And one of the challenge is, and I think increasingly so in the future, is going to be to kind of find a pragmatic work to bring these actors in, and at the same time kind of stick to the principles of a values-based development policy. So how do you kind of bring the two together?
I think we have a worldwide agreement. We have the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. We agreed that are the goals for the whole world. And I think that the industrialized states, that the EU, that G7, is very good prepared to help to bring their help on basis of these SDGs, and that is our own approach. We are able to offer help that is related to the SDGs, that build infrastructure that is sustainable, that is that bring education forward, that build up health systems, all what we have in the SDGs. That is an alternative to what others do, who are not related as intensive as we are to these SDGs. And they saying that very clear, very offensive, very clear. That is, I think, what we need to do, and that is what Europe do with these global pathways, with global gateways, with all these things we offer. That is a standalone approach. That is something we should be proud of and should say all over the world. We are not in a situation where we need to say, there are the Chinese, and so we need something to set against that. No, we don't need to set something against that. We are on the floor, we are present, we have our own approach, and bringing that forward, I think that is the right answer.
And do you see room for cooperation despite the sort of the different sort of systemic approach? I mean, you mentioned the SDGs, which should be a common framework, but in very concrete terms, for example, with the Chinese, can there be collaboration in development policy?
We need to cooperate also with the Chinese, and we need to try to bring more. We need more in common. We tried that. Olaf Scholz suggested it to do a climate club, bringing all countries together that want to be the front runner, who want to be the ones who deal with the questions of climate change. Bringing a climate club together, having the same rules, that is a step forward, and that is the suggestion from Olaf Scholz, and we are working on that. And for that, China could play an important role.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for this. Sir, sorry for having kept you waiting. You have the floor. And the mic is on its way. It's coming from the gentleman in the first row here.
Thank you, Minister. And I appreciate the humility of saying Germany is not going to have its ideas for everybody else, but you are the president of the G7 now, and it's a real opportunity. So one of the things that connects the conversation up until now has been the importance of global public good type things in development. If I think about, for example, in Sahel, we're investing $100 million to reach zero-dose children to build out a health system that can be used for other interventions as well. In Afghanistan, Afghanistan, it's one of two, well, now there's a third country that have wild polio. The Taliban may not be doing some things well, but they've increased access to vaccines. So the question is, how do you convince your G7 colleagues to take into account these global public goods issue? It also connects China, because you can't not have surveillance, for example, of infectious diseases that's global if you want to prevent outbreaks. So how do we get that type of cooperation, which is not only the right thing to do, but is in every country's self-interest? Because the fact that you weren't able to sleep because of vaccination around COVID is because we didn't have that mindset of we're not safe unless everybody's safe.
That's a tough one.
It's a tough one. So Berkeley, I really, yes, I say yes, we need this discussion about global public goods. I think that is the right way to say that's the way we need to orient our politics, and how that is the way to discuss it. We do that in G7. We do that in every meeting we have. We do that as health ministers, as development ministers, in the foreign policy, with education, in all the fields we have in G7. And I hope that at the end we will have a common understanding of that. But it is not enough. You mention it. We need to have more. We need G20. G7, there is a lot of movement in the right direction, but we need G20, and for climate change, we need to have the world going with us.
That's huge, and so is the next question, and it relates back, Minister, to the issue of vaccines. And here it is. Let me read it out. You mentioned that more money is needed for a global COVID response, but what about other means like waiving patents? That's the obvious one.
Oh, I think that is the question Sis Berkeley could answer perfect because of Gavi. Would you like to take it? I know you have.
So you got yourself a job now.
I always quote him, so we have him with us, if you like.
Sorry, that is a very important question. Obviously, the real question is, will waiving patents increase cooperation among companies to transfer technology, or will it decrease it? If it increases, we should do that. My hypothesis would be it will decrease it. And the critical issue here is that vaccines aren't about patents. It's about the know-how that goes with it. And so the way we've been able to accelerate the production of vaccines around the world has been companies working together and sharing technology. And we need that type of cooperation. We need incentives for cooperation and for companies to work together. I think the patent issue is a little bit of what we call a red herring, because it's not directly on the pathway that has to solve this problem.
Thank you very much. Anything to add, Minister?
I always quote him with that. So yes, we need to cooperate. I've learned that an mRNA vaccines that need 50,000 steps of a quality control, 50,000. You need people who are well educated. You need really, it is new. We always forget that, but it is a new technique and it is very, very successful. So our approach from Germany is we want to build up vaccine production in Africa, and we have now a company, BioNTech, who do that in a very fair way. They have a possibility to produce these vaccines in Africa, and we are establishing all the surrounding you need, help to find people who are well educated, building up the infrastructure, and helping to develop this mRNA technique forward, because it is now in the first level. It needs still cooling, what is a problem to bring these vaccines all over the world. So more development in that, bringing the next level forward, that is what we need, and that is a global challenge. And we need the knowledge that is in South Africa, for example, very well prepared for that. They're very good scientists over there. And working together, that's the solution for that, for the problem.
And sort of our reluctance to think about the patents waiving issue has nothing to do with economic interests for companies like BioNTech or so.
I think the patent waiver discussion is more symbolic, because BioNTech, they help everybody to bring that forward. It is not about the patent. What they are fear of, and that is also a fear everybody must have, is that someone is producing a vaccine that is not okay. And then we will see the consequences. If the trust in the vaccines, if we lose that, that will be a real problem. So vaccines need a really high level, need to be high level controlled. They need a quality control. They need to be helpful. So, and that, bringing that forward, that is what is needed. And that is not a discussion about patent. The patents are not enough. The patents must be used to produce vaccines, and that is not easy, and therefore we need these these innovative cooperation.
Right. I saw the gentleman in the uniform nodding vehemently. I wasn't sure whether it was... did you want to join the conversation, sir? No, okay. So I have some additional questions from our viewers online. And one is a bit of a broader question, Minister, on sort of the alignment of European development policies, and let me read it out for you. How aligned are European partners in their development policy priorities and long-term goals? Obviously, we can talk about this for hours and hours, but give us a snapshot of your perspective.
I think with our commissioner, with Jutta Urpilainen, she made a very good job there, and she brings forward these global gateways. She is on the way to aligning it more on the European level. So I think we see there in these field steps forward to working together on a European level, and it is that is something I want to bring forward, that we work together on a European level. I think we are much more successful if we do so, and we have more opportunities to go that way, and also as European. And what our commissioner, what Jutta Urpilainen is doing, I think that is the right direction for that.
Right, and where do you see the main challenges when it comes to like a more coordinated, more aligned European position?
That is the challenge we always have in the EU. We have a lot of different states, and there are 27 interests, there are 27 things that need to be focused on, and bringing that together, that is the challenge we have in the EU.
Yeah, that's that's the same old song. Let's go back to again questions from our audience online, and there is an interesting question, Minister, that goes back to the issue of climate, which you're so very familiar with, and here it is. How is the BMZ, your ministry, contributing towards international climate financing and towards making international financial flows climate neutral? Do you want me to read it out once again?
Okay, I think that there are two questions about international climate financing and about international finance flows, climate neutral also.
Making them kind of green.
Yeah.
That's the thrust, I think.
Okay, Germany is one of the big. We give a lot of money for international climate financing. In all, we contribute a lot in that. So that is one part of the questions, and we need more countries to give money for all the things that are needed to fight against climate change. And there is a lot of funding. We doubled our funding in Germany from 2 to 4, and we are now on the way to 6 billion euros. But it is not enough when Germany is doing so. We need more states to give more money for all the things for climate change. The big question is how we do that on the way to the next climate COP and to the next biodiversity COP, because both COPs are in front in this year. And we need money to save biodiversity, and we need money for loss and damage for the climate COP, and that is the negotiation we have now over the next months, and making financial flows more climate neutral. That is a question I think we need hours for to make that, but it is. I think the CO2 pricing is one way to lead the money in the right direction. But we also need the regulatory framework, not only in Germany, not only in Europe, we need a regulatory framework all over the world to bring the money in the right way, in a carbon neutral world. That there is a movement in this direction. There is a movement.
Taxonomy.
Yeah, taxonomy, but also on the big companies, that they go the way to say what is my CO2 footprint? The most of them don't know it. It is really not easy to evaluate that. So there is a way, and there is a discussion in the right direction, but also a lot of work to do. So.
That's certainly true. And let me sort of slip in another sort of a bit of a fundamental question, Minister, when it comes to climate action and economic growth. To elevate people out of poverty, obviously, we need sustained economic growth. And that's why your ministry is called a Ministry for Economic Cooperation. But at least in recent history, we've seen that economic growth has often come at the expense of climate, at the expense of environment. So how can we marry those two contradictory sides of the coin? I mean, how green can economic growth actually be, especially when we talk about developing countries?
Sure. I think there is no alternative to a carbon neutral world if we want to stay on this planet, and I think we want to stay here. So we need to be carbon neutral. So the economy, the economy of the future needs to be carbon neutral, and we are able to develop that. We have all the knowledge we need. We are able to produce steel in a way that is on the way to be carbon neutral. And then we are able to build up green steel. We are able to have our energy from renewable sources. So we are able to do so, but the world has to go that way. So bringing this transition forward, I think it is just possible with a just transition. Do it in a way that addresses also social issues. And if we don't do so, we will not be successful. So bringing that together, social issues and the reducing of CO2, I think that is the way that would help to reach both targets.
Yeah, and the devil, as always, lies in the details, right? There is a question that fits in nicely with exactly this discussion about sort of doing the right thing when it comes to energy transition. And here one of our viewers asks, when it comes to the energy transition, the EU does not present a good picture. How do you want to represent a CO2 neutrality if the EU won't achieve its goal? So it's the old story about not only talking the talk, but also walking the walk. Again, strictly speaking, not a question which pertains to your current portfolio, but more to your previous portfolio, I would say, but still.
I'm not sure if I understand the question, because the one who asks know what is in the future. Why the one is sure that the EU won't achieve its goal? We do in the EU a lot. We have a climate law now. We have clear targets. We have we have a lot of decisions on the right way. We are having the Green Deal. That is the right way forward. And with this, if we do that, we are on the right way to reduce CO2. We are much closer to the goal as 5 years ago. So bringing these steps forward and realizing that are steps forward, I think that is what we have to do. I don't like this approach to say, we reached nothing. Okay, there is less CO2 but in industrial countries as Germany, but we reached nothing. That's not true. We reached a lot. We are on the Munich Security Conference and we are discussing about climate change. 10 years ago, no one think about that. We are here and knowing all the big companies know that they have to reduce CO2. They are on the way. So we have steps forward. And I think we should also mention that and also discussing that. And I'm sure that the EU will do more. That totally clear. They need to do more, but they go really step forward. And I think the target we set in the climate law is the right target, and we could reach that.
I have a question from our audience here on site. We have two questions. The gentleman in the middle is first, and then we go to you, sir. Yeah, right over here. The mic is on its way.
Daniel Eriksson, CEO of Transparency International. First of all, Madam President, I would like to thank you. Minister, I shouldn't promote you.
Soon to be.
Yeah, soon to be. Let's put it like that. I'd like to thank you, your ministry and Germany for the support, financial, but most of all, diplomatic, to our organization that has likely saved the lives of colleagues. So thank you for that. My question is, and that relates to what you said early on about multilateral, needs to be multilateral in support programs, and what the moderator said about these new actors in development aid coming in with different value sets. What we saw during the pandemic was that with big money comes big risk for corruption, and with big risk of corruption, you get erosion of democratic states. And that is a risk for us abroad and at home. To which extent would you be ready to, Minister, to lobby against, with your colleagues, to ensure that Germany is a good example and doesn't become a safe haven for the stolen money that kleptocrats, be that from these multilateral projects or for other purposes, bring to Germany, and as a matter of fact all over Europe? How can we lead by example? Sorry for being slightly out of your portfolio, but in the end, it relates originally to your portfolio.
Thanks very much, Minister.
I'm used to that because when I was an environment minister, I was asked from finance to housing, everything. So it is the same now with the international approach. So are we ready to lobby against corruption? Yes, we are ready to work against that. And we are extremely aware how difficult that is. We see that in the pandemic in our own parliament. We see it in our own parliament, members of parliament. If you ask me a year before if such thing is possible, I couldn't imagine it before, but we see that, and so we are very aware of that, and we are looking forward to lobby against it and building the right framework. And that is, I think that is the challenge, because the ones who want to who wants to deal with the money, they are also intelligent and they know all the spaces, all the gaps we have in our laws. So bringing that forward, have the right laws just in time in the parliament, that is the challenge we have. And we have that in Germany, we have that on the European level, and we need that also international.
Thanks again for that question, sir. I have your question in mind as well, but before we come to you, I didn't want to go too deeply into sort of institutional issues of the BMZ minister, but I understand, since we're talking about the impact of sort of development aid here, I understand there is a reform process going on inside the ministry, and you're looking very closely at how the impact of our projects can be strengthened and sort of be reviewed also towards the target goal of 2030. So maybe you can tell us a bit more about what are the goals and the principles of this reform process.
Yeah. Yes, we have a reform process over years now, and we're continuing with that. BMSAT 2030 is the name of that, and we try to focus our work and try to focus also how we work together with our partner countries. And the focus is now on 4 big topics. It is fighting the pandemic, it is leave no one behind, working against hunger and poverty in the world, working against hunger in the first goal. Then the third is a just transition. I explained it before, so I do that not again. And the fourth is we want to have a feminist policy. We discuss about feminist foreign policy, and we want also to have a feminist development policy, because we are very aware if women are not represented, if women have not the respect in their community, if they don't get the money, there's a question of resources, and if they do not get equal rights, we will not be successful with our development policy. So that is the fourth thing, and we have two big pillars that we work on. That is digitalization. I think it is really important for development policy to be aware how digitalization changed the world and what that means also to developing countries. That is one of the goals, and the other one is go deeper in the question of flight and migration, and what we should do to work against that. That is also a topic that is always a topic in development policy, but we want to deepen it again. And that is an internal process where we evaluate all the things we're doing and looking, are we good enough? Where we could be better? That is a permanent process, and then it is a process also being a little bit more focused on the countries we work, on the partner countries we work with, and I think that is normal for every big organization, and we are also a big organization, so we need this reflection on what we are doing.
Certainly, so a big and well-funded institution, hopefully. If I remember correctly, we had a question over there, right? Sir, you have the floor.
Hold it. Oh, you have to hold, yeah. Minister, 1.5 questions. One is, does biodiversity, which is a very, very tough topic in a number of countries in the world, play a role in your policies? And B, what will be the role of, you have a very good engine in the GIZ, what will be the role of NGOs, local and international, and private money, as, for example, our own here?
The GIZ and the NGOs are very important for us. That the GIZ and also the KfW, they are our partners for the financial dimension and for the technical. So both of these organizations, they do a really great job, and we're working strongly together with them. And then we also need the NGOs. We can't work without the support and the help and this close together with the NGOs. They are very important for our work. In my budget, there is 1 billion euros every year to help the NGOs. And to help to bring their work forward, because there is such a lot of enthusiasm, such a lot of people who are working in that, and that is really helpful for our work. So we're working closely together. And the other question was about.
Is there any dimension of biodiversity?
Biodiversity, yes. Biodiversity is also a topic we have in my ministry, because it is interlinked. It is close interlinked to climate change, and it is close interlinked also to human development. And to make it very short and in a nutshell, I think that this One Health approach we have on the international level, that is the right approach. There is only one health. If the nature failed, if we have problems in nature, that that gives also problems to us as humankind. And thinking that together, knowing that climate change, biodiversity, and the future of us, that is closely interlinked. That is one of the main topics also in my ministry. We do a lot. We work against deforestation. We have a big program for that. We take care of our peatlands. Very important. Peatlands are a CO2 storage, and we discuss it too less. It is really important, and it's also about take care about our biodiversity in plants and animals. Yeah.
Thank you, Minister. Time has been flying, ladies and gentlemen. So if you have a final question to ask, now would be a good moment to give you a couple of moments to think about it. I will take one more question from our viewers online. And here again, that's an interesting one because it's related to the use of new technology. And here's the question for you, Minister. What chances or risks do you see in new technology when it comes to your field, to your portfolio?
New technology is a very broad question. I will focus this on digitalization. When you see what UNDP is doing to deal with and to work with digitalization, I think that is the right way. They pick up all the young enthusiastic people in the developing countries and help them to work with digital tools, bringing that forward in these accelerators UNDP has. And realizing how important digitalization is and how important it is also for development policy, I think that is one thing where we could pay more attention of, because digitalization could be a problem. That is the one view on it, because half of the world are still not connected. That is a problem. But on the other hand, digitalization can help us in such a lot of fields. If we do farming with digital tools, if we help farmers to know better what of their seeds are good in these ground, what amount of water is needed, and therefore we have digital solutions, but we do not have them in the developing countries, and we need to take care that these digital solutions, that they are also available for our partners in developing countries, and that is one of the tasks. I think we need more awareness and where we could do more. UNDP is doing that, and I like to do more in these fields also in Germany.
Right. Minister, apparently you've explained your ministry's policies so eloquently and so exhaustively that there are no more questions left unless... Oh, the gentleman in the first row. You go ahead, sir. Final question.
So I have a question concerning a region in Europe, actually, where German cooperation, German contribution has been really significant. And I mean the Western Balkans. I come from Albania. Actually, I am Minister of Defense, so I work for security, but they are quite interlinked. So if the 6 countries of Western Balkans will prosper economically, then we will feel safer. We'll feel safer also. Because, as mentioned here, there are also other countries with different values and that try to attract our interest towards them. But it would harm, in my view, our EU integration aspirations. So I'm very much interested about what is the view of the new government of Germany about, let's say, economic development and economic cooperation in Western Balkans.
Thank you, sir. Minister, asking you for a quick question on this huge, reply on this huge question.
Yeah, we have a close cooperation with the Western Balkans. We work together over years, and that is very important for us, and we will continue. We have a close cooperation on energy questions, on the question of the transition of energy, on social questions, and on a lot of, so you know about that. So we will continue that, and that is really an important topic for us.
Fantastic. Minister, I have a very, very final question. It's super short, and it goes like this, and it's purely hypothetical. If ever, let's say in coalition talks or so, someone came up with the idea of abolishing the BMZ or integrating it into some other ministry, what would be your single most important one reason not to do this?
Look at the UK.
That was a very, very concise answer. Minister, thank you very much. It was great to have you here on Meet the Minister. Thank you all for being with us, for being such a great audience, for having drunk your coffee during luncheon, and also thank you very much to our viewers online for posing great questions. Thank you very much, and see you around.
Thanks for watching BR24 Live. We're here with more from the Munich Security Conference, and as the Russia-Ukraine crisis develops, the next speaker is eagerly awaited. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky coming up next, and we'll be back right after this. Welcome back. You're watching BR24 live, covering the Munich Security Conference 2022, and now, soon to be on stage, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. As you may see, there are still some preparations to be done, but apparently now this has not the right signal, but I'm sure we will fix it now. And yeah, just stay put, because Volodymyr Zelensky will soon be on stage. First there will be a statement and a conversation with CNN's Christiane Amonpour, so just stay tuned, stay with us.
Everyone who still wants to attend the main session coming up in the main conference hall, please make your way to your seat there immediately, as we'll be closing all doors now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main conference hall. Please take your seats now, as we'll begin in the next minutes. Please note that you need to remain seated throughout the session. After a conversation with the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, we will continue immediately with the next part of the program. So please remain seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairman of the Munich Security Conference, Ambassador Wolfgang Ishinger.
Please. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, excellencies, guests. Program continues. I think you're now going to have one of the highlights of this Munich Security Conference 2022. I am extremely relieved and delighted that, how do I say this, against some odds, the president of Ukraine has actually decided not to cancel his trip to Munich, but to come here and to talk to us and to have a meeting. So the way this is going to work is that the president will make his speech, his address, and then he will then have a moderated discussion with Christian Amanpour of CNN. So my only job is now to welcome the president of Ukraine.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Floor is yours. That is mine. Okay. Thank you so much. Hello. I think that is all for, not for me, for Ukraine and for our soldiers. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You have to prepare a little bit technically because I will speak in our native language in Ukrainian, so please, if it's possible. Thank you so much. I will wait 15 seconds because I want to be understandable from the very beginning. We can. Thank you so much. Україна хоче миру. Європа хоче миру. Світ каже, що не хоче воювати. А Росія, що не хоче нападати. Хтось з нас бреше. Це ще не аксіома, але вже не гіпотеза. Пані та панове, 2 дні тому я був на Донбасі. На лінії розмежування юридично між Україною і тимчасово окупованими територіями. Фактично розмежування між миром і війною. Де з одного боку
separating peace and the war. The line with a kindergarten on the one hand and the shell flying into it. On the one hand, the school, and on the other hand, the shell flying into the school playground with 30 kids nearby. On the other hand, the kids who are not heading towards NATO, they are heading towards their classrooms. Some of them might be having their physics classes, and with their elementary knowledge of physics, even these kids will know that alleging that it was Ukraine to have shelled these objects is just silly. Other kids might as well be having their math classes. They don't need a calculator to figure out the difference between the total number of shelling in the last 2 days and the number of times Ukraine is mentioned in the Munich Security Report. Yet some kids might be having their history class, and so when they see the shell crater in their playground instead of their school playground, they might start asking questions, has our world completely forgotten the mistakes of the 20th century? Where does the appeasement policy usually leads to? How did we get from the question, what's the point of dying for Danzig, to dozens of millions having to give away their lives for for Dunkirk as well as dozens of other European cities. These are horrific history lessons. With this, I'm simply trying to make sure we have been reading the same textbook so that we are all on the same page about one main question. How did we get to this point in the 21st century where the war is being waged and people are dying in Europe? How come that time-wise it's already longer than World War II? How did we end up in the biggest security crisis since the end of the Cold War? To me, as a president of the country which lost part of its territory, thousands of people, the country surrounded by a 150,000 army with heavy armament and machinery on our borders, to me, this answer is obvious. The security architecture of our world is brittle, it is obsolete. The rules that have been agreed upon by the world dozens of years ago are no longer working. They are neither catching up with new threats nor being effective in overcoming them, just like a cough syrup instead of a good COVID vaccine. This security system is slow and failing us time and time again because of different things: egotism, arrogance, and irresponsibility of countries on the global level. As a result, some countries are committing crimes while others resort to indifference, the indifference that turn them into accomplices. It is symbolic that I'm saying this here. 15 years ago, it was Russian Federation who made the statement here and putting the challenge to the global security. How did the world respond? Appeasement. What do we have as a result? The annexation of the Crimea and aggression against my country at the very least. The UN, which was initially called to safeguard peace and security, cannot protect itself when its own charter being violated as one of the Security Council members annexing the territory of another founding member, while the UN itself is ignoring the Crimean platform established to deoccupy the Crimea and advocate for the rights of the Crimean Tatars. It was here 3 years ago when Angela Merkel said, "Who can pick up the pieces of the world's puzzle? Only all of us together," she said, to a rush of audible excitement in the room which stood up to applaud. Unfortunately, the collective ovation failed to transform into collective action. So now that the world is talking about the threat of a big war, it begs the question, is there anything left to pick up? The security architecture of Europe and beyond is almost destroyed. It's too late now to talk about fixing it. It's high time for a new one. The mankind did so on 2 occasions, having paid an extensively high price. It is the 2 world wars. We do have a chance to break that trend before it became a trend and build a new system before we pay millions of casualties based on the experience of 2 world wars, without the 3rd one to come in. Here in UN, I already mentioned that there is no such thing as it is not my war in the 21st century, that annexation of the Crimea and the war in the Donbass is a blow to the whole world, that this is not about war in Ukraine, this is about the war in Europe. I mentioned this in 2019, 2020, 2021. Will the world be able to hear me in 2022? This is no longer a hypothesis, but not yet an axiom. Why not? Because it requires proof. It requires something more than just tweets and statements in mass media. Action is needed. The world needs this action, not Ukraine. We are going to protect our country with or without support of our partners, be it hundreds pieces of contemporary armament or 5,000 helmets. We equally appreciate the support, but everyone needs to understand that this is not some kind of donation Ukraine should be reminding or begging for. This is not just a broad gesture that Ukraine should be bowing down for. This is your contribution into the European and international security for which Ukraine has been serving as a shield for 8 years now, a reliable shield, holding back one of the largest armies in the world. That same army which is now poised on the Ukrainian, not EU member states' borders. and the missiles were flying into the Mariupol, not the European cities, and thanks God. And after the fights and the destroyed airport in Donetsk, not in Frankfurt, and it is always blazing in the Avdiivka industrial zone, which is being shelled. There it was very hot, not in Murmansk. And none of the countries of Europe know what the military funerals are around the country in all regions, and none of the European leaders knows what is it to regularly meet with the families of the dead soldiers. No matter what, we're going to protect our beautiful land on our borders. Either we have 150,000 or 1 million soldiers of any army. In order to help Ukraine, indeed, we don't need to hear how many of them are there and how many armament they have. We need to hear how many are there of us together. To help Ukraine, we don't need to be reminded of the dates of the plausible intervention. We're going to protect our land on the 16th of February, on the 1st of March, and the 31st of December. We need other dates, much more than these dates. And everyone understands what kind of dates. Tomorrow is the day of commemoration of the Heavenly 100. 8 years ago, Ukrainians have made their choice, and many of them have sacrificed their lives for that. Do you think that 8 years later, Ukraine should keep calling for acknowledgement of our European perspective? Since 2014, Russia is convincing everyone that this was an erroneous path for Ukraine, that no one is waiting for us in Europe. Isn't it Europe that should be saying and proving them wrong? Isn't it Europe who should be saying today that our citizens have a positive attitude towards Ukraine joining the Union? Why are we avoiding this question? Doesn't Ukraine deserve to have direct and frank answers? The same is true about NATO. We are told the doors are open, but so far the strangers are not allowed. If not all members are willing to see us there, or all members don't want to see us there, be honest about it. Open doors are good, but we need open answers, but not the years and years of closed questions. Isn't the right for truth part of our opportunities? And the sooner, the better. The sooner summit in Madrid, for example. The Russian Federation is saying that Ukraine wants to join NATO to bring the Crimean back by force. It's good to hear that bring back the Crimea is something that they mentioned their rhetoric, but they didn't read carefully Article 5 of the NATO Charter. The collective actions are for protection, not for attack. The Crimea and the occupied lands of Donbass will come back to Ukraine, but only through peaceful process. Ukraine is consistent about Normandy and Minsk agreement. The foundation is the recognition of the territorial integrity and independence of our state. We want to have diplomatic resolution of the military conflict, exclusively, I would like to emphasize, based on their international law. So what in reality is happening now in Minsk in the peaceful process? 2 years ago, with the presidents of France and Russian Federation and German Chancellor, we agreed about a full-fledged ceasefire, and Ukraine is committed to these agreements, and we are observing them. We keep not responding to the provocations. We are submitting proposals to the Normandy 4 and trilateral contact groups, and do we see instead shelling and bullets? Our soldiers are dying, our peaceful population is dying, civil infrastructure being destroyed. The last 2 days have become very symbolic. Massive shelling from the armament prohibited by the Minsk agreement. It's important to allow for the observers for the OSCE to visit. They are being threatened. They're being scared. All humanitarian questions are being blocked. 2 years ago, I've signed into law the unconditional access of humanitarian humanitarian organizations to the detainees. But on the temporarily occupied territories, they're simply not allowed. After 2 exchange of prisoners, this process has been stalled and blocked, although Ukraine has been sharing the approved lists. Tortures until the death in the notorious isolation prison in Donetsk now is the symbol of human rights violation. In November, the 2 new crossing points that we opened in Lugansk Oblast have not been put into operation, and we see this as an obstruction under false pretext. And Ukraine is doing its best to push this discussion, for political questions as well. In the TCG, in the Minsk process, we have submitted the proposals and the drafts of law, but everything is blocked and no one is talking about them. Ukraine demands urgently to unblock the negotiation process. At the same time, this does not mean that looking for peace is limited and restricted only by that. We are prepared to look for the keys to end the war in all possible formats, in all possible platforms, Paris, Minsk, Istanbul, Beijing, Barcelona. It doesn't matter where in the world we will agree about the peace in Ukraine. 4 countries will be there, 7 countries will be, or 100 countries. It doesn't matter. The most important, Russia and Ukraine to be there. What is important is the understanding that we need not only us who need peace. The world needs peace. We need to restore peace and integrity in the internationally acknowledged borders. And I hope no one is thinking about Ukraine as a permanent buffer between the Russian Federation and the West. This will never happen. No one allow this to happen. Otherwise, there will be a question: who is next? NATO countries will have to protect each other. I want to believe that North Atlantic Treaty and Article 5 will be more effective than the Budapest Memorandum. For the refusal, the fact that we refused from the 3rd biggest nuclear power, we received the security guarantees. We are no longer we no longer have that weapon. Neither do we have the security. We have lost part of our territory, which is bigger in territory than Switzerland, Netherlands, or Belgium. Millions of citizens have been lost. All of that has been lost, but we still have something. We have the right to demand to move from the appeasement policy to ensuring the guarantees of security. Since 2014, 3 times Ukraine has tried to call for consultations for the guarantors of the countries who guaranteed the Budapest Agreement. 3 times, no success. This will be the 4th time today that we're going to do this. As a president, for the first time, but both Ukraine and me will do this the last time. We are initiating under Budapest Memorandum and call for and ask the foreign minister to have this meeting. And if, as a result of this, we're not going to guarantee of defense after this summit, we will think that Budapest Memorandum is not working, and all the package decisions of 1994 have been put in question and compromised. In the nearest weeks, I propose to call the summit of the countries of the Security Council with the participation of Europe, Germany and Turkey to resolve security challenges in Europe and come up with new effective guarantees, security guarantees for Ukraine. The guarantees that we need before we become the members of the Defense Council, being in this gray zone, in a security vacuum, so to speak. What else can we do now? We can continue the effective support of Ukraine and its defense capabilities, providing the European perspective, providing the support as are provided to the candidate countries, and providing specific timelines for Ukraine possible full membership in their alliance. We need support for the transformation in our country to create the Stability and Restoration Fund, the Land Lease program, supplying new armament and equipment to our army, the army which is protecting the whole Europe. An effective preventive sanctions package is what we need to restrain the aggression and the energy integration of the Ukraine into European Union in the times when Nord Stream 2 is being used as a weapon. All these questions require answers. Instead, there is silence. And while this silence persists, there will be no silence in the east of Ukraine, in the east of Europe, and in the whole world. I do hope finally the whole world will understand this and Europe will understand this. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very grateful to the countries who have supported Ukraine with their words, with their declaration and specific support. Those who are on our side, on the side of truth, on the side of international law. I'm not calling my friends out by names. I don't want some countries to be ashamed, but this is their business. This is their matter. These are their countries, their karma, and this is their consciousness that they have to look into. Although I don't know how they will be able to explain these actions to the 2 people who were killed and 3 wounded Ukrainian soldiers today, and 3 girls from Kyiv, 10, 6, and 1 years old, who don't have a father any longer. At 6 o'clock in the morning, East European time, when Ukrainian scout officer was killed from the artillery shell prohibited by Minsk. I don't know what he thought about at the last second of his life. He didn't really for sure understand what kind of agenda we need for the meeting to stop the war in the East, but what he knew is the answer to the question that I asked at the very beginning. He very well knows who is lying here. Rest in peace to him and to all those who have died during these years of war in the east of our country. Thank you.
Mr. President, you gave a very impassioned speech just now, and we'll get to it in a moment. But first, I want to ask you that I'm not sure how many people in this room expected you to make the decision to leave your country and come here today. What was so important for you to be here, and what do you know about Vladimir Putin's intentions that perhaps the United States or others don't know, because they think that he's made the decision to enter your country?
Thank you very much. Thank you for this question, and thank you for the invitation. It is very important when Ukraine is being discussed, for Ukraine, for this information to come from the mouth of our country. I'm the president and our team. It's important for all our partners and friends not to agree about anything behind our back, and I do believe in our partnership. But I do believe that this is the case. I had very important meetings today with the leaders of different countries, and still more to go. And I would like you to hear, to see, to ask questions and get the answers, to understand the level of resilience of our country, that we're not panicking, we're very consistent, that we are not responding to any provocations. We have our own vaccine already developed for that, not as good as COVID vaccines, but this vaccine is already 8 years old. We know the things we need to react to and things we shouldn't. Of course, when our soldiers are being killed, we know we need to respond, but we understand who is killing us. We understand what these military groups are, but and we also understand when they are shooting from the localities surrounded by civilians to provoke us, for us to respond and to start an escalation on the other side in response to our fire. It's also important for us to be on the same page in terms of information. The fact that the partners are sharing with us the information, we are very grateful for that, by the way, for the cooperation of our intelligences. But we are in this tension for many, many years now. We do not think that we need to panic. We think these risks are indeed very high because we have more troops, 150,000 troops on our borders. Yes, indeed, that's a big risk. But a very big risk if we do respond to one provocation or the other. On the other hand, I think that Russian Federation, and when we are talking about Russia, this is the people, the whole people of Russia. So I think they will not be able to start to go to war against Ukraine. And although on the temporary occupied territories we have a lot of provocations, and we see this, how through the mass media they're disseminating different provocative information, we need to preserve our stability, we need to keep calm and be adults. In these terms, Ukraine army is more adult than others.
A bit of escalation on the so-called false flag issues. You have just talked about 2 Ukrainian soldiers being killed. The Russians say mines have exploded, Ukrainian mines on their side of the border. We've seen this rhetoric before. We understand the concept of false flags. But how tense is that? How do you think you can stop it? You know, how do you consider the level of the current provocations?
Any provocations are very dangerous. As I already said, I think the most complicated question that in the Crimea, in the temporary occupied territory of the Donbass, along the borders of Ukraine and Russia, there's 35,000 on the temporary temporary occupied territories. There's 35,000 more and 150 along other borders. So provocations are indeed very dangerous if you have this number of troops. One shelling, one fire, cannon fire can lead to a war, and we perfectly understand. As I said, I do think so, and this is what our partners believe. I mean, the partners that are around us, who have joined borders with us, who know the history of the Soviet Union, and they do understand the kind of risks we are facing. The Poland, the Baltic states, Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, Moldova, they know what that could lead to. So we need to be very careful. I can't tell you about what will happen now. If you compare to 2014, 2015, there were much more casualties, unfortunately. When someone in mass media says that now this is the most horrific situation, that is not true. It is horrible, it's a tragedy for our nation, for our people. It is a tragedy, and in future you will see that this is the tragedy for Russians as well, who used to have good relationship with Ukraine. How do we stay neighbors and live with each other from now on? But we are in a different point of our life. We're not talking about neighborhood. We are talking about the war, and that it shouldn't start. This is why the risk is high. What was shown yesterday on the temporary occupied territory, they've shown some shelling allegedly flying from our side, and then they have shown something flying all the way to Rostov region of Russia. This is just mere blunt provocation. These are pure lies. There's no one dead or wounded. This is just cynicism of such a high level that they are blowing up something on their side and shooting. This is not the first time since 2014 that they are aiming their guns and shooting at the territory that they themselves control. This is the kind of cynicism. That's it. And all we care is peace. And I mentioned this many times to the President of Russian Federation and Angela Merkel and Macron in 2019, and we have sent a massive amount of signals. On the monthly basis, we have been passing on to different world leaders and directly to Russian federations that we are ready to sit down and speak. Pick the platform that you like. Pick the partners that will be there around the table with us. We are ready for that, prepared for that. What's the point of us shooting and proposing diplomacy at the same time?
I'm too long, I'm sorry. You can stop me when you want.
Can I ask you how you feel today compared to a few days ago? Because I think everybody's been quite amazed at the solidarity between the United States and your country and Europe and the united front that's been presented, and also the extraordinary departure that the United States has used intelligence to telegraph exactly what it sees President Putin doing. You have said different things about that on the one hand it could sow panic, and you're going to remain disciplined, and you just said again, we're not going to panic. How do you evaluate the US aggressive use of intelligence to try to dissuade President Putin?
It's difficult for me to judge how United States should be using their intelligence. I guess they're doing this in a professional manner. This is their choice. But I'm grateful for the work that both of our intelligence has been doing, but the intelligence I trust is my intelligence. I trust Ukrainian intelligence who are on our territory, who understand what's going on along our borders, who have different intelligence sources and understand different risk-based or intercepted data. We're talking about this, this information should be used. I repeated this many times. We're not really living in delusion. We understand what can happen tomorrow, but maybe the comparison I will make is not good, but just putting ourselves in coffins and waiting for foreign soldiers to come in is not something we are prepared to do. We are not going to advance on anyone, but we stand ready to respond to everything. We cannot remain passive. We cannot say on the daily basis that war will happen tomorrow. What kind of state is it going to be? What kind of economy is it going to be? How can you live in the state when on the daily basis you're being told that tomorrow the war will happen, tomorrow the advance will happen? It means crushing national currency, money being taken out, business flying out. Can you live in that kind of country? Can you have a stability in that kind of country? No. And those who want to disbalance our country from within are multiple, and everyone wants Ukraine to be weak. Weak economy, weak army, and if there's weak army, you can just go ahead and invade, and we won't be able to protect neither our people, neither our children, nor the economy. This is why our response is very calm to one piece of information or the other. We have to assess it. We have to think not how to react to what I just got, but I have to digest this information. I have to understand what will happen after my words, after my reaction to this, what will happen to my people. What will happen after these people will run to the banks to take money from their deposit accounts, after they start fearing and the panic will start? We have the information war, the hybrid war going on. This is why Ukrainians are not giving up. In different sense of this word, we want to live day after day and protect our country. If you want to help us, we have lots of examples. Apart from this information, there are a lot of very concrete things. Strengthen our arm, give us more armament, strengthen our economy, invest in our country. country. Bring your business in. If you're afraid, okay, give us cheap financing. Give us support, finance, grant support. Why, when we are giving money, why we're always getting these conditions? You have to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and dozen of other reforms. Is there any other country in the world who would have such a strong army on the eastern borders with all these reforms implemented at the same time? That is not easy. But we're not panicking. We just live our lives. We want to live as a strong country. That's it.
Mr. President, you talked again about NATO.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to add. I'm sorry for interrupting you. Sorry. We had a discussion some time ago with one of the leaders of one of the leading countries, and we were talking about the sanction policy. We had a different vision on how sanctions should be applied when Russian aggression will happen. And we are being told that you have several days and then the war will start. And I said, okay, then apply the sanctions today. Yes, they say, we apply sanctions when the war will happen. I'm saying, fine, but you are telling me that it's 100% that the war will start in a couple of days. Then what are you waiting for? We don't need your sanctions after the bombardment will happen, and after our country will be fired at, or after we will have no borders, or after we will have no economy, or parts of our countries will be occupied. Why would we need those sanctions then? What is this about? So when you're asking what can be done, well, lots of different things can be done. We can even provide you the list. The most important is willingness.
So you're calling for sanctions to be leveled now. You also talked about NATO now. There's obviously, this is the big sensitive issue in this whole issue, right? And you have just talked about, again, wanting to be part of NATO. And yet you said you don't expect any NATO soldiers on your territory now. You specifically said, we want no foreign soldiers with foreign flags on our territory right now. What is your position on wanting to join NATO today?
To respond to the first part of your question about sanctions, the question is not about introducing them today. If the whole world understands that tomorrow there is a high probability of escalation by Russian Federation, and if Russian Federation is not pulling out their military, I think that would be a powerful step. If they are pulling back, then there will be no question. That's a soft option. I'm talking about the diplomats who cannot apply sanctions automatically. I'm talking about the logic. If they pull back their troops, well, there will be no sanctions. But today, even the question of just making it public preventively, just the list of sanctions, for them, for Russia to know what will happen if they start the war, even that question does not have the support. Okay, let's be honest then I have a question. Why, if you can't even disclose what will happen to whom if the war starts, then the question is that it will be, I doubt that it will be triggered after it even happens. In terms of NATO, we had a lot of debates regarding this, and there were lots of discussions about the world leaders and my friends. And meanwhile, I have lots of friends among the world leaders. I will not name them because others will get offended. Ukraine is being supported. Indeed, but Ukraine needs security guarantees. We are smart people, we are not narrow-minded. We understand there are lots of different risks because of NATO. There is no consensus around of their allies. Everyone is saying there is some distance that we need to go between Ukraine and the NATO, that we need to walk. All we are saying is, tell us how much time does it take to complete this distance, measured in years. And you see this is measured not just in hours, and you can see with the tragedies and lives. This is measured in the human life of Ukrainians. So tell us, on this distance, is it fair for us to get the guarantees while we're still walking this path? Some diplomatic guarantees. Isn't it just simply fair? No one is pushing anyone against the wall with a question for us to be there in the NATO. That's not the case. We want to, we do, but until we have that possibility, what we want is the guarantees, security guarantees.
And I know you have to go. I'm getting the old rap. But can I ask you...
Just a second. I think cyber attack. Can I have another one for translation? Yes.
But maybe you
see, Russia's not here, but they're here. Well, it doesn't work. I'm sorry.
How about if I try to talk to you and you'll understand me?
I understand you from the very beginning, but you know there are some very important things.
Yeah. So what I want to ask you, Mr. President, is that the U.S. has its intelligence. You said you have yours. What is your interpretation of Putin's intention? Not his capability, his intention. Do you think that he will invade? He will decide to do that? Or he has?
I don't know what the President of Russian Federation wants. That's why I propose to meet.
That's it.
On that note, your people are telling me that I have to stop.
On Syria?
Huh?
Sorry?
Your people are telling me that you need to go. Were you at all afraid of coming here?
No. Why? Well, there are friends here.
No, leaving your house unguarded.
Well, my response will be very brief. I'm sure that our country is in good hands. This is not just my hands. These are the hands of our soldiers and our citizens. I think my visit here is important. And I would like to say that I had breakfast in the morning in Ukraine, and I will have my dinner in Ukraine as well. I never leave home for long.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, a very fierce, maybe even also feisty president of Ukraine. Well, joining us now to help us finding the right words is Clemens Fehrenkotte, our correspondent for Southeast Europe, live from Vienna on the phone. Clemens, what kind of a sign is Zelensky's being here amid the Russia-Ukraine tensions? The Biden administration urged Zelensky not to leave Ukraine and visit Munich.
You could literally hear it and even see it, under which pressure he was and still is, and I've never experienced a situation when on stage he had been told by the moderator, Christine Anandpour, your people are telling me you have to leave. So it was for sure a high personal as well as political risk for him to travel to Munich, and now obviously he's immediately on his way back. Why? Not only the U.S. administration and even the President Biden was saying, if I were you, I wouldn't go. He was asked on this on the stage right away. And then what we were hearing and listening was an intense plea of not letting Ukraine alone. You got an idea of, he was talking to the UK Prime Minister, he was talking to the Vice President Harris and other partners in Munich. And we don't know what they were talking about there, but his plea of saying we can't live like this. How can you live? And he was literally saying, with each intelligence is saying, well, maybe war will start tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. And then he was arguing to say we need kind of security guarantees. He said, for sure, we are not immediately saying let's join NATO. That is not what he was saying. But he was saying we need a direct dialogue right now with Russia, with President Putin. And for sure, he was saying our country is at risk, not also economically, socially. He said, where do you go from this when you live under the threat that the next day all hell literally will break loose?
Yeah, he also made it clear that this is not a war in Ukraine, it is a war in Europe, is what he was saying earlier. There have been several sort of last-minute diplomatic maneuvers for peace, but now US President Biden says, quote, as of this moment, I am convinced Putin's made the decision, unquote. So the US believes the Russian forces intend to attack Ukraine in the coming week. So in the end, all of those diplomatic maneuvers, were they just shenanigans?
No, we really don't know how it will play out. In the meantime, I mean, there's constant warnings, especially from the American side, to say publishing their part of intelligence, which we have probably on stage every day, saying it will come. What kind of effect does it have? And President Zelensky was asked about this. How useful is it for you to be faced with this kind of warnings? And he said, and this I think that was a crucial thing, he was saying, why are you waiting to put up sanctions or even name them, what the Russian side might have to expect if they invade? I said, what's the purpose if something really militarily seriously will happen? And then you will probably publish and say, well, this is our economic sanction package, this is a financial sector, this is a high-tech sector, and so on and so forth. So then damage had been already done. And he was putting really the question also to his Western partners, why don't you publish the list of sanctions, even publishing the list, not implementing them, the list of sanctions, so that they can actually see and the whole world can see this is what you're going to have expected.
Yeah, some analysts also say that everything we're experiencing right now is part of already a psyop, so like a psychological warfare. Clemens, how important was and is Germany's role in this conflict?
Well, I mean, it had been a crucial one because of the Normandy format, because of the Minsk agreement, because it was part, the French president, the German head of the German Chancellor, Merkel by that time, now Mr. Scholz, and both sides, the Russian president, Ukrainian president. So after, you have to keep in mind, they started getting basically into power a couple of weeks ago, and now they are facing one of the really most serious scenarios, which I would never hope to have. Looking at Olaf Scholz within the last days, not only his trip to Moscow and Kiev, but also his speech this morning was really, I got a sense that he was coming to a grip with this huge responsibility, which lays for sure also on Germany. And he was clear, saying, well, why start something which is probably not a casus belli, not a reason to go to war, because the imagination that might in future Ukraine might join NATO is not on the agenda, is not today on the agenda, tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. And he was already making some, I wouldn't say if it wouldn't be so serious, some kind of jokes when he was in Moscow and saying, well, we're standing next to Putin with a huge distance in between during the press conference, saying basically, for sure, we don't know. You will be much longer in power than me, probably, but not forever. So the German role is increasingly understood by the new government, especially by Chancellor Scholz, and he had obviously delivered not only good speech, but for the whole community, which was listening and watching him and would he get to grip with this kind of responsibility? He did well.
We are talking about the Russia-Ukraine crisis. Yesterday, Germany's Minister for Foreign Affairs, Annalena Baerbock, said it's not a Russia-Ukraine crisis, it is a Russia crisis. But Russia isn't here, not at the Munich Security Conference. So how much are these discussions worth in the end?
You know, I mean, this was obvious for every participant that the Russian government won't show up. They showed up in times of tensions. In the last years, I had covered this conference when I had been in Germany and not being abroad for years, since the early decade of the starting of Iraq War in 2003. But they had been always there. Now they probably were taking into account that even if Foreign Minister Lavrov would have showed up, he would have faced all these kind of questions. And it's an open format. Speech and walk away. You usually sit there and all participants can ask questions, and it's broadcast live worldwide. So this was not the arena. He obviously, and especially not he himself, but obviously Russian President Putin, was saying, no, we don't show up. But in terms of discussions within, I think it hadn't been helpful at all for the EU community, the NATO community, and the far other countries over there in Munich at the moment, to not having the possibility even to talk bilateral behind closed doors, if you so to speak.
Thank you so much for joining us today, Clemens. Take good care. And up ahead, Afghan aftershocks, from ashes to ashes, a panel discussion we recorded earlier.
Find solution for Afghanistan, for the stability of Afghanistan. And I'm pleased to have been invited to hold this panel together with Boris, the Vice Chair of the Munich Security Conference. And we're going to talk about Afghanistan today. I very welcome you, Ms. Anniken Huitfeldt, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Kingdom of Norway. And I want also to welcome later Mr. Lindsey Graham, Senator of the United States of America. He will join us later.
Thanks, Natalie. I'm replacing, to the extent possible, my friend Michael Keating, who was unable to come to Munich. And I would like to welcome our virtual speakers. I don't know whether we can see them on the screen. First of all, Mahbouba Siraj. I hope she can see us and hear us, journalist and women's rights activist. Nemad Bijan, former Deputy Youth Minister of Afghanistan. Mueed Yusuf, National Security Advisor to the Prime Minister of Pakistan. And I think we will also be joined, but not yet. Oh, I think Tom West is in. Is that you, Tom? Can you hear us? Okay, Tom is not on yet. Wonderful. So we have 3 out of 4. That's a good start.
That's a good start. Today, we are not keen to talk about the past. In regards to Afghanistan, I think we don't have the time. Otherwise, that would be longer than 1 hour and 1 day, 1 month. But let me summarize Afghanistan's recent past using a sad but true viral quote. If you ever feel useless, consider and remember it took 20 years, trillions of dollars, and 4 American presidents to replace the Taliban with the Taliban. So let's not repeat the same mistakes.
We have some rules in this town hall, and basically they are keep it short, because we want to have a conversation. We're not looking for statements. We'll start with 3 questions, and I'll read them to you. First question: can the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan be resolved by humanitarian aid alone? Second, what does a principled approach to engagement with the Taliban look like? And third, going forward, So looking ahead, as Natalie has pointed out, what are the lessons we can draw from 20 years of Western engagement in Afghanistan that can help us be productive and help people in Afghanistan?
And I want to encourage you here in the town hall and also online to send us your questions via Slido, and you will see the code. And you can just send your question and we will bring them here to the town hall. I want to quote the Secretary General of the UN. He said, "People in Afghanistan face one of the world's most rapidly growing humanitarian crises. We have plans to reach over 22 million people in need, but have only received 9% of the funds required. I urge the international community to support our efforts before it's too late." I want to direct the first question to a woman I met recently in Afghanistan, in Kabul, and I can just tell you, I was so overwhelmed by her. She could easily flee, like thousands of other people did, but Mahbouba Seraj stayed in Kabul, and she said, "No, I will not give up. I will fight, and all the women have to come back because we have to fight together. We don't have to give Afghanistan to the Taliban. We are half of the population and we will fight." So she was named, I wanted to add this, as one of the most influential 100 people of 2021 from the Time magazine. Mahbouba Seraj, سلام به شما، خیلی خوش اومدید. Khanim Seraj, my question is short. Let us know your thoughts about the answer. Can the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan be resolved with humanitarian aid alone?
No, it will not be. It's like trying to, trying to stop bleeding from a gushing wound with a Band-Aid. You cannot do that. You cannot put a Band-Aid on a gushing wound and expect it to be, for the bleeding to stop. It will not happen. So the same thing will not happen in Afghanistan with just the humanitarian help alone.
So what has to be done? What are your suggestions?
My suggestion is that as long as the money, it has to be like a wheel. The wheel of economy should start turning. If it doesn't, just pouring money, and then that money is going to be finished. There is no way that is going to continue. The world is not going to continue giving us money for the humanitarian crisis to be resolved, because that's going to be one crisis after another. So it has to be. We have to start making the wheels of economy in Afghanistan start moving again. So, in other words, factories should start working. Projects that they are development projects should start coming back. People should get work, should get jobs, not money for their food for one day and then not have anything the next day. So for right now, I know it's important to have the help of the international community, but this alone is not going to help Afghanistan. That's my opinion.
So what would you say, which role can the West play? We know that 20 years we sent billions of dollars and we just managed to build up a corrupt state. So yes. What can we do better than the last 20 years?
Well, the way I see the world going right now, I'm terribly sorry to say that, but the same mistakes is going to be happening again. Because they're listening to the same people, they're doing the same thing, the mistakes are going to be repeated. So it's like, I don't even know what do they expect. They are doing the same old thing all over again. So it's not going to work this way. We have to start thinking about this whole thing differently, differently in a way that we should involve the people of Afghanistan. For the 20 years, the people of Afghanistan were not involved. It was just a bunch of them that were involved, and they were the ones that they got the money, they got the profit, and everything. And then the international community was continuously deciding for the Afghanistan government what to do, what not to do. So this is not what is going to be happening. But to me, right now, the answer to this question really is with the international community. Do they really want peace in Afghanistan to happen? Do they want these people to live a peaceful life? Or they don't? If they do, then they have to really start, looking at it from a different angle. Otherwise, it's going to be the same mistakes repeated all over again.
And the time is running out. I can just tell you what I saw in Afghanistan. There were marketplaces, poor people selling all their belongings. They have nothing, and just to get bread for the next day. But once they're sold their belongings, they don't have to sell anything anymore, so they can't even buy bread. And the people started to sell their children. The people are, it's like it's a catastrophic situation right now and has to be fixed today. So we have to start. Foreign Minister, you recently welcomed a Taliban delegation in Oslo. What is your answer to my question that I also asked Ms. Serraj, maybe including the results of Oslo, and your impression what is possible to do with the Taliban?
Well, the answer to question number one is no. Thank you for the invitation to this panel. I guess I was invited because we invited Taliban to Oslo for talks, a 3-day meeting. I believe this meeting was important, but it was not a bilateral meeting. We did it together with our allies, but this was not the first meeting between representatives from Norway and the Taliban, because we have been engaged with the Taliban since 2007. So the former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Jonas Gahr Støre, he is now the Prime Minister of Norway, so I had his full support when I invited them. It was controversial, among Afghans and among Norwegians, but we are a small nation and have a tradition of engaging with various groups, like, the FARC guerrilla, Hamas, Maoists in Nepal, Hezbollah. So we believe that if we are listening to their assessment, we'll get a better understanding of how we can solve a conflict like that. So I did not meet with them because we are reluctant to recognize them and will not do that. So my state secretary met with them. So this was the first meeting when representatives from Taliban met with civil society, human rights activists, and also women's groups. So this was the first step. It was only the first step for a more inclusive government, because that's the solution on your question. And we are also following very closely what they're going to do when it comes to girls' right to education. We cannot continue financing their schools if those schools are only for boys. So they said in a meeting in Oslo that they would open schools for girls. Well, they have to deliver when they get back home. So that's the next step.
Are we satisfied if they just open the schools? What is with an inclusive government?
Yeah.
What is with religious minorities?
Yeah, that was also in the common, assessment from the whole Western society. The situation for Christians was one of the part of the discussion we had with them.
Shia people,
Shia
Hazara.
people, all kind of religious minorities. So more inclusive government will be a precondition for a development in Afghanistan, in my opinion. So this was the first step. I mean, they said various things in international meetings before, so we have to make them accountable. So that would be the next step.
Muid, in Islamabad, I'm tempted to ask you the question that I read out earlier, which is, what does a principled approach to engagement with the Taliban look like? But I realize that from a Pakistani point of view, perhaps that's an odd question to ask. Because, of course, you have a history of engaging with the Taliban that is different from ours. What advice would you give? How should we deal with the Taliban? Do you have any thoughts?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the invitation. I'm not sure why you say it's an odd question. I think all of us are grappling with the same situation, frankly, where you've got a reality on the ground. The Taliban are there. They seem to have consolidated power enough to stay in power. And now we've got to balance two critical things. One, we cannot punish 35 million Afghans for 30 Taliban that some may not like. At the same time, Pakistan stands for inclusivity, for human rights, and for ensuring there's no terrorism from Afghan soil. You've got to understand when you say that, Pakistan is engaged with the Taliban, for others, it may be a luxury to decide when and how the engagement will happen. We are one country that has actually seen, felt, and been harmed by instability in Afghanistan for over 4 decades. Just since 9/11, we've had 80,000 casualties, $150 billion lost in the economy. So for Pakistan, it is an absolute national security imperative that the world come together to ensure that there is a semblance of stability, at least in Afghanistan, and that there is a criteria, there is an engagement based on which, as our first speaker said, I'm worried that humanitarian assistance is being presented now as the end point. That's just one small part of what needs to happen immediately. Ultimately, it's the economy that has to function for the 35 million Afghans to make ends meet. 70% of Afghan public spending in the last 20 years came from abroad, from the US and others. And the rest of the 30% was taxes linked to the war economy one way or another. And so, I think we've got to be judicious in this. Pakistan has been calling on the world to ensure that Afghans don't suffer. We have been trying to get regional diplomacy and global diplomacy on behalf of the Taliban. But because it's a very clear national security imperative for my country, and I think there's an ethical and moral responsibility here for the world to ensure that we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, which is suffer, because we are going to decide later on whether we recognize or not whether the Taliban are good enough or not. These things are linked. Ultimately, we have to engage, find a way to get assistance into Afghanistan, and in return get the kind of inclusivity and sort of no terrorism and all those pledges that need to be there.
Thank you, Muid. So I essentially what I take from your answer is that you believe the West should be more pragmatic in its relationship with the Taliban and recognize the realities on the ground. Is that a fair summary?
Let me just put it this way. What alternative do we have right now? 20 years of war where Pakistan kept saying that the military solution will not come in favor of the West. Now we have something on the ground. One option is We hope and wait that this doesn't work, and in the process, millions and millions of Afghans suffer. The other one is that we act pragmatically. We find a way to get what we want in terms of governance and the model of governance, but then support Afghanistan for the sake of Afghanistan to allow it to become stable. Because let me just say this much. I think we made a mistake as the international community in the 90s, thinking that Afghanistan was only Afghanistan or Pakistan or the region's problem. We know what came out of that. Even today, I have to tell you, unfortunately, I've heard myself, very responsible officials saying, well, please deal with the migration and refugee problem in the region and we'll help you. It will not remain contained. Terrorism does not remain contained. So let's not make the mistake we've made before. Let's do what we need to do ethically, morally, and frankly, in terms of geopolitics to ensure Afghanistan has some semblance of stability. It doesn't become a danger for anybody, especially for Pakistan. But most importantly, we help Afghans with economic development because they are and they deserve peace.
Thank you, Muid. Let's go to Nemat. I'd like to hear you commenting on what you've heard so far. You have a strong background on economic development. How would you comment on the relationship with the Taliban, what is necessary in order to keep Afghanistan going and enable a more normal life for people in Afghanistan?
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I would like to start with a statement that the current crisis in Afghanistan is political, not technical. So that means we need to address the drivers or the causes of that fragility or the crisis we are facing at the moment. It's quite a difficult situation. And if it continues, Afghanistan could turn into a concentration camp for its people. What can be done at this stage, at least, thinking of society, people, and the economy, two immediate goals could be quite important. The first one is to provide humanitarian aid, to prevent this humanitarian crisis from deepening and also preventing the economy from collapsing. But the challenge is now how that can happen because the de facto government, the Taliban, are not recognized by the international community. The same mechanism that we are criticizing in the last 2 decades to be used now, and thus creating a parallel public sector which bypasses the de facto government and authority that can enable to deliver aid directly to people and beneficiaries in Afghanistan, and also to prevent essential services such as health, education from collapsing in Afghanistan. Of course, that's not the most desirable, but at least at this stage, we need to maintain a level of sustainability in delivering services and also reducing poverty and tackling the problem of hunger.
Mr. Bijan, what do you say about the American decision that President Biden split the assets for Afghans and for the victims from 9/11? So a lot of Afghans told me that that's so unfair, you know? The world's richest country has decided to rob the world's poorest country in the name of justice. So what do you say about this decision?
Well, if we see it politically, Afghans are the victim of Cold War and the war on terror. How they could be punished to pay for what happened during the tragic events of 9/11. If there is a will by a global power, those who are behind these attacks to be kept to account states or and non-state actors. The implications of this decision would be worsening of the economic crisis in Afghanistan, and also as the matter of confidence in Afghanistan, because it undermines the confidence. And the way now people feel about what has happened or evolved after August last year, they strongly feel to be betrayed by one of the allies, because what happened in Afghanistan, it was with the withdrawal that could have managed or could have been managed in a responsible manner.
Foreign Minister, did you talk about measures like which are really functioning?
Yeah, but they have to deliver when they get back home. So that was the main message, you know. We made this common statement together with our allies, with our expectations, and we need to hold them to their words. So that was the most important message we gave to them. And when it comes to girls' right to participate and also education, I actually think that we can push them, but I believe Muslim majority countries might be even better positioned to discuss this with Taliban. So we will cooperate with other countries to put this on the agenda when they meet Taliban. So they told us they will open up schools. They have to deliver. So they said that, I mean, girls over 12 years secondary education will be opened after the winter holiday. This is in March, so we'll follow that.
I have a question for Mr. Yusuf. I was talking this morning with a profound expert on Taliban, and he told me, look, without Pakistan, Taliban would not exist. So Pakistan controlled the Taliban all the time, the last 20 years, and with all the respect, but I'm a journalist, I have to say, played also a double game with the West. So did your influence on the Taliban recently decrease? Because you could help them more than to be right now in this devastated situation. They're really not doing one thing that, you know, organize something in all their problems. So what is your answer to that?
Shocking. We just started the panel by saying that we shouldn't make the mistakes of the past. Isn't it just too convenient to constantly just talk about Pakistan and because of Pakistan, and they wouldn't exist because of Pakistan? This question. So Pakistan controlled the Taliban. That's the insinuation. Presumably we controlled them so that we could control whatever happened in Afghanistan after they came to power, presumably. So now they're in power. And the Western press is reporting every day that there are problems on the border. There are terrorists who've attacked Pakistan from there. They've closed the border multiple times since they've come into power on because of one reason or another. What kind of control is this? Or maybe magically we had control and suddenly the day they came into power, the control disappeared. Look, I mean, let's be, there was a policy applied for 20 years in Afghanistan, which was a failing policy. The current Prime Minister of Pakistan for 15 years repeatedly publicly said, you won't get a military solution here. Understand Afghanistan's history, understand the culture, and realize that just guns are not going to deliver. The other, we keep talking about this double game business. The double game was that you created an environment in Afghanistan that was vicious towards Pakistan, where terrorism continued every day from Afghanistan, and yet Pakistan continued to be blamed. If our view had been taken on board, frankly, Western taxpayers would have asked Western governments hard questions earlier. Where was all the money going? We were told that the Afghan army would fight till the last day, and President Ghani at the time said there'll be a bloodbath, but we would win. What happened? somebody was hiding something, somebody was creating a convenient narrative, which now Western taxpayers are asking the right questions. Look, let's not waste time in the past. We won't agree, we should agree to disagree. The question right now is, Afghans are suffering. Pakistan cannot afford instability in Afghanistan. We don't have an option but to engage, and we are counseling the world to be pragmatic. Let's find a way to move forward, incentivize and get the results all of us want. Why would Pakistan not want girls' education? Why wouldn't Pakistan? Would Pakistan want terrorists to be attacking Pakistan from Afghanistan? No. So it's the same goal. All we are saying is that if the approach is Taliban have to do X, Y, Z, or else they're isolated, the girls would suffer even more.
Thanks, Muid. Thanks. Thanks. I think Tom West is now online. And Tom, could you give us the American view on that question? How should we engage with the Taliban? To perhaps comment on what Muid has just told us?
Thank you, and I apologize for joining late. Had some technical difficulties. Our view is that we must all continue diplomacy with the Taliban in service of our collective interests. At the moment, that is our option looking ahead. And if now we're about 6 months into Taliban rule after their forced military takeover of the country that culminated on August 15th, and I think we have to look at what that diplomacy has produced. And on some fronts, I think it's been productive. On other fronts, it has not been productive. So take the matter of women and girls' education. The West, as well as, frankly, the region as well, has engaged in fruitful, direct, candid dialogue with the Taliban on this subject since September. What have we seen? We've seen roughly 12 provinces wherein reportedly, and we need to see independent verification of this, women and girls have been permitted to go to school between grades 6 and 12. But you have a real readiness within the international community to support this sector. We have before the World Bank a proposal to expend roughly $180 million in support of teacher stipends and in support of books and in support of refurbishment of buildings and so forth. But what do we need to see from the Taliban? We need to see them deliver on stated commitments to open and enroll women and girls in education countrywide, large swaths of the country after Nowruz on March 20th. We've met with the education minister, we've met with the deputy education minister, we've met with the foreign minister on this question many, many times, but we have to see them deliver. Now, I'll take a separate issue on which our diplomacy has produced not very much because the Taliban are rigid on this question, and that is a government that reflects the richness of Afghan society. There is not one woman in a position of leadership in this government. Overwhelmingly, it is dominated by one ethnicity. I think there is a dearth of professionals at the senior-most levels of this government who are exceedingly well educated, for instance. Now, I think it's a domestic Afghan call for a national political dialogue regarding movement from an acting government to a permanent status. We haven't seen that. And this is not a call unique to the United States. This is a call that Iran, Russia, and China are making as well, that the Central Asians make. We must see a dialogue with all segments of Afghan society unfold. And we don't have to be prescriptive about what exactly this looks like, but those are just two examples where diplomacy, I think, has produced some cautious optimism on the education front, but on representative government, very, very little.
Thanks, Tom. I want to start bringing in the audience with Natalie's permission, and I'm looking at David Miliband, President of the International Rescue Committee, and if we could get a microphone to him, then I imagine he might have something to say. We also have Hina Kar, who is former Foreign Minister of Pakistan, sitting here. Yeah? No, you should go first. I decide. No, I decide. You go first. David, it's you. Yeah?
I think it's Hina's prerogative.
Okay.
That's kind of you, David. But, okay, so Muid has done a very good job of explaining Pakistan's position, so I'm going to keep myself away from that and just talk about this as a problem that we all had to deal with. I want to talk only about the past because I think it's exceptionally important to recognize the failures in the past which has brought us where we are. If we do not do that, then we will be repeating the same mistakes again. So the reality is, in my view, if you take a long-term view backward, that America and the West or the international community came into Afghanistan not because the Afghan people needed them. They came because there was a demand from their own people to come and attack. Okay, because post 9/11, revenge had to be taken. There had to be a tangible demonstration of something being done, and that happened. Now, when that happened, a lot of players in the region, including Pakistan, continued to say that the Taliban are a reality. We are on the record. We're not hiding this. We are on the record to say they should be part of the bond process because they are a living reality. And therefore, countries like Pakistan had to engage, as did Germany, by the way, and the United States and Norway, at a very early level, because when Iraq took away the attention. So I don't want to go deeply into the past, but all I'm saying is that the US exited the way it exited, fast forward to now, because there was a demand to exit. Because now there were other things that we were more interested in. Now, in all of that happens, what happens is the unintended consequences of that interventions is left for the region and for the Afghans to deal with. And that is the reality we can't wash our hands away from. And it isn't Pakistan or the region which is saying this. If you look at John Sopko's report, he's been talking about the same failures for a very long time. Guess what? Nobody was listening because we were very interested in the narrative of everything being great, in victory laps being taken. So we have to move away from that. And right now, unfortunately, because of how the world is presenting itself and the many problems that the world is presenting, the attention span, we cannot expect anything right now. You know why? Because they don't have the wherewithal and the means to be able to do anything. And the funds which were theirs have also been split into two. So do we want a realistic solution, or do you want to keep on talking about, euphoria and Allison? I do want to quote John Sopko because, he literally used the words that the United States is operating in Afghanistan as if it's an Alice in Wonderland. And it also said, specifically, we all know about the Cost of Wars project, okay, which has told us that 929,000 people died. 326,000 out of those were civilians. This is the cost of post-9/11 wars. Let us internalize that and understand that the rest of the interventions and how we deal with it must not be the same. The last thing I'm going to read is Seagar, John Sopko. US government did not understand Afghan context and therefore failed to tailor its efforts accordingly. Ignorance of prevailing social, cultural, and political contexts in Afghanistan has been a significant contributing factor to failures at strategic, operational, and tactical levels. And $19 billion have been lost this way between May 2009 and December 31st, 2019. So just, where you said that because of corruption that the Afghan people did, this corruption was very much known, and many Western institutions were part and parcel of that. So we are all to be blamed for what happened over there, and therefore we can all perhaps look for solutions.
So what you're quoting there is the Special Inspector General.
Absolutely.
And
on
his
Afghanistan
report.
reconstruction.
Right. Now, David is going to tell us what we're going to do looking forward, because I think the analysis of what went wrong is important, and I think you put it very nicely in a nutshell, but the question remains, where do we go from here?
So I would like to talk about the present and the future, and I do so not from my own opinions, but the opinions of 3,000 staff members that we have working across 10 Afghan provinces. 44% of those staff members are women. I spoke to some of them last week. We deliver education, we deliver livelihood support. We now operate over 60 health centers and 40 mobile health clinics. And I want to go back to what Mrs. Siraj said right at the beginning of this. There's a starvation crisis going on at the moment. The staff that we employ and the clients that they serve don't have time for an academic discussion about diplomatic recognition. What they need is a recognition of reality, not a debate about diplomatic recognition. And therefore, it seems to me that it's imperative that there be two steps to this process. Step one is to tackle the starvation crisis, and step two, and that frankly, 4 or 5 months have been lost in that. We've got 4 to 6 weeks till the snows melt. And then step two is years or months, 12, 24, 36, 48. In the short term, and really we're talking days here because the UN says that 9 million people are at international phase classification of food insecurity level 4, and level 5 is famine, and the reports in the media of children being sold, girls being sold is true, and the reports of people selling body parts to pay for food is true, and the World Food Programme say they're now expected to support 22 million people with food. That's true as well. We have a very simple recipe for this. One, public sector salaries must be paid, and they must be paid from the Afghan Reconstruction Trust Fund. Now, we can't wait till the 1st of March, which Reuters reports is the date for the World Bank meeting that's been set. Secondly, there's no point in paying salaries if people can't access their bank accounts and their cash. So the absolute necessity is to underpin the banking system with some capital. Otherwise, people can't go to the bank. We can't use banks to pay salaries at the moment. We use hawalas to pay salaries at the moment. And anyway, the banknotes are stuck in Poland because they can't be imported into Afghanistan, which is step 3. The sanctions regime that is meant to apply to over 140 individuals ends up applying to a swathe of commercial activity that is now seen as too risky to take place. And step 4 is urgent need for technical assistance in the finance ministry and the banking system and the central bank, because you can't run an economy without a finance ministry and a central bank. Now, in all these things, there is rightly, in my view, very serious criticism of the US, and Tom West knows that I've articulated this very strongly in a meeting of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee last week. But the Europeans can't sit on their hands and think that they don't share the blame as well. They're sitting on $2.5 billion worth of assets as well. They're sitting on the World Bank board. So I'm sorry to be urgent and passionate about this, but step 1 is not a kind of luxurious discussion. It's a life and death discussion. Now, step 2 does take you into bigger political questions about the trajectory of Western support, which inevitably is going to be downwards, development support. It takes you into questions about the trajectory of Gulf and other support, which I hope would be upwards. It takes you into the politics of recognition. It takes you into issues of the security guarantees that were given in the Doha discussions. And I've always believed, back to my time as foreign minister, that Afghanistan doesn't just need a domestic political settlement, it also needs a regional political settlement. The two have to go together. But I would plead that we go back to what Mrs. Siraj said at the beginning, that time is not on the side of the people who are coming to our health clinics with malnourished children at the moment. And that really should be step 1, because the worse we do in the next 4 to 6 weeks, the more difficult everything gets thereafter.
Tom West, do you have an answer?
Yeah, absolutely, and had a chance to sit down with David last week. Look, the bottom line on this is that stitching together a much more meaningful response to the needless suffering on across Afghanistan is the #1 animating issue that is driving American decision-making. And so just to tick through some of what David mentioned, we've passed 6 general licenses. We championed the UN Security Council resolution in December. We're working with the World Bank. We've already supported the disbursement of over $300 million. I agree with David that we need to see the next tranche of roughly $1 billion released as soon as possible. We're in touch with the World Bank on that on a daily basis. I think there are encouraging talks going on right now between the World Bank, UN Ops, and others on what they're calling a humanitarian exchange facility. But that's really a misnomer because it's designed to essentially take 40 very large companies within Afghanistan, put them on a pre-approved list for capital, and then the end result will be an infusion of Afghanis in the system, which is urgently, urgently needed. And then finally, I wanted to say to David, you are right to place, I think, responsibility on the United States, on Europe, on the countries of the region as well, when it comes to trying to fix the banking sector. But the Taliban also share responsibility in this regard. We have been meeting technocrats from their central bank since September. And we are in a good and I think productive dialogue with them. But they need to bring in a third-party contractor to improve their overall AML CFT architecture as fast as possible. They need to take steps to make that central bank far more independent, because even our sanctions aside, if you talk to any big bank, an American bank, a foreign bank, they look at Afghanistan, and it's not just our sanctions, it's the complete lack of an AML CFT architecture that prevents them from wanting to engage in the market. They look at it as a completely non-profitable venture. So that's not an easy problem to fix, and I would say that the Taliban have a huge amount of responsibility to act a whole lot faster than they have on some of the professional steps that will improve the capability and independence of the central bank.
Thanks, Tom. I understand that Lindsey Graham is going to join us in a few minutes for the final 10 minutes of our town hall, so we'll have to let him come in.
Questions.
But I think, Natalie, I think we should go back to our Afghan participants.
Yeah. Yes, I want to pass a question from our audience to Mahbouba Siraj. Mahbouba, Khanum Aziz, what could an inter-Afghan reconciliation process look like? Is this possible, and what could be the role of third countries in this, or is it too early?
In my mind, that is the only way we can actually solve the problem of Afghanistan. We have to start the inter-Afghan dialogue as soon as possible. And we can start it by the way I look at it. We have to bring in an interim government, somebody that is kind of the go-between, that is not, like, in other words, is liked by everybody, not hated by everybody, that is with the Taliban government, is going to come in. Then we have to start with the constitution. We can either take the constitution that we have today and work on the one that we have, the constitution of Afghanistan that we have. We can take the constitution of Schulz if we want to, but there's got to be a constitution so that the people and the rules of the engagement afterwards is based on some kind of a law. Then we have to start with the Loijerga. But the Loijerga should not be what do they call it? There is a Loijerga that has been used during the time of the two presidents, Mashwarati. Loijerga Mashwarati does not mean anything. The Loijerga of Mashwarati is something that the two governments of Afghanistan, the two presidents, brought it, to be forward picture because they knew they could use it. The Loijerga actually comes from within the people. It's not the government that asks the Loijerga, it's the people. That they do that, then they bring the representatives to the governors of each province, and they say to the governor of the province that these are the people that we have chosen. Take us where we are going to get together, and then we are going to have the Loijerga.
You told me
then there's got to be.
No, continue.
Then there's got to be a discussion with our neighbors, Pakistan, Iran, China, Russia, all of the Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and all of them, and even India. We really have to talk to them. And they all have to agree on the peacefulness of Afghanistan that is the most important.
But Mahbouba, if I may say, that sounds to me like a medium-term prospect, some of it at least. And the question is, what is the priority now?
The priority right now is feed people.
Exactly.
That is there is no. This is a no-brainer. Feed people. That's it. Because if this group of people they enter the level of poverty, you've lost so much. Because then hungry people don't think of having a Loijerga or having a government or having schools or having anything like that. Then Then the people that are hungry, they want to have food. So what you should actually try to do is to avoid that. Avoid Afghanistan getting into poverty. Because poverty is a level of being, at the state where the mind is, where the body is, where the economy is, that coming back from it is going to take a long time. So that's number one feedback.
Okay. Yes.
Shall we bring in Nemat for a comment? Thank you, Mahbouba.
You're welcome.
Nemat, would you like to come in and address precisely the issue of priorities and what should be done in very concrete terms, what you're expecting from Europe and the United States and the World Bank, for example?
What we need at the moment in Afghanistan is to balance between short-term needs and long-term needs of people or Afghanistan. So to tackle the crisis, the humanitarian crisis, so that international community offer more humanitarian aid, and also in addition to that, coming to humanitarian crisis is human rights, having an independent body led by the UN to monitor the violation of human rights in Afghanistan. And the third one is a political settlement. Let's not to ignore that what happened as part of a political settlement process between the former government and the Taliban, that was disaster. It was the failure of the international community, the Americans, and all the actors. Still, Afghanistan needs to reach to that settlement. Another question is I would like to add or reflect on the comment that there is no alternative to the Taliban. No, that's wrong. There is no alternative or substitute to an inclusive and just order in Afghanistan where people can determine their future and can live, Afghanistan can live, be in peace with itself and the rest of the world. It's quite complicated, but now the problem we have in Afghanistan is a political problem, not technical. That's why we need to rethink of the causes of this crisis. If we just focus on solution and neglect the problem we have in Afghanistan, we may repeat the history on and on as it happened just last year.
So I think we can welcome Senator Lindsey Graham, who's joining us from the event with President Zelensky, and I think everyone understands that Ukraine is very high on the agenda. So you're excused, Senator, for turning up late. We've been talking about what principled engagement with the Taliban looks like. That's one issue. We've been talking about how to address the desperate situation of so many people in Afghanistan who are at the brink of starvation, and what measures need to be taken by the US government, for example, to address that short-term urgent situation. So your comments would be much appreciated.
Well, thank you. Good to have an easy question to start with.
Absolutely.
So number one, thank you for having the town hall. So I find it ironic. I had to be there to listen to the president of Ukraine because what we do in the next day or two may matter as to whether or not we have a war. I'm sure he made the calculated decision that the best thing for my country is to fly the flag in Munich, and his speech was incredible. I think it will resonate in history because it was so logical. What happens in Afghanistan in the next couple of days will not be as consequential. So that's why I was there. The likelihood of my country being attacked based on activity regarding Ukraine is pretty much zero. The likelihood that America will be attacked again from forces assembled in Afghanistan is rather significant. So to the American people, Why do I go with John McCain? Why did I go to Iraq and Afghanistan so many times? To make sure that 9/11 would never happen again. So the president of Ukraine was talking about the 30s, how Europe would one time after another appease Hitler's ambition. We're not going to fight, I think the phrase was, for people who speak a different language. The Prime Minister of Great Britain. Isolationism was rampant in the United States and throughout the world. There was a great fatigue from World War I. So he was reminding us what happens when you're appeasement in the face of aggression. I'm here today to remind you what happens when you take the eye off the ball. And the biggest enemy to mankind is not Putin, it's not China, is radical Islam with the capability to kill millions. While China and Russia are huge threats, the biggest game changer on the planet would be radical elements achieving chemical, nuclear, biological capability to use it in the name of God.
Mr. Graham, just to bring you back to Afghanistan,
I'm getting
the people
there.
are dying.
Yeah, I'm getting there. Just let me finish. So what do? I've been there a lot. I know the people who are dying. So I'm okay with trying to find a way to feed the people who are starving. I don't know how you do that. I met with David Beasley at the World Food Program. The UN agencies have been pretty good about propping up the people without propping up the Taliban. We met with the Secretary General of the United Nations about this very dilemma. I talked to the Biden administration about emergency supplemental for Afghanistan. I'll support it. Cindy McCain, Ambassador McCain, is in a space of where we're teaching people to feed themselves. But I want to give you a very clear, blunt answer. I will do nothing to empower the Taliban. The worst thing you could do to the suffering people of Afghanistan is to keep their oppressor in power one day longer than necessary. So I will never, ever do anything to legitimize this takeover by the Taliban. They will never change, they will never reform, and here's my last thought. To all of us, we need to give the people in Afghanistan a different option between the Taliban and ISIS. ISIS is growing in numbers because if you're a former Afghan soldier, the Taliban gets a hold of you, they're going to kill you and your family. So what do? You join ISIS. There has to be a better way. So I will help feed the people, but I'm also going to help empower the resistance. So to those in Afghanistan who are willing to fight back, I will do everything I can to empower you.
Minister, do you want to react to that?
Yeah, just the big problem is, I mean, how do you power the resistance? And in my opinion, right now, is the most important thing we do is to feed the people. Then we have to talk to Taliban because they are in power, and to give humanitarian access, you really have to deal with them. They're controlling the area. So you cannot really isolate them. And really? I mean, to get humanitarian access, how can I get humanitarian organization getting access?
So what are you proposing? Give money to the Taliban?
Well, I talked about that before you came in. So I just cannot think that, I mean, to counter international terrorism, we cannot let people starve. So I think we have to engage and also challenge the Taliban to prevent the humanitarian emergency situation, to push them seriously on human rights issues, in order to counter international terrorism.
I think that's
my approach.
That's the most naive thing I've heard. You literally know nothing about the Taliban and their agenda if you believe they're going to change. They're not going to change, folks. Now, count me in for empowering international organizations to feed the people. That makes sense to me. They're the victims of us leaving. You know, you can blame the Trump administration for setting in motion some of the demise, So I'm not here blaming Republicans or Democrats, but the day we pull the plug on Afghanistan is the day that we set in motion a disaster not only for the Afghan people, but for our own people. So the best way to deal with terrorism is to confront it and to empower those who reject it. In 2001, there were 900,000 people in school in Afghanistan. They were all men, males. In 2020, there were 9.5 million young people in school. 39% were women.
But the balance, Senator, I mean, I follow you to a certain extent, but if you look at 20 years of Western engagement in Afghanistan, I think the balance sheet is pretty grim. It's also pretty grim in terms of counterterrorism. But I want to let Hannah Neumann come in, who's a member of the European Parliament.
Thank you very much, and I would like to direct a question directly to you. You said we have to do everything possible to empower the people of Afghanistan, especially the women of Afghanistan. And I think we all agree in this room that recognizing the Taliban is not going to help, so there we are on the same board. But what is the constructive effect on the citizens of Afghanistan if you dedicate 50% of the frozen assets of the citizens to Afghanistan to 9/11 victims in the US? I fail to understand that.
I could not agree with you more. I was called up by Jake Sullivan and said, he was asked, we're talking about taking half of the $7 billion and providing aid to the Afghan people. I said, why don't we do an emergency supplemental? I'm willing to ask the American taxpayer to put $3.5 billion into Afghanistan through international organizations to keep people from starving. I think when you take it from the fund that has a judgment attached to it, you send the wrong message. So we're on board here. When it comes to American taxpayer dollars, I am willing to help the Afghan people. I'm not willing to help the Taliban. And back to your question. The one thing I can tell you is the Taliban have taken over a country vastly different than 2001. The young women are not going back without a fight. They're going to be the heroes of the 21st century. The young men have seen a better day. I've been there a lot, and it's one of the most corrupt places on the planet. But I've seen in the eyes of the people a desire to move forward. So what will I do? I will do everything I can to empower the international community to prevent a decimation. We're not even talking about Yemen. If you think Afghanistan's a problem, you should go to Yemen. But count me in. But I want a strategy that would isolate this government. It is not legitimate. It came through the force of arms. The average person on the street in Afghanistan do not want to go back to the good old days of the Taliban. It is in your national security interest, no matter who you are, to make sure that Afghanistan doesn't legitimize taking over a country by a terrorist organization through the force of arms. Because if you do that, all hell is going to break loose in this world.
Thanks, Senator. Natalia, I think we're pretty much at the end, sadly.
Yes, and I have the feeling that we're just starting.
Right.
We have to continue. And yeah, I'm pretty shocked by some answers, and I hope that we do better. Because, you know, when you're in a hospital and there's a child on your arm and this child cannot even cry because it's too weak and too thin, we should have once in our life this feeling and this hopelessness that maybe we should rush a little bit more for help.
Yeah, I agree with that analogy, but I also agree with this. If you're a young woman, I don't want you to be treated like chattel. So yeah, the suffering baby and the mother, count me in for feeding them, but also count me in for standing up to their oppressor. How many people here would like to live under Taliban rule? If you say no, then help people who would say no if they could. Thank you.
So I think we need to wrap it up, sadly, although we're just getting started, really. I'd like to give a special thanks to those who participated from a distance. All of you, your contributions very important to the conversation. And I think we can take two things from this conversation, at least I take two things. Number one, listen to Afghan voices, very important. Number two, make sure the people who are hungry get fed, and do that as a matter of urgency. So thanks to everyone who was here in this town hall, thanks to our friends who came in via video, and this is a conversation that will continue. Thanks very much.
You're watching BR24 live, covering the Munich Security Conference, and that has been a panel discussion about Afghanistan. And Nathalie Amiri just said it took 4 US presidents in 20 years to replace the Taliban with the Taliban. Joining us now is Thorsten Teichmann, our US correspondent. Thorsten, the title of this discussion was From Ashes to Ashes, or that was the big question asked. How would the US answer that?
I think the desperation of Afghanistan is seen here in the US, even though Lindsey Graham draw a different picture. But I think overall, people know what it currently means. There's not much coverage of it. I would argue also in Europe, we don't have much coverage of Afghanistan anymore since we withdraw our troops from there. And the point is that people here have also the feeling that not much has been achieved, and even veterans who have been serving with the US military in Afghanistan and who found themselves sometimes in a situation of supporting development efforts like building schools have the feeling that all that might have been lost. At the same time, the society here in the US was very strong in favor of a withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Is Afghanistan considered a failure within the Biden administration?
Oh, it's not just the Biden administration. I think when we talk about failure in Biden administration, I think it is the failure how it was executed. I mean, why do you execute something like that in spring and summer when we were talking always about the Taliban offensive in spring? And the execution started earlier under the Trump administration. And he also, Lindsey Graham, was in favor of talking to the Taliban and supported the role of the president, even if he didn't support the withdrawal in the end. But, I mean, there was not much big concerns about sitting together in Doha and finalizing an agreement that pretty much the Biden administration felt bound by. And even the pressure was high here in the society in the US to withdraw. But I think the failure is bigger than the Biden administration. And it doesn't include just the US, it includes also Europe.
So the people don't think it is Biden's fault because he was president when the troops have been withdrawn. It's like a failure, an ongoing failure for the past 20 years.
Yeah, Dominic, we talked yesterday about how things are drawn or narrated in the media here. And you can see each side. I mean, the ones who are opposing Mr. Biden and still might have the idea that Mr. Trump won the last election, they saying it's his fault. The other side would say it's a general fault. And going back to what Mr. Zelensky said in his speech today, I think that's very interesting. We don't have the means, we don't have the measures, the rules to have an appropriate way to deal with this kind of security conflicts that we have. It's Ukraine or Afghanistan. And we heard a lot about in the conference about returning to the rule-based system. Yeah, but maybe the system has also changed and the system needs also take into account different perspectives that we haven't yet. That's why the conference is interesting, because it's so challenging also to us.
Thank you, Thorsten. I'm afraid this is all the time we have now, because our last coverage of today from the Munich Security Conference is about to start. A conversation with the Belarusian opposition leader Svetlana Tikhanovskaya.
Fair to say, into being the united opposition candidate in the Belarusian elections in summer 2020. Most independent observers think those election results were falsified in order to keep Alexander Lukashenko in power. Since that time, we have seen, with you as the symbolic uniting figure, leader of the opposition based in Lithuania, one of the most extraordinary examples of sustained civil resistance in the last century. There are very few cases in the history of civil resistance where people have kept on coming on the streets for so long, peacefully facing overwhelming violence. And what has been particularly notable about this has been the leading role of women, who, starting with you, of course, and your colleagues, Maria Kolesnikova, Veronika Tsepkala, but also women on the streets. There were whole demonstrations that were almost entirely of women. So it has been extraordinarily impressive. And I wanted to start our conversation, we're going to talk for about 15 minutes before throwing this open, by congratulating you on being awarded this year's Charlemagne Prize for European Unity, together with Maria Kolesnikova and Veronika Tsepkala. And I wanted to ask you what that prize for European unity means for you.
So, hello everyone. I'm so honored to be here and have opportunity to talk about Belarus once again, to remind you that our fight is continuing, and we are very important to European world. We are very important to democracy. This prize is not for me or even not for our trio. It's for all Belarusian people who are continuing to fight despite of huge violence, despite of lawlessness in our country, despite of thousands of political prisoners and threat every day Belarusians face in our country. It's very significant to realize how our movement is important for promotion of democracy in Europe, in the world at all. And I'm really grateful for all the prizes and awards we got in the past, and hopefully will get in the future for for our dedication in our fight. So Belarusians feel this really. They really feel how they inspire people around, they inspire countries. Belarus managed to unite people, unite countries, and there is till now absolute consensus about the situation in Belarus. And so I really dedicate this award to all the people in our country.
Well, congratulations once again. Now, you spoke very movingly, of course, the Ukraine crisis, or as Annalena Baerbock rightly reminded us, we should really say the Russia crisis is on all our minds. You spoke very movingly at the Ukrainian lunch today about the solidarity of the Belarusian people with the people of Ukraine as part of the Russian forces encircling Ukraine. You have 30,000 plus Russian troops in your country, ostensibly on maneuvers, but I saw that the State Secretary of Lukashenko's Security Council, so-called, said, I quote, "No one said that tomorrow or the day after tomorrow the Russian military would return to Russia." Tell us what you think is going on and how you feel about it. Is it not only the encircling of Ukraine, but also, in a sense, a Russian takeover of Belarus?
Now, you quoted my case, Minister of Foreign Affairs words, but next day, illegitimate president of Belarus, Lukashenko, told, we will decide with Putin to if the troops will leave our country. So it's not his decision. He is not controlling the situation anymore. He has to communicate with somebody to decide, and this is disturbing us. I have to say that Belarusians in our country, they don't actually feel the presence of these drills of these troops on the territory, because they located in some places where people don't live. No media, state media broadcasting this situation. Only alternative media, pay attention to this. The only thing Belarusians know that we don't want to be the country aggressor, especially towards Ukraine. Our friends, we have common history. We very close spiritually, and Belarusian people would never like even to imagine that we could invade Ukraine, or our territory will be used for the third country, in the advantage. And for sure, our army wouldn't like to participate in any military actions. And people in army know this. You know, it's one point when you are made to go against your own people, armless people, peaceful people, it's easy to frighten peaceful people. But the other issue that you have to go and fight against army, that there could be victims, you know, and what Belarusians are mostly concerned in this situation is that we are losing our sovereignty because of the weakness of Lukashenko. He has to pay Kremlin for their support. He has to show his loyalty, and it's more and more expensive every time. And we are afraid that if it goes like this, Lukashenko could lose our sovereignty, our independence, and people in Belarus very sensitive about this question. So we really don't believe that Belarusian army will participate in any acts of aggression, but maybe it's like we are blocking this thought because you know, we suffered a lot through World War II, you know, and we don't want repetition of this. But we are very concerned about independence, and people are ready to protect it.
Yes, I mean, it's worth remembering when people talk about the victims of the Second World War that Belarus per capita had arguably the largest casualties of any country. I think that's right in saying in the Second World War, it certainly had immense casualties. On this point about sovereignty, or what's left of Belarusian sovereignty, on the 27th of February, there is a referendum on constitutional change, I think I'm right in saying. I think it's 27th of February. And two of the features that are being removed from the old constitution are the constitutional commitment to neutrality and no nuclear weapons stationed on Belarusian soil. How do you interpret that, and how are you advising supporters of the Belarusian opposition to behave in the referendum?
So first of all, it's not referendum, it's so-called referendum, because Lukashenko is illegitimate, and all he is doing is illegitimate as well. And of course, the situation with this neutrality and non-nuclear status elimination is, you know, it's something awful because it can open doors for Russia to settle the nuclear weapon on the territory of Belarus, and it will be a disaster for the whole region. So Belarusians don't accept this referendum. They don't accept new constitution, but we have to show our attitude to this, and we call people to come to this so-called referendum and choose all the options proposed. So we understand that with this referendum, people are offered to choose between Lukashenko and Lukashenko. This so-called referendum will not change anything in our country. It's also will worsen the situation. So it's not choice. People didn't ask for referendum. People asked for new elections. And so people have to come to the polling stations and choose all the options just to say Lukashenko no. We think that in the spotlight of this global crisis, between Russia and Ukraine, this referendum will be unnoticed at all. But it's very convenient for Lukashenko, you know, to hide behind this threats that goes from this Russian-Ukrainian situation, and just to do what he wants. But we don't have to forget about Belarus in this moment and declare that referendum is not legitimate. Don't recognize it, and we don't have even to discuss the numbers after this referendum. It is illegal, and you know, the same as Lukashenko. So that's our answer. But in the case it will be, this constitution will be
passed.
Okay, so Okay, let's finish here because I will yeah.
Super, thanks. I want to move on to the subject of sanctions because, of course, so much of the conversation about Ukraine is about what sanctions the West is going to impose. But it's not just a matter of agreeing sanctions. It's also a matter of implementing those sanctions consistently over a period of time. So the Belarusian experience is really very interesting in this case because there have been sanctions on the Lukashenko regime for some time. But what we've discovered, and I think you raised this point in a letter you sent to EU foreign ministers for the next council, is that there are actually, and I think Anne Lind also mentioned this point, there are large loopholes, very large loopholes in these sanctions for potash, for crude oil, for petrochemicals, for dirty money coming to the cities that some call Londongrad, and so on. And actually, we don't have a really good mechanism for controlling and ensuring that the sanctions are consistently implemented. So would you like to say a bit more about those large loopholes in the sanctions on Belarus?
That's actually true. You know, if strong sanctions have been imposed right after our uprising, maybe the situation would be different now in Belarus. But it took 9 months after fraudulent elections to impose first serious sectoral sanctions on Belarusian regime, and actual regime used this time to increase prices for potash, for example, for wood, and they even gained from this situation, gained from these sanctions. And for example, it's only 20% of potash are under sanctions. And this is the main source of income for regime. I'm sure if it's necessary to close loopholes that have been left, and it's very important to have synchronized sanctions with the USA. Because, for example, EU imposed sanctions on potash sector with its loopholes, but the USA imposed sanctions only on Belarus Kali. It's the main enterprise that produces potash. And it gives opportunity for regime to circumvent. It's very easy to open new organization, name it differently, and you can sell potash on the same level. So, as you say, there is no organizations that controlling fulfillment of sanction regime, and Lukashenko uses this. We understand that he is very experienced in circumventing sanctions. He has a long history of doing this, and sanctions are not silver bullet, but they are a very huge part of putting pressure on the regime and cronies. And sanctions deprives the regime of resources, split elites, and destroy corruption schemes. And it's very painful for regime's cronies and businesses around Lukashenko. Thinks, do I want to lose everything because of this person? Because of his policy, or should I, start communicating with democratic forces, to change my view? And Lukashenko knows this. He feels very weak, even among his so-called partners. He understands that people are not happy with his policy. People in the regime are suffering because of his actions.
Thank you very much. Perhaps I think there are a few people in the room who may be able to talk about that issue from the EU side and how difficult it is to implement consistently those sanctions. Before opening this up, I wanted to raise one other question for you, which is the obvious question, what we, the EU, the US, Canada, UK, and others, can do to support civil society and independent media, much of which, or at least the leadership of which, is perforce now outside Belarus.
It's very crucial at this difficult moment to support civil society, to support media, because people are deprived of their source of incomes. They are deprived of their homes and opportunity to work normally, to have advertisements on the media, to pay for themselves. Sorry for my primitive language. And new initiatives are created. More and more people, had to flee the country, and they want to continue to fight, but they have to have some money for living. And this assistance to people, to initiatives, to media is very, very important. The problem is that, a lot of countries and the European Union have this intention to support us, but because all the NGOs in Belarus have been destroyed. Organizations don't have opportunity to deliver this money, this assistance inside the country. But we have to be creative, we have to be flexible. Organizations use different methods of delivering assistance to the ground. If it's impossible for you, for European organizations, it's possible for our initiatives. We are using cryptocurrency. It's very almost swearing word. Can I say so? Swearing word? No. Okay. Curson. Swear word. For Europe, but it's we have to be unconventional in this situation. So. You can collaborate with organizations in exile, and it's our task to deliver this assistance to abroad. So people, really, every euro is important. And and for example, Germany launched about 11 million euros last year to support civil society, and I suppose only 6 of them have been implemented. Because you didn't find the way how to support the ways to support people.
So I think what the point you're making is that we need flexibility in how we deliver that aid. We can't be too bureaucratic and rule-bound, which I think is an important point. And of course, the tech platforms also have a role to play in this. YouTube plays a major role in the independent media in Belarus. Thank you so much. I'm sure there'll be many questions. People in the room, if you just raise your hand, I see Anne already. Yeah, I think there's a microphone coming, yes? So firstly here.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you, Svetlana, for continuing so much in your work. I'm Ann Linde, I'm the Foreign Minister of Sweden. One thing I want to ask you about is how you will be able to keep the endurance with the opposition. And I ask because sometimes when there are these kind of demonstration for democracy and freedom, and in Belarus it went on for a very long time, but then there is a hard crash down from the governments and regimes, and they kind of destroy the opposition. And I came to think about it when I met one of the African ambassadors in Stockholm just recently. And while I was international secretary for my party, we have worked on democracy. And she said, yes, I worked in the opposition, but it never led to anything. And I didn't, I couldn't continue. I have to go on with my life. And so I turned into a diplomat instead. And most of us, we don't have the strength to continue. So how can we help, and how do you think that the opposition in Belarus can keep the strength when the oppression from the regime is so hard? What will be done inside, between you, and what is going to be helped from the outside?
No, I think it's a very important question, because I see that people in Belarus are frightened. People are getting tired. I even see some countries are getting tired of Belarusian crisis. And the focus now is shifted from Belarus to Ukraine and Russia. But there are always I don't want to say always, because I really believe that regime will be ruined in the nearest future. There will be people whose who feel this responsibility, who, for example, let's take me. I also want to live with ordinary life with my children, but I can't imagine my life without my husband. So until he is in jail, I will continue fight. And thousands of people behind the bars, and they have relatives, they have friends. Hundreds of thousands had fled the country, and they want to return home. And of course, we don't see huge rallies in Belarus at the moment because people are frightened, but they are there. They are continuing to fight, and they understand their responsibility for future of Belarus. I really hope that they will not get tired one day. And we working with active people, but we also working with those so-called neutral category. We understand that we can't attract them to be active, to put their life into this fight, but we show them how Belarus could look like in the future. We explain them that with the new government, there will be rule of law in our country, there will be new investments, that you will have wonderful salaries, you will have opportunity to travel freely, that you have to do this not for yourself, but for your children. And we are working also with people from nomenclatura and army and riot policemen, just also explaining them that nobody is going to be like put on your knees, how Lukashenko promote. He's frightening all those people that this opposition will come and you will be fired. No, we all one nation. Of course, those who committed crimes, they should be punished according to normal law. But all of you will continue to build new free Belarus, and I hope that everyone will find inspiration and reason why it's necessary to fight further. People continue to live their lives, of course, but they spend hour or two of their lives every day to contribute to our revolution, and people support each other, and people really believe that they will not return to this state of slaves we have been living with for many years, and they believe in changes, and I hope it will drive our population.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. My name is Ulf Sverdrup from Norway. We met in August, Svetlana, and it was fantastic to host you in Oslo. Returning to the first question that Timothy Garton-Ash brought up on the relationship to Ukraine, it seems that it's a very difficult situation, of course, in Ukraine and also in Belarus. It's the issue about the future sovereignty of Belarus and also what you said about the use of the territory. But I'm just curious, how will you said that this will not be accepted or tolerated by the Belarusian people? So how do you see the developments in Ukraine affecting the opposition in Belarus? And also, could you imagine that there will be some cracks in the elites in Belarus coming out of this?
We understand the situation can change. It can go differently, and that people that are in regime, the question of independence is very sensitive to them. They really don't want to lose this sovereignty. They want to be, they want to, how's in English, host? Host is владелец, maybe somebody knows Russian. Host is okay, yeah. They want to be host on their lands. They will not welcome anybody from third country to govern our Belarus, because we appreciate our language, we appreciate our history, we appreciate our nation, and the same mood among most of nomenclatura and people in policemen, among policemen. And there will be, just in case there will be a threat to our sovereignty, I really believe that those people will raise as well, you know, and Lukashenko is afraid of his surrounding people as well. He is afraid of coup d'etat, he is afraid of betrayal, he feels very fragile at the moment. And he knows that people in Belarus will not welcome troops or Russian leaders in our country because we value what we have. So I don't know how it will develop actually, but I know that people, Belarusians, will continue to fight. It was fight against dictatorship. It could be fight against military presence or pro-independency fight, and it could be in Kremlin also understand that it will be the region of constant non-stable region, and it will be too difficult for Russia to have problematic situation in both countries, and that's why we have to support Ukrainians, and the same as they support us. And we have to send this message. It's our own right to choose our path, our development of our country. We are not appendix to Russia, and don't want to be like this.
As you rightly suggest, splits within the elite and defections from within the administration is a key to the success of a civil resistance movement. And I think it's a very interesting thought that Belarus being stripped of, I would have to say, the last vestiges of its sovereignty by this Russian action could actually encourage dissatisfaction within the administration and even within the elite. I want to bring in a question from online. The motto of MSC is peace through dialogue. Do you think this can be implemented in the case of Lukashenko, or does a dialogue only empower him more? So that's one question, dialogue with Lukashenko. And a related question, do you see any chance for rapprochement between Belarus and the EU in the near future?
What is rapprochement?
Coming closer together, closer understanding.
So since the beginning, we said that there is no sense of revenge in Belarusian people. We don't want to, to harm Lukashenko personally and his family, and he's afraid of this. We are sure that all the problems should be solved through negotiation and dialogue, and we call for this. We are sending messages to nomenclatura that it's so easy, start talking. And
if I may say so, are you getting any messages back from members of the nomenclature? Are you actually getting signals from them?
Secretly communicating with people from nomenclatura. They are really scared. They're so afraid because they understand the consequences of this communication. We are communicating with people from army as well, not me personally, but our separate organization. So we get signals that they want changes. They are entering into victory plan we launched. They are ready to help us in crucial moment. We have been working for a year and a half to attract more and more people to our side, highly ranked people. We can't tell everything now, but I really don't think that Lukashenko will be at any negotiations. He will not sit at this table and communicating because he wants to keep this face of strong person, but people around him understand that it can't last forever. Let's take Viktor Babarika, one of the candidates for presidency. He also was a person from nomenclatura. He was ruling a bank, and accidentally, happened what happened. And Lukashenko is afraid of new leaders appear with their opinion, and now, of course, he tries to shut up everyone who even have thoughts. But I believe in negotiations, and we try to use all the opportunities. We saw OSCE as the platform for negotiations. We try to invite people from regime to participate, but at the moment, at that moment, Lukashenko was, rather strong. But now people see how he's weakening and weakening from day to day, and bowing. This leash is being shortened and shortened, and they also make some conclusions. As for closer relationship with the European Union, look, we are part of Europe. We are a European family, and we promote values that are common for democracies. But it doesn't mean that one day people will choose any alliances, alliances with European countries, because according to our polls, about 60% want closer relationship with Russia, and about the same 60% want closer relationship with the European Union. So people don't divide these two sides as controversial ones. They want to have good relationship with East and West and South and North. So. But maybe, who knows, maybe once in the future when people will have this choice, they will choose closer relationship with European Union, but who knows, maybe it will be closer relationship with Russia. Dictators are not immortal. Yeah, and situation in Russia could change as well. So, but we have to have right to choose.
Well, a good illustration of that is how public opinion in Ukraine towards NATO membership changed. Before 2014, 36%. Now, the last poll I saw, 59% for NATO membership. So things change as circumstances change. There is, for those of you who don't know this, a very interesting opinion poll done by Chatham House, the Royal Institute of International Affairs, in Belarus. And one of the questions they asked was, which political union should Belarus be in? 12% in the EU, 29% in a union with Russia, and much the largest group, 39%, in a union with Russia and the EU simultaneously. Which, nice idea, but quite difficult to do. I think we go to Gwen Sasser, who's just there, if I'm pointing to the mic.
Thank you very much. Gwenlyn Sasser, I'm the director of the Center for East European and International Studies in Berlin. Thank you for your remarks and for your continued stamina. I wanted to ask two questions about the constitutional so-called referendum. And one is, you are advising people should come out and spoil their ballot. And I'm wondering, is it not a more effective strategy to ask people to stay at home? Because in authoritarian settings, low turnout is harder to hide than spoiled ballots. And we know the result, of course, of this so-called referendum already. So there will be a new constitution. So my bigger question is, what do you think is the, or will be the effect on state-society relations? I mean, will there be any effect? Will people just take it and they can't do anything with it? Will it actually demobilize and buy Lukashenko time? Or do you see it in sort of stirring up a different dynamic, even if gradually? Because we know, we also conducted opinion polls, and we know that although people are also thinking about good relations with Russia, I think that is more about economic relations. When we ask about political or military integration, it's very clearly negative. So then this constitution prepares the ground for that. So I'm really wondering how you think about implications now or later of this constitution. Thank you.
As for boycotting of referendum, of course it's safer not to go to polling stations where you can be, I don't know, kidnapped or searched or whatever, but it's passive position. And people have to see each other. People are too scared to go for rallies, but are you too scared as well to fulfill your right to vote It doesn't matter how you vote, it's your right to do this. And, but of course, people can boycott, but it's necessary for us, for them to vote in the same way on alternative platform, just for us to understand the quantity of people. And just believe me, from state organizations, from schools, hospitals, people will be made to come to polling stations. It's a usual practice in our country, and it will be over 50% of population that will participate. Even if not, they will draw whatever they want. And as for this constitution, and this is the question of delegitimization of the regime, and so many countries, our allies declared that Lukashenko is illegitimate. So we have to keep consistency, and referendum is illegal. New constitution is illegal. So we don't have even to discuss this amendment. Of course, we have to keep a close eye on what he's doing, because we see how he sees our country in the future. But his signature doesn't mean anything. So he is nobody. Just to continue this delegitimization, don't send ambassadors to Belarus, don't receive ambassadors from Belarus in your country. It's very painful for him. He wants to be somebody. He wants countries to communicate to him. And it's very humiliating for him to be in this position. And but it's also humiliating for him to show such a level of loyalty for Kremlin as well. But he understands that now Kremlin is the only guarantee him staying in the power. But at the same time, he understands if Kremlin doesn't need him anymore, they will easily get rid of him. And he again trying to balance at the moment, but it's much more difficult to balance as it was years before when he managed to be a seesaw between West and East. So he thinks he's wiser than Putin, that he's using Putin in this situation, but not Putin using him. So, but what will be the income of this political game? This lives and fates of ordinary people.
Thank you very much. I have one more question in the front row, and I'd like to encourage people further back in the dark, in the cabin, to please put up your hand if you'd like to ask a question. Please.
Thank you. I'm Iva-Mari Liimets, Foreign Minister of Estonia, and good to see you, and we want to wish you first also strength in this position, and can you continue this good job that you're doing for your country. First, I would like to comment sanctions, and I also fully agree that these sanctions could be much stronger and much influential. And Estonia also just recently adopted unilateral sanctions on oil product 2707, and now we suggest also that the EU comes along. It was one of the products that was left out from the fourth package in July, when quite many oil products were sanctioned by the EU countries. And of course, if Belarus joins Russia in this military pressure towards Ukraine, and also the attack could take place from Belarus soil, I think these sanctions which have been prepared for Russia should also take into account the fact if Belarus joins. But I would like to, I hope that you are right that Belarus does not join Russia on this. But my question is a bit different one. Estonia, and I think that quite many countries have stopped development aid projects towards Belarus and Belarus civil society as well, because it's really difficult to draw a line which of the projects are for people and which of them support regime as well. So how do you see this, and what do you think? Is it possible to carry out development projects in Belarus, and if yes, then in which areas?
Just by the way, coming back to sanctions, I had to say that Lithuania was the first country that decided to close some of the loopholes of the European Union sanctions. They closed the transit of potash through their territory, and it was such a powerful step. And I'm just using this opportunity asking the European Union to support Lithuania, small country, but shows such a huge example of principality. And Estonia and Latvia joined this position, and they, stopped all the collaboration with the potash company. I am really grateful for these steps. It's example how small countries can do much more sometimes than powerful ones. I think that it's difficult to launch any programs inside Belarus at the moment. I understand that it's could be an opportunity to help to deliver assistance inside the country by opening new organizations, NGOs or whatever. But Lukashenko is so afraid of these organizations that he evidently wouldn't allow to open anything on, or he's closing all the NGOs. But again, it's rather easy to deliver support to organizations in exile that know how to deliver this assistance inside the country. So, if there is a wish to help to civil society, there are always ways how to do this. So we welcome any wish, desire to help, and we will help each other.
Thank you very much. Do I see a hand from somewhere in the rest of the room? While I'm waiting for another hand, let me give you a question from the online audience. Lukashenko declared a few hours ago that he would be ready to deploy nuclear weapons in the event of a Ukraine conflict, by which I take it is meant accept Russian nuclear weapons on Belarusian soil. What is your position on this?
We are neutral at the moment, a non-nuclear state, and we don't want any nuclear weapon at our side. He uses this narrative to threaten our neighbors. I really believe that people in Belarus, among authorities, understand the consequences of these illegitimate, illegal decisions, and Lukashenko will not be. This decision will not be welcomed among military officers, and he can't. It's very difficult, situation, because he such unpredictable person, and maybe to show loyalty to Kremlin, he could do this, and his threat to other countries. It's I don't know how to react, but we against any nuclear weapon at our territory.
Thank you very much. Let me take one other question from online, which is, the obvious objection that is often made to sanctions. Don't you think that sanctions could also backfire and hurt the Belarusian people more than the regime itself?
When we ask Belarusians at the moment, do you feel sanctions in our country, they would say no. But we feel presence of the regime in our country. And but regime, state organizations feel sanctions, and this is our goal, to impose sanctions on the state organizations, on banking system, on wood, on potash, because all the incomes goes directly to the regime. It's easy money for them, like real money. This money will not get people anyway. And people we are communicating with Belarusians every day, and we are asking them about sanctions. And we hear the answer. We need more and more and more sanctions if regime will suffer, because we will endure this. You know, we have never lived good, and we can live not good a little bit more. But if it will help us to get rid of the regime, we are ready for this. And moreover, regime is so afraid of strikes on the enterprises that they are not decreasing the salaries of workers, just not to provoke people to resist. So people don't really, at the moment, they don't feel any worsening in their lives.
Thank you very much. That's very clear. Let me see if there are any more questions. Did I see a question there? From the room, I can't see any raised hands. Let me put one from myself, which I didn't get to at the beginning, which is, I want to press you a bit on the opposition strategy, because, as you said, it's clearly the case that the period of mass demonstrations is for now over. There aren't people going on the streets. And my question to you is whether you're thinking about other more innovative, more creative, more indirect ways of sort of keeping the spirit alive. I mean, things that have been tried, as you know, in other such contexts are everybody coming outside at the time of the evening television news on state television, or putting their televisions out on the balcony, or other sorts of symbolic actions that show that there is still mass dissent. So how are you thinking about other kinds of strategy for the opposition?
It's a pity that, you know, in Belarus it's almost impossible to show these signs like Putin TV. Even if you put a sheet of paper on the window, you will be raided by KGB. No, it's impossible to show your attitude to this regime. Our strategy is to create so many points of pressure on Lukashenko from different sides for him not to feel relaxed at all. You know, it's easy to frighten people with the help of guns, with the help of violence. People are frightened, but he's frightened as well. And we are doing this. We are frightening him with our peaceful actions, with our underground actions. Every day, here or there are small rallies, small signs of our presence, you know, our symbols, our Samizdat itself made newspapers are widespread around Belarus. And he knows this, he sees this. He acts as if thousands of hundred people in front of his palace. You know, he knows that he didn't manage to make people turn this page. So we are working in the country. We are working from exile. We show people alternative media. People don't watch state TV except maybe some older generation. They are watching our real news of the situation. They are contributing to this, to our movement as they can. You know, they can spend 1-2 hours of their lives every day, you know, to support our movement. But these are consistent steps, and this consistency irritates Lukashenko. He understands that he didn't manage to make us shut up. We are still there, and he will never be able to gain this image of strong person anymore. And it irritates him, it irritates that there is such a unity among democratic countries, that he was sure that in a couple of months European countries will come to business as usual, maybe will trade political prisoners and he will rule again. But it didn't happen. He doesn't know what to do. It's not his scenario. But of course, at the beginning, of course, he felt impunity when he, after thousands of people have been beaten and there was no huge reaction. he decided, okay, I can do more, I can hijack airplane, so what will be your reaction on this? I created a hybrid attack on the European Union with the help of migrants. What will be your response? So he like testing democratic countries on their strength, how strong they are. And I'm really proud of Belarusian society. I'm really proud of European American society that they managed to deal with the crises that Lukashenko launched without recognition, without communicating to him. It shows teeth of democracy, that democracy is strong and they can deal with autocracy. So as I say, he feels very weak and fragile at the moment, and we don't have to let him feel his strength again. And it will happen only when we will be consistent and united, and show him that, look, not this time. Your time is over.
Just one last point on that, which is you mentioned that people don't watch state television news, they watch our news. That means online, and I gather particularly on YouTube. We've talked about what governments can do, what the EU can do. Do you have a message for the tech platforms like Google, YouTube, and so on? Is there something that they could do that would be more helpful, or that they're doing that is unhelpful?
We are using all the possible tech opportunities, to be visible, to broadcast on the territory of Belarus. But of course, we see some troubles. For example, very often real Belarusian news are blocked because regime, as state, asking to block this or that resource. Of course, after some negotiations, these resources are unblocked, but it's harmful for our movement. Advertisements with tortures, with confessions, so-called confessions of humiliating confessions of people are going on YouTube, advertising this, and we try to fix this problem. And of course, we see the results of our work, but these advertisements appear again and again, and
Can I just understand that? That's advertisements with forced confession.
Yeah. So, but
paid advertisements. Then.
Paid advertisement, of course, but it's just YouTube can't see that. They are not watching all the videos. They see a person saying something on camera. They don't understand, the system doesn't understand that this is confession. But only when we send link to YouTube and they understand that this is confession, they delete this advertisement. But it is repeating day after day. Also, there is no Belarusian language, for example, in YouTube, because there is no demand for this. But we are asking to put Belarusian language among other languages, because we have to promote that we are a separate language. People are interested in watching videos on Belarusian language. It's difficult to do, but we are trying. And also, our Belarusian news are mixed with Russian news. So we are like in, it's for targeted advertisements, we are separated. We are not separated from Russian content. So we need some more privacy, some more space for Belarusian news, for Belarusian media. So, but we are step by step. We are communicating. We are trying to solve everything, and tech companies are really helpful and supportive to our movement.
Thank you very much. If there are any more questions in the room, if not, I think I want to say on all our behalf a huge thank you. As you yourself said, this is not the life you imagined you would be leading outside your own country, not living a normal family life with your husband in prison, and you've taken on that role of the symbolic leader of the opposition with, I have to say, enormous clarity and courage and dignity. So please can we say a huge thank you to Svetlana.
That's all, folks, for today. Thank you for watching us, BR24 Live. And we will be back tomorrow covering the third and last day of the Munich Security Conference. I am Dominik Posoch, if you would like to pronounce that, and I'll see you around.